Hello everyone, welcome to What If Naruto Became Magical Ninja with Black Clover in Leaf Village Part 2. Before we start, please go support marioiale for writing that awesome fanfic. This is the translated version I made. There will be some mistake in character's gender, but of course Naruto is a male. Chapter 9. Training and Unexpected News. Another day had arrived and a certain spirit was beginning to stretch out in bed. Hiya. He started stretching as he began to rub his eyes. What a good nap, he murmured as he sat up and yawned. After finishing by lightly rubbing his eyes, he looked around and saw his dear companion. So instead of waiting for him to wake up, he started flying. But it was strange, the lump was much bigger. And when he got closer, he saw something pink. What is that? He muttered as he approached, and when he arrived, he opened his eyes. Eee! I screamed loudly, causing everyone to wake up. What's wrong? Naruto quickly asked as he sat up and looked at Belle, who was pointing towards his bed. What is she doing here? He asked loudly, indicating the captain who was starting to move. Ah, Naruto said as he remembered what happened and blushed. Well she. Naruto said, scratching his head, but saw Belle fall onto the bed and start crying. You and she did it? She asked, making Naruto blush. Of course not. I screamed, completely red. Then why do you have your hand on his ass? Belle asked, indicating Naruto's hand. Naruto froze and slowly looked where Belle was pointing. Seeing him, he saw his hand where he was pointing, and as if by instinct. Hiya, Dorothy moaned, waking up slightly due to the squeeze Naruto gave her. Belle began to release a large amount around him as he lowered his head. Doing it right next to me, she said with a dark voice that made Naruto sweat, who immediately took his hand out of Dorothy's butt and started waving it, trying to stop what the little fairy was going to do. Wait! Let me explain! I shouted urgently as I watched Belle look up with tears in his eyes. I don't want to hear you, pervert! She shouted loudly, sending her wind against Naruto, who was sent flying against the wall, while Nero flew as far away from them as possible and watched them from above. Idiot, he thought, looking at the scene. He earned that blow. And Dorothy. What happened? She asked as she sat down, showing her upper body without shame, all the while wondering what had happened. 1 hour later. Now the group is at the main table, with Dorothy at the head, and next to her was Naruto, with Belle asking for forgiveness over and over again, and Karen, who was in front of Naruto and laughing at the scene. After Dorothy woke up, she realized how she was and immediately dressed in her pajamas, only to be questioned by the fairy, who demanded an explanation for her presence in her companion's bed. Obviously, she told him what happened at night, where they had only slept together because they could get used to being half naked, plus the captain liked to sleep without clothes. At first, Belle didn't believe him, but little by little he became convinced until he finally went to see Naruto, who was still unconscious from his attack, and apologize. Naruto was unconscious for at least 5 minutes until he woke up and was scared to see Belle in front of him, making Naruto stick to the ceiling like a scared cat. Belle apologized several times until Naruto came down, but remained careful with the fairy. The blow he gave him was really strong. Instead, Belle cried over his attitude and apologized several times. After this, Dorothy quickly left the room to get dressed, leaving Naruto and Belle alone in the place. But there was still one person missing, Karen. As she was walking down the hallway, she saw Naruto and Belle talking about what happened and started laughing. She was angry at the move the captain made, but the blow Naruto received from the fairy made all that anger and frustration she felt turn into laughter and mockery for Naruto. This made Belle feel bad, and he started to apologize to Naruto, who told him that everything was fixed. But Karen's teasing made the little spirit feel guilty, and he started to apologize over and over again. Meanwhile, Nero was calmly thinking about what had happened last night. It was strange, but somehow, Naruto remembered her, although it seems that today he did not remember what had happened. It was better for her to leave it this way for a while, and so it remained until now, where finally, Naruto threw his own grimoire out of his pocket and hit Karen in the forehead, who immediately recovered and started hitting the table. Because you did it, you moron! Karen asked, hitting the table with the red mark on her forehead. It hurt. Why won't you stop laughing, idiot? Naruto shouted, standing up and looking at Karen with an angry face. Ha, and you can blame me after your little fairy sent you flying for sleeping with your girlfriend? She asked, making Naruto blush. Shut up! He yelled as he climbed onto the table and threw himself at Karen, who fell underneath Naruto, and they started fighting. Idiot blonde! Karen yelled, punching him in the face. Tomato head! Naruto replied, dodging his blows and pulling his hair. Karen became even more enraged by this word and caused them to roll over to place herself on top of Naruto ready to throw another punch, not caring much that she was wearing a skirt. At that moment, Naruto stopped when he saw Karen sitting down and looking at her underwear, but he didn't have time to admire her because she started dodging his blows. They were fighting for a while, being encouraged by Bell, who supported Naruto to win the fight. Dorothy completely ignored them in favor of continuing to eat her sweets, and Nero just looked at them with the same emotionless face while eating his seeds. A few minutes passed until both ninjas fell to the ground, quite tired and bruised. "You aren't a girl, HAA," Naruto said, breathing heavily as Bell helped him cool down with his wind. "Shit, HAA, do you HAA think I'm going HAA to let you hit me, HAA, damn blonde?" said Karen in the same state. "The HAA graceful," said Naruto, completely finished. "Blonde HAA stupid," Karen said, completely exhausted. While they were resting, someone entered the dining room, and it was none other than Kirsch, who stopped when he saw both ninjas lying on the floor next to their captain, who was laughing at what she saw next to the anti-bird that was placed on top of her hat. The spirit just kept refreshing his companion. "I must ask what happened," she asked with a lot of doubt in her voice. She still couldn't get used to the fact that Naruto was her captain's fiancé and that he didn't show any kind of elegance to which she was accustomed. "No," they all replied. Kirsch just nodded. It was better not to know what happened. "So, what are you here for, Kirsch-kun?" Dorothy asked, going back to drinking her tea. Excuse me, Captain, but now that you're awake, you should take advantage of your work," Kirsch said, seeing a grimace on Dorothy's face. "Ugh, I was hoping you'd forget," she muttered, not at all happy with the work. "Captain, she's always sleeping," Kirsch replied, causing Dorothy to begin closing her eyes. "Good night." And he didn't even finish closing his eyes because Bell sent him a gust of wind that made him grab his hat so it wouldn't fly away, while Nero quickly got out of the gust of wind and now saw everything from the sky. "I'm not going to let you sleep," Naruto said, sitting on the floor. "But Naruto-kun!" Dorothy exclaimed, pouting. "You're worse than Kakashi-sensei," Naruto said with an emotionless face. "I'm your girlfriend, Naruto-kun, how can you do this to me?" Dorothy replied, addressing him with a tender face. "It's one thing for you to be my girlfriend, another for you to be the captain of an order of pompous people," Naruto replied, looking at her without emotion. He'd had enough of Kakashi-sensei, who always had a silly excuse for being late. "Naruto-kun!" I cried as I hugged him tightly, trying to change his mind. Naruto just sighed and crossed his fingers to create a shadow clone that grabbed Dorothy by the waist, causing the captain to release the original and be carried on the clone's shoulder. "Hey," said Dorothy as she watched the clone carry her away. "Where should I take her?" the clone asked, making Kirsch look at him gratefully. "This way," he indicated as he led her away. "Let me go, Naruto-kun!" Dorothy shouted, kicking at his shoulder, trying to get free. "No," the clone simply replied, taking her to the office or wherever her work was. "Naruto-kun! I don't want to!" complained Dorothy, already heard outside the dining room. Wow, I didn't expect that," Karen commented, sitting next to the original Naruto. "What a lazy captain." Yeah, when I was a kid, I always had to remind her to pay or grab her hat. It seems I got used to taking care of her," Naruto replied with a smile. But it doesn't seem to bother you, right?" Karen asked, approaching his face with a flirtatious smile. But Naruto immediately grabbed her head and stopped her. "You think you're the first to try to make fun of me with that look?" Naruto asked, looking at Karen, who pouted. "Don't you think I'm pretty?" I asked in a totally fake sad voice. Let's get up," Naruto said, ignoring Karen's small laugh. She was just like him. Now I wonder if being annoying was in the family. As she stood up, Karen thought of something else. She never answered me," he thought as he stood up. If she didn't answer his question, then he somehow found her cute. "Now," Naruto said, stretching, "I think we're done with our breakfast, aren't we?" he said as he looked at the mess they had left behind. Karen looked at him and grimaced. Bell did the same, after a few seconds of silence. "Let's take some food and we escape," declared Bell, nodding to both ninjas, who took the remaining food and escaped before they had to clean up. It's one thing for Dorothy to be the captain, it's another for them to like cleaning up their messes. Nero just sighed from the air. "I still wonder if I'm the fool who fell in love with an idiot like Naruto," Nero thought as he chased them. At least he was still the same fool he was in his previous life. Training camp. After the ninjas and spirits had escaped from the place and heard complaints from many wondering who left the mess in the dining hall, they arrived at the base's training ground and ate there. What better than to leave the mess behind and have no one blame you? Although it didn't last long because Krish arrived and brought them back to clean up the mess they had left. It was Dorothy's revenge. The good news is that they were experts at cleaning up messes and finished quickly, especially thanks to Naruto's technique, shadow clones. Naruto blessed the creator of this technique. After tidying up the mess, they returned to the training camp, but not before going to complain to Dorothy. But they stopped when they saw her under a mountain of papers while she cried while signing several documents she had on her table. Naruto, Bell, Karen and Nero, a little less, watched this scene with sadness. So Naruto decided to ask Krish to do his work outside instead of in this office. Upon hearing this proposition, Dorothy immediately supported it, and Krish had no choice but to obey his captain. Maybe I would be more inclined to work abroad. So with this idea, Dorothy followed Naruto and the others to the training camp. After several minutes of helping Dorothy carry the things she needed, they were finally in the field as Naruto watched Dorothy sigh. "At least I'm not locked up," she said as she signed the papers. "That's what you get for sleeping," Naruto said without mercy in his voice. "You're cruel to your own girlfriend. Your job is to protect me," Dorothy exclaimed, looking at him with fake tears. "And your job is not to be lazy," Naruto indicated, ignoring her fake tears. She was cute when she got like that, but he wouldn't fall for her gaze every time. While Dorothy finally gave up and sighed, it wasn't going to work. "Looks like she finally gave up," Krish said, watching her captain sign all the papers. "I know a slacker. I'm used to dealing with people like that," Naruto said, looking at Dorothy, who was focused on signing papers. "I see," Krish replied, passing another piece of paper to Dorothy, who continued signing. "So what will you do now?" I asked to see him smile. "I'm going to bring a friend," he replied as he turned around and bit his thumb to wipe the blood onto his palm and begin making the necessary hand signs. "Ask," Karen said, stepping back slightly. "It's huge," she asked, but saw him shake his head. "No, don't worry, but it is strong," Naruto replied, finishing his hand signs and hitting the ground before everyone's eyes. "Summoning jutsu," he said, making some marks spread on the ground and a smoke screen emerge. "What are you doing?" Dorothy asked, watching Karen hide. "I don't like senjutsu masters," he replied fearfully. It wasn't a good experience with those who had any relationship with this kind of energy. "Senjutsu?" I asked to watch Naruto stand and hear an unknown voice. "Boy, long time no see," he said, making Naruto smile. The small creature summoned was a green toad with a white beard and eyebrows covered only by a gray blanket. "Hello, Pa," Naruto greeted, looking at his teacher. It was none other than Fukasaku, one of the two great wise toads of Mount Maiboku. "It's been a while since we last saw each other, boy," Fukasaku said. "Yeah, well, I've had some problems," Naruto said, scratching his head. "Your surprise engagements?" he asked with a mocking smile, making Naruto open his mouth. "Who?" Naruto said, but stopped immediately when he found out who the damn gossip was. "Ino! Anko!" I screamed to the sky. I was going to kill them. "How many more know about the engagement?" Naruto asked, bending down to see Fukasaku, thinking. Well, from what I understand, the entire village, Kakashi's ninja dogs, Katsuyu-chan, and due to a visit from Temari-chan, I believe the Sand Village," he answered, making Naruto hit the ground. "I'm going to kill Ino and Anko," he shouted with fury in his voice. "Because that idiot won't keep quiet," I shouted, eager to hit that gossipy fool. "It was only a matter of time, boy," Fukasaku said, looking at the people who appeared behind Naruto. "And who are you?" "I already know who you are, girl Karen," Fukasaku said seriously, making the aforementioned girl squeal. "Big Toad, it's a pleasure to meet you," Karen greeted nervously. "My name is Fukasaku, girl, and I am very well informed of your situation in this place. I hope you don't do anything stupid. I am allowed to capture you and take you back to the village if you do anything stupid," he threatened, making Karen kneel. "Don't worry," he said loudly as he completely lowered his head to the ground. "There's no way I'd make this toad angry." "All right, boy, then," he said, jumping onto Naruto's shoulders since he saw that it was occupied by a small person and a bird that was looking at him attentively. "Could you tell me your names, young people?" I asked, looking at the curious girl and a man who looked at him with a bit of disgust. "Because I should tell my name to a talking toad," Krish replied, but he didn't finish because he ran out of air and was sent flying into the wall. "Hey," Dorothy said, watching slightly as her vice captain was sent flying into the wall in a matter of a second without realizing it. "Kid, you should be more respectful to your elders," said Fukasaku, returning to Naruto's shoulder. "What an idiot," said Naruto and Karen, being supported by Nero's wing. The others looked back at the toad who was watching them intently. Then, will you tell me your names or I will have to beat you to respect your elders? Said Fukasaku looking at the pink-haired girl who squealed. I am the captain of the Coral Peacock Order, Dorothy Unsworth. I answered loudly, feeling so scared. I am the spirit of the wind, Sylph they call me Belle, said the fairy in a military salute position with great fear as she flew next to Dorothy. Nice to meet you both, he said as he looked at the idiot he sent flying slowly back. And are you going to show up or should I kick you in the stomach again? Fukasaku asked seriously. I am the vice captain of this order Haya Kirsch Vermilion HAA Dam, he said slowly before falling to the ground. Lesson learned, never underestimate a small toad or anything that comes from a ninja. Nice to meet you, brat, and I hope you've learned your lesson, Fukasaku said, receiving a small nod. He's still alive? Belle asked, approaching the fallen man and poking his cheek. He didn't respond to his touches. Don't worry, little spirit, the kick I gave was only enough to knock him unconscious. If I had wanted to hurt him even more I would have done it, Fukasaku replied, not caring much about how he left the idiot. Was it necessary? Dorothy asked with great respect to the toad. If he has to learn to respect his elders through beatings, then yes, if necessary, he replied, looking at the idiot. I've heard a lot about this place and its treatment of those below the necessary social standing, he said, turning back to look at her. I don't care and I treat him the same way, so his social status doesn't matter to me. After all, I'm a toad that can defeat a giant, he said, making both ninjas nod. Lesson learned, Dorothy and Belle said at the same time. Nero also learned this lesson. Never bother the toads, he thought, remembering something that had happened in the dungeon. Maybe he was. So, since we're done with introductions, Fukasaku said, looking at Naruto. Why did you summon me? I asked curiously. Oh, about that, you see, he said as he sat down and explained what had happened in the dungeon. After at least 10 minutes of explanation, Naruto finally finished and Pa nodded. I see problems with the duration of the Senjutsu. Gamakishi told me something like that. You were feeling weaker and the summoning was going to end quickly, Fukasaku said to Naruto's nod. Yeah, it was really hard to keep Gamakishi summoned, Naruto replied. Gamakishi? Belle asked curiously. For some reason he had forgotten something about toads. Yeah, remember, the giant toad I summoned in the dungeon, Naruto said, making Belle's eyes open and fly straight to his partner's face. So that was a toad too? He asked in surprise. Yeah, what did you think it was? Naruto asked. Now he remembered that he said he had never seen anything like that. Maybe he thought it was something else or something like that. His response was as follows. I thought it was a technique, not a real toad, he answered honestly. This made Naruto sigh. She's a little silly, right? Fukasaku stated, to Naruto's nod. Belle, I could never create a giant toad shape to fight another toad, he said, making Belle laugh slightly, who scratched his head and ended up hitting his head while sticking his tongue out slightly. Oops, he said, making Fukasaku sigh. I wonder if spirits are closely related to their partner's attitude. He muttered loud enough for Naruto to hear. What are you trying to say, Pa? Naruto asked, narrowing his eyes. Nothing, Fukasaku answered, dismissing everything. Well, for starters, he said to change the subject. He was getting distracted. I believe and I am more than sure that it is because of your magic. He began to the agreement of both ninjas. We already imagined it, they both responded. Yes, but what they might not know is that magic might be the same as senjutsu. Only when you take that book, it separates a small part of nature's energy and converts it into energy that magicians depend on. In other words, nature's energy is separated and begins to be contained within the bodies of these magicians, he said, making Naruto open his eyes. So what you're trying to say is that magic comes from nature and the book separates the energy it needs to use it? Karen asked, receiving a nod from the toad. Exactly, the proof is that Naruto hasn't turned into a stone toad, he indicated to a Naruto who swallowed. If it had been a fourth energy, given by the book and separate from the other three energies, then I would have had trouble just getting in. But that wasn't the case. So the only thing I can think of is that it's a small amount of natural energy, and the duration time could be because you don't have complete control over this energy separate from nature, because when it absorbs nature energy it recharges the magic it has lost, but at the same time it quickly runs out of energy to maintain sage mode, and since it can only sense the amount it balances, then you don't realize when the energy starts to separate and you lose your transformation, he said, looking at Naruto. You feed two energies, one separate and one whole, the separate one being the one that causes your time to run out quickly because the whole one needs everything, and when it separates, the remaining energy of nature is expelled through your attacks. especially magic. He concluded by saying, "So what the hell do I do?" Naruto asked, barely understanding everything, but it was enough. Stupid books divide the energy of nature, causing the rest to lose it when separated. Brilliant. Well, to be honest, you should look for someone who can teach you how to control, or at least know what this energy called mana feels like. In my case, I can't differentiate it because I don't have that book that can separate mana from natural energy. I could only feel it completely. Fukasaku answered, watching his disciple sigh. Great, now where do I find someone? Naruto muttered. I'll teach you. Dorothy raised her hand happily. But you can't, Naruto said, looking at her. Why? She asked loudly, only to see Naruto point to the mountain of papers on his table. Please! That's not important, complained Dorothy. You've been slacking off from your duties for too long. Even I admit it's been too long. Naruto stated flatly. Even he didn't skip as many tasks as Dorothy did. Naruto-kun! Please! She asked, jumping to hug him and look at him with the sweetest face possible. She knew that sometimes it worked, and she hoped that this time it would work. Her wish went unheard as Naruto took her face in his hand and pulled her away. No, you're going to work and that's it, Naruto dictated, making Dorothy cry. Naruto-kun! She cried while being comforted by Belle and Karen, who felt sorry for the captain. Hey, at least you'll get some rest tonight, Karen said, trying to cheer her up. She didn't know how to do it, but she tried. Yeah, calm down, Belle said, patting them on the hair. Then KS, said Dorothy, looking at both girls who were trying to cheer her up. Aren't you very cold with the girl? Fukasaku asked, looking at Naruto. She runs away from work by sleeping all day, including at night, and doing nothing, leaving the guy you sent to fly in charge, he told Kirsch, who looked up at the sky without caring about anything. The blow the toad gave him was enough to leave him lying on the ground for a long time. Reminds you of Tsunade and Shizen, right? Fukasaku asked, receiving a nod from Naruto. Grandma always tries to escape and leaves everything to Shizen Nachan. She ends up in a bad mood and takes it out on me, Naruto answered, remembering the times he had taken it out on him for every stupid thing Grandma did. Speaking of which, I heard you had 2 girlfriends. Don't tell me she's one of them, Fukasaku asked, drawing the captain's attention, who cheered up again and quickly approached Naruto. Yes, I completely forgot, but I am Naruto-kun's fiancé, she exclaimed loudly, receiving a nod from the old toad. Nice to meet you then, girl, and I hope you take good care of this idiot, although I see that he is the one who takes care of you, right? Fukasaku asked, and saw the captain laugh shyly. I never thought you could be in the care of a person, boy, he said mockingly to Naruto. Dude, don't you think I can take care of someone? Naruto asked, but, no, Fukasaku replied. Your personality is simply disastrous to show that you are capable of caring for another, said Karen, looking at him mockingly. Even I admit it's hard to see you that way, Dorothy said, supporting Karen's words. Thanks for the support. All that's missing is Belle and Nero, Naruto said, to see the bird above his head and lift his wing. You know I'm thinking about eating you, he declared, and received a peck from the bird. I'll seriously tell Charmy to make me a roast bird dish, he threatened, and received a peck in the eyes. Again, he shouted, ducking down to try to see again. Ha 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 ha, laughed Fukasaku, looking at the bird, but he watched it closely. Something told him it was something more. While Belle only supported Naruto. Yeah, I know you can take care of someone else. You take care of me, right? Said Belle, making Naruto start to look at her with more affection than before, even though he could barely see. I love you, Belle-chan, he declared while hugging her and crying, causing the fairy to return the hug. Fukasaku just sighed. They were a couple of idiots. So idiots, Fukasaku called the aforementioned, who began to yell at him for calling them that way. If you've put your nonsense aside, I can ask you what you're going to do, he asked, stopping both of their screams. I don't know. I don't know many magicians and not many train, said Naruto, making Fukasaku nod. Yes, I've heard it. It seems that on this continent magic is everything, and if you don't have a natural talent for magic, then it will be impossible for you to be a soldier, right? He asked, and received a confirmation from Dorothy. That's true. Unfortunately, natural talent is needed here, and generally the nobles and the royal family have it, while among those of low social status or commoners, they are very scarce and generally do not go beyond doing common tasks, explained Dorothy. That's why she never fell in love with someone from this place. The nobles rejected other people a lot. Talent, she said, looking at Naruto and the fairy. If what I understand from the explanation given by you both, he indicated to the fairy and his disciple. Are you partners for life? I asked, and they both nodded. I chose Naruto-kun, so he will be my partner until death. We both share our power, mana and magic. Belle answered. And you can use specific magic or something, right? He asked and received a nod from the fairy. My magic is wind, not for nothing am I the spirit of the wind. She answered while a small dust was created around her that enveloped Naruto and herself. I understand, Fukasaku muttered, thinking of a possibility. I think there might be a solution to your problem in Sage Mode. It will be temporary, but it might help, said Fukasaku looking at both of them with curious faces. What thing? They asked at the same time. Join, he replied, making Naruto open his eyes along with Belle. Wait, at least we can join. Naruto asked only to receive a nod from his partner. It's possible, it's called spiritual immersion, Belle replied, looking at Naruto. It's a spell that allows a spirit to be absorbed and the user to control its power, he said, turning to look at Fukasaku with a complex face. The problem is, I've never done it with a ninja, much less a guardian. I don't know what kind of reaction there will be, he said to Fukasaku's agreement. I understand in one question, why do you call him a guardian? I asked only to see Naruto bend down to my ear and speak to me. After a while, Naruto broke away and Fukasaku nodded. I understand, in other places they have another name. I muttered while thinking about what they called the Jinchurikis. There could be a connection between ninjas and wizards, or is it just a coincidence? Well, forgetting the shovel. Fukasaku spoke, but was interrupted by Dorothy. Hey, what is it like to be a guardian? I asked curiously and Fukasaku looked at Naruto. You haven't told him yet, boy? She asked, and saw him shake his head. No, it's not time yet, I answered to see Dorothy, who seemed to understand. Guardian is related to what happened with Nozel and those Reds, he asked and saw a nod from everyone. I see, he muttered and said nothing else. I'm sorry, but for now, fewer people knowing the secret is much better, although someday I promise to tell them, Naruto said, to Dorothy's nod. Okay, I know you'll tell us someday, I replied with a smile. Thank you, Naruto said as he turned to look at Fukasaku. Boy, you know that one day you'll have to reveal it to everyone, right? He said and saw Naruto nod. But for now, no, it's not time yet, he said to the old toad's assent. I won't say anything else, it's your decision after all, he concluded. He must be scared, Fukasaku thought looking at Naruto. After so many years of being rejected by the fox, it has made him distrust everyone, even his fiancées, on whether or not he should trust the secret. And it doesn't help that an organization is chasing him. While Karen understood everything, after all, her previous group went in search of one of the Jinchuriki, although they failed to complete their mission because their target escaped. But with this, it was possible to realize that Jinchuriki develop a kind of darkness consciously or unconsciously. Now I understand something about where so much darkness can come from, he thought looking at Naruto, who, for a moment, appeared to be the darkness so fearsome. I didn't know what the conditions were for that darkness to be released, but I did know that if that darkness were to show itself, then the Kyuubi would definitely come out. I hope he never changes, she thought looking at Naruto. She didn't want him to end up like Sasuke and Nero. What will he be, a guardian? I've never heard that word. Maybe there's something else I don't know, he thought while it was in his head. It seemed like there was something affecting him very deeply, as if he distrusted everyone. Naruto, what did they do to you? Nero thought, looking at him sadly. He was killed in the past, and in this life it seems that something had happened to affect him deeply, because they wouldn't leave him alone. But for now he wouldn't think about that, as he had to look at Fukasaku, who had undoubtedly realized that he was something more than just a bird. These ninjas and their companions are truly experts at discovering disguises. The good news is that they understood and left her alone. Most likely they only left her that way because of Naruto, who defended her. Even in disguise, he takes care of her. So, Fukasaku said, pulling everyone out of their own thoughts and turning to look at him again. Is there a chance you could join? He asked, and saw Belle shake his head. Not yet. The possibility of joining is really slim because Naruto and I still don't have enough experience to perform that spell, said Belle to the nod of Fukasaku, who ended up sighing like Naruto. So how will I master Sage Mode? If I use it, it will end quickly if I use my spells or jutsu, said Naruto, taking out the 3 grimoires. Also, I can only use 2 of them at the same time to create the ice spells that consume large amounts of energy. A spiritual magic spell that causes me to give part of my own life to another person and nothing else, every time I tried to use one thing separately, he said, creating a sphere of water that was thrown and deflected to go directly to the wall and disintegrate. It either goes off track or just doesn't work, and let alone the 3rd book, I don't even know what kind of magic I can perform, he finished, looking at the books with a hint of anger. Fukasaku was able to understand by looking at the books. Tsunade told him something about these books during her visit to Konoha. Each of these books has a different kind of power. In Naruto's case, it is water and wind, while ice is just the union of these two elements. Even among mages, Naruto is the first case on this continent to have 3 grimoires at the same time, and it doesn't help that mages are lazy and don't help anyone because they have never trained. But if his theory was true, then some of this sage mode training will help him. And thinking about the situation, an idea occurred to him. "Okay, girl," he said, looking at Karen, who indicated herself. "Yes, you will still train," he said, making her eyes open. "Me? But I'm not a wise man, wise woman, or whatever you call him," Karen said to Fukasaku's agreement. "I know that perfectly well, but you also have one of those books, right?" he said, pointing to the book at his waist. "Well, that's true," he said, taking his own grimoire. "Then the next training will help you in some way," he said, looking at the two confused. "Both of them?" both ninjas asked, pointing at each other. "If my theory is true and magic comes from a small part of natural energy, then some of the training to control the sage mode will help them, although it is not at all certain," said Fukasaku, jumping a little further. "But Dad, my problem is sage mode," Naruto said, but Fukasaku looked at him seriously. "I know perfectly well, but the problem lies in your new power magic. To control sage mode with this new factor, then you must learn to control magic first, and then spirit magic will follow to finally control sage mode," he explained to Naruto's nod and looked at Karen. "And also you. I point to the aforementioned. I know your situation very well, and seeing as I haven't been told you had one of those books yet, then it must have been picked up recently, right?" he asked, receiving a nod. "He chose me," Karen replied. She was really nervous about the toad in front of her. "Pa, don't worry, I told the magic fanatic to tell Grandma about Karen's situation," said Naruto, defending Karen, who seemed quite nervous. "Very well, but considering your situation, you will have to control that book no matter what, because you are under Naruto's care and surveillance, in addition to being under the command of the Magic King, so they could send you to do things that have to do with your book. So I will take advantage of this opportunity to train you so that you are prepared," explained Fukasaku to Karen's relief. "Also," he said, looking at the grimoires that looked similar to each other, they had the symbol of the Uzumaki clan. "Maybe already." "Hey," Fukasaku called, indicating both grimoires. "Because they are the same?" he asked, making Naruto look at him with a complicated face. "Apparently we belong to the same clan. He seemed to have some kind of contract with the spirits and could use magic," he replied, not quite understanding the situation. Fukasaku looked at Karen and then looked at Naruto. "You already know, but the Uzumaki's having a relationship with magic. Perhaps the clan had more secrets," he thought, looking at the two clan members. The Uzumaki clan was almost extinct, and when he visited Konoha, he learned of a surviving female from this clan, but it seemed that both the girl in front of him and Naruto had no idea that they were related. Also, she learned about the problem that there was with the elders due to the engagement with girls from this continent, and if they find out about Karen, they might want Naruto to marry Karen, and because of this, Tsunade sent the girl with Naruto. Also, they wouldn't know, ironically, because they should keep her away from Naruto, but they sent her with him to prevent her from discovering the secret and reduce the chance of them finding out. They hadn't counted on the clan being able to use magic. They didn't know much about the Uzumaki clan due to its extinction, and the only one left was Naruto's mother. When she died, the clan's secrets went with her. What other secrets did Naruto's clan have? For now. "I see, I thought she was just another red-headed girl," Fukasaku said, playing dumb and not knowing about their relationship. Do you know anything about our clan?" they both asked, but they saw Fukasaku deny. "The basics, redheads, sealing experts and stuff. But I know that because of your mother Naruto, remember?" Fukasaku said to Naruto's nod. "It's true, hee." Naruto laughed, remembering that his father could have a contract with the toads due to being the disciple of the perverted sage, and because of that he could have met his mother. While Fukasaku was relieved it worked. It wasn't yet time to reveal the truth to Naruto, or the clan restoration law. "But are you sure?" Fukasaku asked, and saw the spirit stand in front of him. "Of course they are. Grimoires don't work if they don't have blood or a relationship with the Uzumaki," Belle replied confidently. Fukasaku nodded at her answer. "This fairy knows. And besides, they must get married no matter what," said Belle, causing Dorothy to look in surprise at the aforementioned, who sighed again. "What are you saying?" Fukasaku asked loudly. "Does he know the law?" "Well, they are from the same clan, so they must rebuild it to return to its glory. Dorothy-chan accepted it, but that brute Noel didn't," Belle said, crossing his arms. "Don't you realize that she Naruto told Karen. She's much more brutal than Noelle, he said, only to receive a punch in the face from the angry redhead. Do you want to do that again, idiot? Karen shouted. She accepted that she wasn't as feminine as other girls, but she would never let anyone call her stupid. Of course, but I'll trade it for a gorilla, Naruto shouted, dodging kunai thrown by an angry Karen who was charging at Naruto. Come here, you stupid blonde! Karen shouted, sending a kick towards Naruto's face. Naruto stopped her kick and grabbed her, throwing her towards the wall. Karen did a somersault and ended up landing like a cat right where Kirsch was. Kirsch, seeing where the girl was going to end up falling, immediately left her landing zone and moved away from the place. I'll wait for you here, Tomato, said Naruto, taking out a kunai just like Karen, and they started to fight, all while being observed by those present and by the gentlemen who were gradually arriving. Let's go, Naru-kun! Belle encouraged, watching as Naruto kicked Karen in the stomach, and at the same time she stretched her foot against her partner's face. Don't you realize you're fighting in a skirt? Kirsch asked, approaching the group and pointing to Karen, who had completely forgotten what she was wearing. That doesn't matter, but Fukasaku replied, watching the two fight. Do you still want to get married? I asked the fairy, who stopped cheering and looked at him. Of course, the Uzumaki are violent by nature and very rarely end up with girls as tender as Dorothy. Belle indicated to a captain who was still frozen by the words spoken by the fairy. Belle then looked back at the fight and cheered again. Fukasaku just sighed. It seemed like it was just her wish and had nothing to do with the law. He was saved. Although the words spoken by the spirit were not so false. Naruto's mother was a tomboy, Tsunade was extremely violent, Naruto was simply explosive, and lastly, Karen, who wasn't a bit ladylike, if the way she fought and showed off her underwear didn't indicate anything. Furthermore, Naruto had fallen in love with an explosive girl like Sakura, and apparently the other girl he is engaged to has a violent personality. The only exceptions to this rule are Dorothy, who was extremely silly and cute, and Minato, who was very calm. After watching the fight and thinking about everything I knew, I confirmed that the Uzumaki are extremely violent, and their nature is to be attracted to girls with a violent attitude. At the rate they're going, and judging by the little girl's words, there's a high chance those two will end up together, he thought, watching the two Uzumakis punching each other in the face. Because the things that happened around Naruto couldn't be more normal. Evening hours, dining room. I hate the toad, Karen said, completely stretched out in the dining room. Welcome to my world, said Naruto, eating calmly. How were you able to endure that kind of training? Karen asked, sitting up properly, albeit in a little pain. That was a light workout, Naruto said, still in pain, but he was doing much better than Karen. After they launched into a fight, it took about 3 minutes until Fukasaku stepped in with a kick to the face for each of them that sent him to the ground. The toad scolded them for almost 10 minutes because of the fight they had. They also explained to Dorothy what Belle was trying to say. He calmed down completely upon learning that it was the little fairy's wish. He thought they already knew about the law of the Naruto continent. After the scolding and the explanation, the training began. Fukasaku told them that the training consisted of using a layer of magic around themselves, similar to what happens when Naruto gains the power of Sage Mode, and extending their reach. Naruto could understand, but Karen couldn't, so Fukasaku had to give her a demonstration of what he meant. When I used Sage Mode, I hit the ground leaving a crack, but not touching the ground. At that moment, Karen realized what he meant. The energy surrounded him and created a kind of second skin that increased the reach and power of his entire body. This demonstration caused Dorothy to butt in and say that this was very much like strengthening magic. This surprised the ninjas, but they understood perfectly. Although Dorothy explained to him that those were spells and what they were going to use was called mana skin, the most basic way to reinforce a wizard's body. Fukasaku understood and looked at his two idiots, who were already complaining about having to create spells to use them. I summoned a rod and hit them both to draw their attention back to the old toad. They growled like they had never done before. It took a while until they finally stopped complaining and started training. Dorothy was sent to do her paperwork, which she thought had been forgotten, but Krish grabbed her and dragged her to do her job. In addition, Fukasaku asked for help from some knights who were there, who at first ignored him, so he started a fight against them. The result was a beating and total humiliation of many members of the order who began to listen to the old toad. A small toad humiliated high-level magic knights. This made Naruto, Karen, and Belle laugh out loud at the great show the pompous ones were putting on. Dorothy did nothing. They had to be forced to learn respect, and Krish remembered the blow to the stomach. I didn't want to offend a toad again. After Fukasaku asked the beaten knights for several explanations of the mana skin, the training of both ninjas finally began, and they stopped laughing completely when they were the ones who started being beaten. At first, they were able to keep their mana around them due to staying still. This was achieved faster by Karen due to her great detection ability, although Naruto quickly followed due to his experience of extending his energy outside his body thanks to Sage Mode. But that ease went down the drain after seeing Fukasaku launch himself into the attack of both ninjas who had to dodge his great blow that shattered the earth. Both ninjas yelled at him as to why he did it, and the response they got was that they should move while maintaining control of the mana skin in their bodies and that they should not use their ninja skills to dodge. They both nodded and started moving to avoid the toad's attack. It was really difficult to maintain the mana skin without unconsciously using up their chakra, but both ninjas had managed it before lunch. For Fukasaku, that was enough for that hour, so he decided to continue training after lunch. After that hour, they continued the training, which consisted of creating and breaking a tree through their control of the mana skin. Both ninjas thought it would be easy, so they went to hit the tree, and when they did, they ended up with pain in their hands. Fukasaku sighed and explained that this energy is just like a second skin and that, to increase their strength through this, they must think about the density of the mana they use around their body. Upon hearing this, they did so, and it took them almost 3 hours to succeed and break down the stupid tree. For Fukasaku, the result was enough, and being satisfied, the next test was speed, and in this case, he made them run all over the training field, threatening them that they would have for dinner a delicious meal made by Shima, in other words, worm soup. Naruto and Karen immediately started running, and it didn't take them long to increase their speed without using chakra. It was the fastest they could do because it didn't take them more than 30 minutes. The next training session was evasion and defense. At this point, they cursed the toad. It consisted of sitting down and closing their eyes, so that Fukasaku could summon a stick and start hitting them on the back of the head. The idea was to not only evade by sensing through the mana layer, but also to harden or put a certain density to lessen the amount of pain or damage they received through the sticks. They stayed until dinner time, where Fukasaku was finally satisfied and some ninjas were really beaten up. Fukasaku advised them that this was all the training he could give them because he was not an expert in magic, and the training was only based on Sage Mode training. The rest they would have to learn on their own. But I assure you that this was the basics for total control of his power, and that little by little Naruto could use his Sage Mode again if he trained from time to time with the mana skin. It would take time, but I would eventually achieve it. This answer was enough for Naruto, who decided to continue training in this way to control the grimoires separately. While Karen wanted to test her new control with the book, but it didn't work due to the exhaustion she felt. The toad pushed them to their limits. He felt pain to a degree he had never felt before. Finally, Fukasaku told Naruto that, to control his magic, he should control his normal magic and then his spirit magic, because he knew the complexity of the latter magic and that the best way was to start with the basics. Bell didn't like it, but decided to obey. I didn't want to get hit by the super toad, but he warned them that this was only for training, and if they had no choice during real combat then they should use spiritual magic, although by doing so and with their poor control of magic, they would quickly exhaust themselves, just as happened to them in the dungeon. They both nodded at his words, so they decided to go slow to get their bearings. In addition, he also learned about the mana control objects that his disciple possessed, and Fukasaku recommended to Naruto that he only use them in combat, and that during training he use his hands, so that when he used the objects, his control would be even more perfect than when he used them with his hands. Naruto obeyed and decided to follow his advice, but he asked him if he could help Noelle, who was Naruto's other fiancée. Fukasaku replied that there was no problem and that when he returned to her, he should summon him and he would see her situation. After some advice to both ninjas, Fukasaku finally said goodbye to everyone and returned to Mayaboka Mountain. Meanwhile, the other knights who had come to see what was happening, in addition to those who received the beating from the Master Toad, had stayed to watch the training of both ninjas, and some grimaced in pain as they saw how the toad mercilessly beat the young ninjas. At first, they weren't very interested in the training they were doing because everyone could use their mana without problems. This was mainly for the nobles, who saw it as a waste of time. But for the commoners, who were few among all those who observed, it was different. They wanted to learn this kind of control because they saw that it gave results. They were a little afraid to approach the toad that seemed very strong, but a woman approached the toad and asked if he could explain the control of the mana skin while he watched the training of both ninjas. For Fukasaku it was a surprise, but he understood where it came from, and because of this, the girl seemed not to be proud enough to not ask. It was always the same, The humblest always asked others for help to improve, while the proud didn't do it because they believed themselves to be better than others. And seeing how interested the girl was, he explained what he understood, and after this, she thanked him and left to explain to her classmates that they were interested, and they began training in a remote place. While the nobles laughed at them, but they saw that it had some effect and began to walk away. They seemed jealous, but they didn't approach the commoners or the toad to ask questions and just walked away. Although there were a few small instances where some nobles would go to the toad for advice, he saw that they had swallowed their pride and decided to give them some advice. The most frequent were those of lower social class, who had nothing to lose and came to ask the wise toad for more advice. In this way, the training that was only for ninjas became available to more people, although the magicians worked in somewhat out-of-the-way places because the training the ninjas received was much tougher, and they preferred to go at their own pace. But training among the mages in training was much easier than what they had seen for the ninjas. They learned that it was due to the ninjas' lack of experience with magic and that they had never had training in mana control. With this explanation, the magicians were able to fully understand the situation of the ninjas and their peculiar training method. How lucky they were to already know what mana control was like. The pain they saw on the ninjas' faces was simply horrible. And finally, there was a person trying to escape from his job. This was none other than Dorothy, who worked all day, except for lunch. The poor girl asked for a break, but Kush denied it because of all the work she had piled up, thanks to her sleeping all day. Dorothy tried every option to escape, from using fake tears to try to convince Kush to let her, to asking him and using her cute face on Naruto to convince him to help her rest. Everything was a complete failure, and even more so because of Fukasaku, who kept a close eye on her so she wouldn't escape. I had a lot of experience with fools and lazy people. He had as a disciple the most perverted in the world, and the dumbest ninja that has ever appeared in history. And with that, Dorothy gave up on the paperwork until the end of training, where she saw how the ninjas were beaten. At the end of the day, he was grateful for the paperwork. After all, it was better than having large bruises on their bodies that couldn't fully recover with a night's rest. And after this long and crazy day, now everyone was eating in the dining room. Dorothy was quietly eating some sweets with tea. Nero, who spent the whole day in Dorothy's hat, ate his seeds on the table next to Naruto, and Belle was totally satisfied with what she had eaten that was stretched out on the table, next to Nero. While both ninjas had been talking about the worst teacher they could have had. They hated Fukasaku for his training methods, especially Karen, who had never had this kind of training. But the results were worth all the pain. Although they had to take a shower before going to sleep and, in Karen's case, go shopping for clothes tomorrow. She had forgotten that she was wearing a skirt and had shown everything to Naruto. Not that she cared if he saw her, but it was different if other people saw her. She was a girl after all. So what are we doing tomorrow? Karen asked as she went back to eating. We don't have much to do, Naruto said, but stopped when he saw a magic circle in the sky and saw a bird come out of the portal to arrive next to Naruto, who saw a letter and took it. The bird, seeing this, turned around and returned to the portal. Well, it seems that fool Julius has something for us, said Naruto, looking at the letter that was part of Julius. Another mission? Karen asked, stretching out on the table. I don't know, I'll open it, Naruto answered, opening the letter. After a while, Naruto finally opened it and read it before finally sighing. Looks like we have plans for tomorrow, Naruto said, passing the letter to Karen, who took it and started reading it. What does Julius-kun say? Dorothy asked curiously. It seems that he has a simple mission for me, and I have been summoned for tomorrow, while Karen has been asked to stay in the castle due to her situation as a prisoner. She cannot stay without me, so someone will be in charge of watching her in the castle, said Naruto to Dorothy's nod and Karen's sigh. It seems that tomorrow I will stay in the castle. At least I could ask someone to buy me some clothes or have someone accompany me to buy them. I really need more clothes, said Karen, looking at her own clothes. She couldn't complain that she would have to be watched by someone when she remembered that she was a prisoner. Well, I could be in a much worse situation. And whoever they left to guard it doesn't look like they're going to escape, Dorothy said. How am I going to escape? If I escape now, they have no excuse to torture or kill me. Also, why would I do it right now, having a good situation? I sleep in a good room. I have enough money to buy a house, clothes and things necessary to live, and best of all, is that I'm not escaping and I only obey when necessary. I am literally free if it weren't for that condition of prisoner. I must be truly crazy to escape and change my current and favorable situation, said Karen, making everyone nod, including Nero, who raised his wing in confirmation. Well, leaving that aside, the truth is I don't know who they'll put in charge of guarding her, so we'll have to wait until tomorrow, Naruto said, getting Karen's nod. I hope it's not a ninja, they're not soft at all. He said, hoping it wasn't one. I doubt it. But considering you're a ninja, they could send someone, and if not, they could leave you in the castle being watched by Julius and Marx or one of the captains, said Dorothy, assessing her situation. Is there a chance I'll stay with you or Yami? I asked, and he denied it completely. As soon as Naruto leaves, I'll go back to sleep. I don't want to go back to work until he gets back. And Yami, well, he can barely keep his order under complete control. I don't think they'll send you with him, Dorothy said, making everyone look at her. Did you realize you just confessed that you're going to sleep again to escape work? Belle said, watching her sip her tea. I said that, no way, she said, playing dumb. It had slipped out. Ha, it's okay. I knew that when I left, Dorothy would take advantage of the opportunity to go back to sleep during the day, so it's not a surprise, said Naruto, giving up on her. Thank you, Naruto-kun. Dorothy thanked, very happy with the response her fiancé gave her. Well, whoever they send to watch you, you'll stay here while I go on a mission, Naruto said to Karen's nod as she went back to eating. And you don't know what mission it is? Belle asked, flying over and perching on his shoulder. I have no idea, they'll explain it to me tomorrow, Naruto replied, standing up. So, since I have to get up early tomorrow, I have to go to bed early, so I'll go take a bath, Naruto said, having already finished eating. I'll see you later, he said as he grabbed Belle and placed her on the table. Nero, do you want to come? Naruto asked, causing the bird to freeze and immediately shake his head. Well, see you later, he said as he left the room in silence while the girls stood still in a serious manner. After a while, Karen finished eating and stood up. Well, I'll go to sleep, he said as he stretched and retired with a smile on his face. I won't let you, Dorothy shouted, summoning her dream magic and sending out several strings of cotton thread that Karen dodged. Exactly, I'm the only one who can go bathe with Naruto, said Belle, leaving the place only to be intercepted by Nero, who flew in front of him. They all knew what Karen and Belle were planning, the latter shamelessly confessing it, so the other two had to stop them. Hey, why won't you leave me alone? Karen claimed, taking out a kunai. It's true, she may not have the right to see Naruto, but I do, I'm his partner, Belle indicated, angering Karen, but she ignored her in favor of taking care of the captain who was stopping her advance. I won't let anyone see Naruto bathing, not even I've seen him in that state, Dorothy claimed, indirectly confessing that she wanted to bathe with her fiancé. But you slept together, and you'll probably do it again tonight, Karen demanded, pointing at her. How lucky she was. Not even she had had the opportunity to sleep with a boy she liked. In Sasuke's case, he never took her into account. Of course, I am his fiancé after all, Dorothy confessed shamelessly. Then you won't mind if I see him naked while he's bathing. After all, I always have to be near Naruto, Karen explained. Shameless, shouted all the girls present, and Nero just gave her a look before returning his focus to Belle. And you, why are you stopping me? Belle asked, looking at Nero, who didn't even give any answer. Obviously because it's a bird, and so the four girls stared at each other to see who would get distracted first. After a few seconds that seemed like minutes in a room full of tension, finally the first to make the first move was Karen, who threw a kunai at Dorothy, and she defended herself with a rock wall. Thus began the pitched battle between the red-haired Kunoichi, the captain of order, the spirit, and the human turned anti-bird. I only stayed to stop them, but when I have time I'll go see him for now, Nero thought, attacking Karen with pecs to stop her, although she escaped. And so began another fight to go see Naruto bathe. Royal Palace, Julius's office, minutes before the letter was sent. Meanwhile with Julius, it had been about 2 full days since Naruto handed him the treasure, and they were able to divide all the artifacts from the common things. It was certainly a good job, but he also had to be in charge of communicating to Tsunade everything that had happened in the dungeon due to the danger Karen could face if she didn't communicate. Although I doubted that she would try to escape due to the good situation she is in, and that the moment she makes a wrong move it would be the worst option of all. So I decided to contact Tsunade today, in the afternoon, who was surprised and at first began to ask what Naruto did and almost asked to be beaten up, being fed up with going and cleaning up his messes. Julius stopped her in time from doing that crazy thing and immediately began telling her about the mission. At first, Tsunade found nothing abnormal in the mission until she got to the part about the third grimoire, Naruto's spirit and clan. This was certainly something that alerted Tsunade. It seemed that no one knew about the relationship of the grimoires with the Uzumaki clan, even Tsunade, who confessed to Julius that she was part of the Uzumaki clan on her grandmother's side, and that at this moment she would only be a distant relative of Naruto. She did not know much about her family before her father and mother. Tsunade asked Julius to keep the secret, to which the latter agreed. But that didn't solve the problem. Now both Karen and Naruto knew that they were from the same clan, and the only thing that separated them was that they didn't know the law. Besides, Karen obtained a grimoire. But that did not worry Tsunade, who allowed her to have the grimoire because these books chose their owner and not the other way around, and according to Julius, the grimoire will stay with its owner until death, and when they die the book would disappear forever. It wasn't that dangerous, and even more so after learning that Karen was quite happy with her current state. So she agreed to let her keep the grimoire on the condition that Julius would watch over her, to which the latter also agreed. But they still didn't solve the problem. It was also added to the fact that the Jinchuriki had another name. They were called guardians by other species, especially Bell, who said he was the first spirit to be a guardian's companion. This was certainly something that alerted Tsunade, who hoped the information hadn't spread. But according to Naruto, Bell and Karen hadn't told anyone what guardian meant. It was a relief. But Tsunade asked Julius to keep an eye on her in case anyone else knows what guardian means on his continent, to which the Magic King agreed. It was extremely dangerous if anyone else knows what that word really means. They spent a few hours talking until nightfall, when everyone was already having dinner. They couldn't finish talking about what had happened, so they decided to eat at their respective offices. Who would have thought that only some ninjas could use magic, among them, those of the Uzumaki clan? Said Tsunade. This information also surprised her a lot. There was a great secret between the two continents. Yes, but for now let's focus on Karen and Naruto, Julius said to the nod of Tsunade, who swallowed her food and looked at him seriously. For now it would be best to leave them alone. If what you told me is true, then the fairy only wants Naruto and Karen to get together to revive the Uzumaki clan, so Naruto will completely refuse for having a silly reason like this, while Karen, who according to what you told me, has started to show feelings for Naruto. But the good news is that that idiot is the densest one that can be found, and only acts like those performed by Noelle and Dorothy could make Naruto realize that Karen has feelings of love for him. That's why leave them for the moment, there's not much to do, said Tsunade to Julius's nod. I understand, at least that makes your job easier temporarily, Julius said, getting Tsunade to nod, though she saw him look away and looked back at him. What's wrong, Lady Tsunade? Julius asked. Hiya, well, said Tsunade, trying to explain what had happened during this week. It's something about Naruto, right? Julius asked, and Tsunade ended up sighing. Yes, and it's something that could cause something, Tsunade said, taking a piece of paper. It's something that was sent to me a few days ago, and it's about an engagement for Naruto, who apparently wasn't aware of it, he said, causing Julius to stop eating and Marks to choke to get a glass of water. What did she say? They both asked as Marks came closer to see her. Yes, it seems to be a commitment from a few years ago, and it was signed by the third Hokage before his death and confirmed by that idiot Jiraiya, Tsunade answered, sighing. She had broken her desk while cursing her teacher and her stupid partner, who she hoped was hiding in the sky or wherever he was, because when she died she was going to kill him. A second fiancé because of Jiraiya and the first because of his master. But that doesn't mean that, Marks asked, knowing what that really meant. The third fiancé, or rather Naruto's original fiancé, Tsunade answered, so that they both looked at each other, and then returned their gaze to her. Are you sure? Julius asked and saw her nod. Of course, I've known this clan for years. It's not in the village, but it is in Tierra del Fuego, he replied, recalling the situation of this clan. The real problem is that this clan is about to become extinct, and because of that, Tsunade said, making both mages complete the sentence. They invoke the clan restoration law, right? They said, and Tsunade nodded. Exactly, although the girl explicitly asked not to marry anyone other than Naruto. It seems they know each other, he answered, looking at the paper. Who would have thought she would know someone from this clan? Also, it seems that he has found out that he has gotten engaged to girls from another continent, so he is on his way to talk to us and the idiot he has for a fiancé, said Tsunade, making both wizards swallow. Are you serious that the situation of compromise has already spread throughout your country? I asked, not believing what was happening. Not only in the country, it has already gone abroad. At this very moment the Kazekage of the Sand has to know both Naruto and he are friends, and thanks to our idiot, an alliance has been made that has lasted until today. I wouldn't be surprised if he himself goes to congratulate Naruto and wants to meet his fiancées in a few days, said Tsunade, so that Julius facepalmed. Well, I'm not worried about the Kazekage, but Julius said, surprised by this, But if he was like Tsunade, then he shouldn't worry about the Kazekage. The real problem was Nozzle, Tsunade asked, so Julius looked at her and nodded, after a few seconds of silence. What are we going to do? Julius asked, worried about what might happen. I don't know. It's something that not even Naruto knew, and now that this appears, Tsunade answered, indicating the paper, there will definitely be problems, so we must first communicate this to the girls, he said, receiving a nod from Julius. Very well, and I think tomorrow would be a good time, he said, taking a paper in his hands. I had a mission for Naruto to a faraway place so he could start getting used to how missions are done in our kingdom. It's something simple, and I had planned for him to go alone to do it. The dungeon mission was a bad example of how missions are done, Julius said to Tsunade's agreement. No problem, but what are you going to do with Karen? I asked curiously. I was planning on sending her to one of the orders, but I don't know which one. It would be easy to send her with the Black Bulls, but Yami isn't very careful and Dorothy spends her time sleeping and will most likely go back to sleep when Naruto leaves, so that leaves me the remaining captains, said Julius, making Tsunade think. I have an idea. I'll send a small team to watch her, and you send them with that stupid Yami, said Tsunade. This team will want to see Naruto and that continent. Very well, then I will wait for you at the castle, in the same place as always, Julius answered, so that Tsunade nodded and began to write on a piece of paper, and then passed it to Shizen so she could leave the place. They'll be ready tomorrow. I don't have to worry about Karen, but it's protocol. It seems the girl is quite harmless and is quite comfortable with her current treatment, said Tsunade, leaving aside the clan part. It seemed Karen was very comfortable with her current treatment, so it was better to leave her that way for a while, less work for her. Also, like Naruto and Karen, this team will be under your hand until they are ordered to return, but at least one of its members must stay with Karen at all times, said Tsunade, making Julius nod. Understood then, he said as he started to write a letter, and a bird appeared to deliver the letter to him, and flew away. I've sent the letter to Naruto and Karen. They'll be here tomorrow, Julius said. I hope it's not too much trouble, Tsunade said, to see Julius deny. Of course not after both of them have performed their mission wonderfully. I have no problem, well, apart from the fact that they fight, but that must be normal around Naruto, right? He said, to start laughing along with everyone present. After a while of laughter and Shizen's return, they started talking again. So, tomorrow Naruto will go on a mission and I'll call the girls, said Julius. Very well, but how long will your mission last? Tsunade asked curiously. At least for a day, but he'll probably want to stay for another day or two, Julius replied with a smile. Oh, and why do you think that? Tsunade asked with real curiosity. Because it would be near a beach, he replied, making Tsunade nod and smile. I definitely want to enjoy that for a few days, she said in confirmation, even though she herself would like to go to a beach to relax. Yeah, I didn't think it would be used to keep him away to see this new situation, huh? Julius sighed. That's true, but let's not worry about that for now, Tsunade said, to everyone's agreement, although Julius said, looking back at her, I want to know who this new fiancé of Naruto is. I asked curiously. Of course, no problem, wait, he said, searching for the paper. He couldn't remember this girl's name. Here she is the crown princess as the last priestess of this clan, and apparently she is a childhood friend of Naruto, she said while reading the paper. It seems that outside the village he may have had friends, but a fiancé was something that not even he himself expected. Looks like Noelle and Dorothy weren't the only ones who knew Naruto when he was young, Julius commented. Yes, now his name is. Meanwhile, elsewhere in the Land of Fire, in a village hotel, a short-haired blonde girl could be seen wearing a black dress and a rather long red scarf that she used as a scarf, as well as a long rosary around her neck. She was completely barefoot. Now she was sitting on the window ledge looking at the stars while touching a locket around her neck. Naruto, she muttered, looking at the locket and opening it. Inside she saw herself being hugged by Naruto when they were children, while the girl completely ignored him, and Naruto smiled at the camera. You may be engaged to others, but you're my fiancé and I won't leave you for anything in the world, he murmured, turning to look at the stars again. After all, I'm one of the few people who can understand your pain, he murmured as he continued to gaze at the stars. I would see him again. Chapter 10. Rack, Complications and a New Friend. Naruto, Karen, Bell and Nero were heading straight to Julius's office after having breakfast and leaving Dorothy's base. Last night was relatively calm for Naruto, but it wasn't the same for the girls. After Naruto went to take a shower, the fight between the girls had gotten out of control, leaving a mess in the dining room, and by the time they realized it, it was too late. Obviously, they all escaped, but those who wanted to bathe with Naruto couldn't achieve their goal because he had already left the shower, and both Karen and Belle had to give up on going, while Dorothy and Nero sighed in relief. But there was a problem, and that was that when Naruto returned to the dining room he saw that it was a mess. He went in search of those responsible before they blamed him. It wasn't too difficult to know who they were if Kunai and Cotton Trail with Wind weren't any indication. The only one who was spared from order was Nero, who had left no trace of disaster. He was grateful to be a bird without powers other than to feel the amount of mana a person has. After this, it was time to sleep, and this time Dorothy went directly to Naruto's room to sleep with him. Naruto didn't refuse, nor did Belle, who accepted as long as they didn't do anything perverted. Ironic that she says this, being the one who dreams perverted things with Naruto. While Nero just sighed and went back to sleep in the same makeshift bed made by Naruto. I couldn't do anything. While Karen couldn't get back together with Naruto because this time Dorothy was with Naruto and getting close to her would only get her tied up again. So he decided to give up for tonight and sleep peacefully in his room. After all, he would still have opportunities in the future, and Dorothy would not be with Naruto forever. In this way, I spent the night relatively peacefully until the next day when everyone got up early and without any problems. After breakfast, Naruto left Kirsch in charge of making sure Dorothy didn't fall asleep for as long as possible, much to the complaints of his fiancée. Although Naruto saw that Kirsch said something in his ear and all the complaints his girlfriend had gone to the trash when he finished listening, it seemed like there was something really important to Dorothy agreeing to stay awake. I had asked him, but he told me it was a problem with the order and that he had to fix it before going to sleep. This answer was more than enough for Naruto, and he didn't ask anything else. He didn't care about the pompous. It had been a while since this until Naruto remembered something and decided to call Dorothy to a secluded place, leaving Belle and Nero away from them. After they had gotten away from the group, Naruto gathered all his courage and handed her the gifts he had gotten for her in the dungeon. It was a music box and a jewelry box, as well as a communicator so she could call him when needed. For Dorothy, this was a real delight, and knowing that it was part of the dungeon's treasure was even better. It's not that she cared about expensive objects, but like any girl she liked beautiful objects, and what better gift than objects from a dungeon treasure. And to top off Dorothy's best day, along with the gifts, Naruto confessed that he liked her, and that was why he had allowed her to sleep with him. What they got was a big kiss from Dorothy that lasted a while until they heard someone's footsteps and saw Karen, Belle and Nero who were spying on them. This made both of them blush, but in the case of the others, they became jealous. Neither Karen nor Nero showed how jealous they were, but Belle was a different case. She showed it by pinching Naruto's cheeks for having kissed Dorothy behind her back. According to the fairy, she was his companion and should always be with him, so she shouldn't hide anything from him, and she even asked for a kiss similar to the one she gave Dorothy as compensation for trying to hide this scene from him. Naruto refused completely, and the pair began to walk away, not noticing how Dorothy glanced back slightly and stuck her tongue out at Karen and Belle, who got angry and promised revenge against the captain. While Nero couldn't do anything because Naruto didn't know her in this life and being an anti-bird didn't help her condition. But that still doesn't mean he can't take advantage of his anti-bird status. Who knows what advantages it could have. Finally, they had left the base to start heading to the castle, but not before dragging Karen because she wanted to fight Dorothy, who was ready to fight. He didn't understand why they wanted to fight. Thus, the ninjas, along with the spirit and the anti-bird, left the base. They weren't far from the palace, but it was already too late for them, so both ninjas decided to jump across the roofs to quickly reach the palace. Naruto grabbed Belle and placed her inside his jacket while Nero decided to fly to follow them. Along the way, Karen was nervous about who would be her guard until Naruto returned. Except for the captain she already knew, she doesn't even have any idea what the other captains look like. But Naruto calmed her down by telling her that Julius wasn't capable of sending her with guys she didn't know, well except for another captain she knew. Fugolian, he was the last person left who could watch over her. But even Naruto believed that it wasn't so urgent to leave her with someone so strong as a watchman because Karen was totally calm. Even he himself admitted it. Despite the fact that they fought, they got along quite well, so he didn't believe they would send someone so dangerous to watch her, and he wouldn't try anything to harm her situation. For God's sake, I had a small piece of the treasure to live well for a while. Who would want to ruin everything with all this? I'd be a real idiot if I did that. But forgetting this, thanks to their small conversations, time passed quickly for them, and it didn't take long for them to arrive. who passed the guards who already knew him to finally head to Julius's office. "We're finally here," said Belle, sitting on Naruto's head next to Nero, who was used as a cushion by the little fairy. She was really soft. The group had reached the door, and Naruto was opening it. "Hey old man, Mushroom-san," said Naruto, greeting Julius and still offended Marx. "My name is Marx, and who told you that nickname?" asked Marx. The only one who told him that was Yami. "Nobody, I just made it up now," Naruto replied, followed by Karen, who, "Hello old man and Mushroom." He repeated the same greeting, making both wizards sigh. "Seriously, they don't have any respect for us, right?" Julius asked, quite sadly. "No," said both ninjas, along with the spirit hiding behind Nero. "It took me so many years to earn this title only to be disrespected," Julius muttered with a cloud in his head. "We would respect you if you didn't try to harass Belle or anyone who has a new magic," Naruto said, standing in front of Julius's table next to Karen, who stood next to him with a hand on her hip. "They are right," Marx agreed, causing the cloud of sadness to grow over Julius, who became even more discouraged. This made both ninjas laugh, along with the spirit, who spent a while laughing at the poor magic fanatic until they stopped and controlled themselves. "So, why did you call me old? From what I understand, you have a mission for me, right?" Naruto asked, making Julius return to his normal state. The jokes were over. "It's true," said Julius, taking a sheet of paper he had on the table and passing it to Naruto, who grabbed it and started reading it. After a while, "A monster that is in the sea causing problems?" Naruto asked curiously. "Yes, it appeared a few days ago and has been causing problems in that area. It wouldn't be so important if it weren't for the fact that it's on a beach in the Noble region," Julius replied, to see Naruto grimace. "Nobles? Then why don't they solve it? Besides, couldn't someone else do it? I don't see it being so difficult to do if a good group is formed," said Naruto, not wanting to go to that area, mainly because of the nobles. "I can understand why you don't want to go, but someone has to take charge, and who better than you to solve it?" Julius said, knowing full well why he didn't want to go to this place. "But you know I don't get along with nobles, so why did you send me?" Naruto asked with genuine curiosity. "That's because it's the perfect mission for you to learn how things are done in the kingdom," he replied, causing both ninjas to bow their heads. "Wasn't the dungeon mission enough?" Karen asked, supporting Naruto. The mission was very simple, even for her. "The dungeon mission was an emergency one, and it was just luck that you guys were here. Besides, the mission was much more complicated than I originally thought, so this mission would be a showcase of what kind of missions you can be sent on," Julius replied. "In other words, rookie mission, right?" Naruto asked, getting a nod from Julius. "You could say yes, but this is more for you who could stay for much longer. I'll explain," Julius said, preparing to explain. "Magic doesn't exist on your continent, so the monsters you see on your continent may be totally different from what you see here. That's why I'm giving you this mission." He pointed at the paper Naruto was holding. "I know perfectly well, thanks to Lady Tsunade, that you don't like such simple missions, so defeating a monster on a beach could be a good start, in addition to taking advantage of seeing other places," he finished explaining. Naruto looked at the paper again and sighed. "Well, you're right, the things I've seen here are very different from what I normally see on my continent, right, Karen?" he asked, and received confirmation from the redhead. "It's true, I've never seen a place where my visibility was at absolute zero. That was definitely a real surprise," Karen commented, recalling how she went blind in the dungeon without being able to detect anything. Naruto nodded and then looked at Julius. "Okay, I understand your point, but still, why are you sending me to eliminate a monster that is in the Pampas area?" Naruto asked without wanting to go to this place. "It's very simple, because that area is not a normal place," Julius replied with a smile. "Normal place?" Naruto asked, seeing the smile Julius gave. "Exactly, that place is one of the great magic zones, which are areas that contain large amounts of mana and are generally very dense. They are the most similar to dungeons," he answered, making Naruto open his mouth. "It's a joke?" he asked, very surprised. "No, usually in these areas a dungeon always appears, but in this case I send you for a monster that grew up in this kind of area. So having grown up in such a hostile environment makes these monsters more powerful than normal ones, you understand?" said Julius, and saw a smile on Naruto's face. "When do I leave?" Naruto asked excitedly. At least it wasn't to chase a stupid cat. "If you want, today," Julius replied, quite happy that it had worked, leaving aside the part of the meeting he would have with the girls. This would be a good experience for Naruto. In this way, I would know much more about the kingdom. "Very well, but," Naruto said, but looked at Karen. "What's wrong with her?" Naruto said. Yes, what's wrong with me? Karen asked, supporting her words. In your case, I decided that you should stay because you are a kind of prisoner. I know that you would not escape, but it was better that you stayed because I know your abilities and you would not be able to do much in this kind of mission. Julius answered. Ah, well, I understand your point, said Karen, quite satisfied with the answer. But there was another question. So, if I don't go with Naruto and he's my guard, who will watch me? Karen asked curiously and fearful of the answer. Ninjas. Julius replied, only for Karen to squeal and Naruto to open his eyes. Grandma actually did it. Please don't tell me it's the same creepy guy who brought me here, Karen asked, hoping Ibiki wasn't her caretaker. Don't worry, they've sent a team of 4 and I think you'd like to see who they are, Naruto, he said, signaling them to enter. They both watched as Julius raised his hand and turned around only to see 3 children. One was a boy with messy brown hair, wearing a long blue scarf, a long-sleeved green jacket with a darker stripe down the center dividing the garment, and brown pants. The next boy was also brown-haired, wearing round glasses with a black jacket and light gray pants, and he also had bandages on his legs. The third was a girl with orange hair that is tied back in 2 high pigtails with red blush on her cheeks. She wears a yellow skirt with a dark pink short-sleeved shirt, a purple vest and high brown boots. Finally, the fourth member was a man with long brown hair tied in a spiky ponytail, with a scar on his nose, and wearing Konoha's military uniform. They all had a ninja headband on their forehead representing Konoha. These were Konohamaru Sarutobi, Udan, Moegi and Iruka Yumino, respectively, who were smiling at seeing a quite surprised Naruto. Iruka-sensei, what are you guys doing here? Naruto asked, seeing the Konohamaru team and his teacher in this place. Hello Naruto Naiken, said Moegi, Udan and Konohamaru running to hug him. How have you been, Naruto? Iruka greeted with a smile. Fine, but I'm surprised they sent them, especially your Iruka-sensei. What happened to the closet pervert? Naruto asked, referring to Ebisu. He's on a mission outside the village with others and I've been left in charge of this team until he returns. Iruka replied. I see then, Naruto said, separating himself from the children and looking at Karen, who sighed in relief. You'll be in charge of watching her until I get back? Naruto asked, indicating the relieved redhead as they nodded. Grandma Tsunade explained why we should keep an eye on her. It seems she received a call from that old man, said Konohamaru, indicating Julius, who fell into depression. Konohamaru, more respect, Iruka scolded. This kid was just like Naruto. Excuse me, Iruka said, bowing slightly to Julius, who just nodded. So, what kind of mission will they send you on? Moegi asked curiously. Extermination of a monster or something like that in the Pampas area, Naruto replied, not caring much what he called the nobles. Can we go with you? The 3 asked, only to see Naruto laugh and Iruka sigh. Guys, remember that our mission is to watch over Karen-san, not exterminate monsters. Iruka scolded, being booed by the 3. Boring, we know they only sent us as a protocol. We already know he won't try to escape, right? Konohamaru asked the red-haired girl. Of course not, I'm not crazy enough to ruin my situation in this place, Karen replied with a strong nod. See, then we could go, Naruto Naiken, said Konohamaru, being supported by his companions, and that's true, they could join us, said another voice, causing the children to look to their side, next to their teacher, and see a little person. How cute, Moegi said, grabbing her and hugging her. Let me go, Belle begged, being taken by surprise. Who are you? Udan asked, curious about the little person who was released from Moegi's hug. I am the spirit of the wind, Sylph, they call me Belle, replied the fairy, puffing out her non-existent chest with pride. Nice to meet you, said the 4 ninjas. Hee Belle, come, said Naruto, making the fairy obey and go to his shoulder. Can I get one? Moegi asked, because she was so cute and lovely. But, it seems not, they choose people with special magic or something like that, right? I asked, looking at Belle, who nodded. Yes, I chose Naruto to be my partner for life, she replied happily, flying to Naruto's head. Oh, lucky you, you're so pretty, Moegi said, a little jealous of this. And we can get this magic? Udan asked with real curiosity. Unfortunately not, grimoires are chosen from the age of 15 onwards. And we also know that some ninjas may or may not use them. We really don't know if that's actually true, Julius replied, discouraging the children. Oh yeah, how boring. But at the same time it's amazing that you have a spirit as a companion, even though we don't know what spirits are for, Naruto Naiken, said Konohamaru, making Belle fall off his head. How do you not know? Belle asked, flying in front of everyone. We're sorry, but nothing is known about spirits on our continent. Iruka replied, seeing the fairy sigh. Well, it was normal after all. Bell muttered, returning to Naruto's head. If they didn't even know about magic, it was obvious that they wouldn't know about spirits. Okay, calm down, Naruto said, trying to cheer her up. Then give me a kiss, Bell said, trying to take advantage of the situation. I won't buy you anything, Naruto said, making Bell shut his mouth. Ha ha ha. Everyone laughed when they saw the fairy's action. After a while of calming down, they returned to normal. Hey Naruto Naiken, Moegi asked, looking at the other creature that was on her head. What is that bird? I asked curiously, pointing to Nero, who flew to Moegi's head. His name is Nero, he accompanies me sometimes and he's asked as pet. Naruto replied, only to be pecked by Nero, who quickly moved away when he saw Naruto's hand heading towards her. Besides, you could say he's a future baked bird if he doesn't stop pecking me, Naruto threatened while rubbing his forehead and seeing Nero, who completely ignored him while sitting back on Moegi's head, who smiled. He seems to understand human language, right? Iruka said to see Nero lift his wing. They're called anti-birds, and I must admit this is the first time I've seen one that can understand human language, Julius commented, as Marx nodded. I see, said Iruka, looking at the bird and then at Naruto, who looked away. As you can imagine, the bird wasn't normal. Well, for now, don't worry. So, since introductions are over, Karen said, getting everyone's attention, what will they do to me? I asked with real curiosity. That's true, until Naruto returns we will watch you at the Black Bull's base, if I'm not mistaken, Iruka replied, looking at Julius, who nodded at his unasked question. Exactly, and according to Lady Tsunade I'm allowed to ask for her help when necessary, he said to see Iruka, who nodded in confirmation. Very well then, before we leave, I'll accompany you to the base, Naruto said, already decided on what he was going to do. From what I understand, your fiancé is at that base, right? Iruka asked, causing Naruto to turn his face away. Who the buck said that? He asked, trying not to blush more than he already was. Lady Tsunade and Julius-san, Iruka answered, making Naruto look at Julius, who started looking at papers on his desk next to Marx. Ha, Naruto sighed. It was better not to get angry. He would have time for revenge. That's true, we heard that you are engaged to 2 girls, said Konohamaru, getting the attention of the person involved. When they come back, tell Ino and Anko that I'll kill them when I get back, Naruto said, watching Udon write down the message in a notebook. Roger, Udon replied, putting it away. It was necessary, Naruto asked. It's not a bad thing to write things down, Udon replied. Well then, Naruto said, looking at everyone with a smile. I'm going to introduce you to the most lunatic people in that place, he said, making the children smile and Iruka end up sighing. I hoped it wouldn't be that bad. Minutes later, I wonder if this really is an order of knights, Iruka muttered, dodging the door that flew out. Who the buck did it? Konohamaru shouted, quite angry. Get used to it, Karen and Naruto said at the same time, the former already knowing what they were like after a day. Hey! Naruto called from the entrance, getting everyone's attention. Brat, you're back, said Yami, being the first to notice, to be followed by everyone else and see the newcomers. How is Asta? Naruto asked, approaching the others. He's still sleeping, but he's fine, Vanessa answered, looking curiously at the group that came with Naruto, who nodded at her answer. I'm curious, who are they? Yami asked, looking at the children and the unknown man. They had plates similar to Naruto's. They won't be, he thought, knowing the answer. They are my village companions, Iruka-sensei, Konohamaru, Moegi and Udon, Naruto introduced to everyone. Are they ninjas? Everyone asked, coming out of the base to see them, except for the man. The rest are. Kids, are they really ninjas? Magna asked, touching Konohamaru's hair, who started to get angry. What? Does it bother you? Konohamaru asked, a little offended. They're just kids, I don't think they can do. And he couldn't finish because of a kick that sent him to the sky, given by Konohamaru. And he had to talk, Naruto muttered, watching Konohamaru leap into the sky and do a somersault, ready to throw an axe kick. Bucking brat! Magna shouted, pulling a fire bat from her grimoire ready to defend herself from her attacker. Should I stop them? Naruto asked Yami and Iruka, who were looking up. Please, they both said, making Naruto sigh, disappearing from the place and seeing him in the sky. Hey, Naruto called, making both of them open their eyes when they saw the kick that was heading towards them. And they didn't even have time to scream after Konohamaru received the axe kick from Naruto in the back and consequently collided with Magna, who couldn't do anything, and they were sent to be buried in the ground. Those on the ground took a step back to see the bodies fall and end in a large cloud of dust that did not last long to see Konohamaru on top of Magna completely unconscious and Naruto land next to her. Naruto, that wasn't the way I wanted you to stop them, Iruka said with a nervous smile. Naruto said, realizing what he did, and started scratching his head. Idiots, they all said when they saw how the buried people were, and the idiot who kicked them to stop them. So, Yami said, forgetting this and looking at the guests. It's not that it bothers me, but I don't think it's a normal visit, right? He asked Iruka, who nodded. I'll explain. He replied to begin explaining the situation. After a few minutes of Iruka explaining what was happening and after both Magna and Konohamaru recovered, they entered the base to continue the explanation. I understand, then there are no problems, said Yami, understanding the situation while eating. Thank you, Iruka said on behalf of his team. No problem. Besides, we can't leave my subordinate's fiancé's master anywhere, she said, making Naruto and Noel choke and look at each other to end up blushing. They had both sat together, but they didn't expect Yami to make fun of them. Judging by your reaction, I'm guessing you're Naruto's fiancé, right? Iruka asked with a smile. Yes, I'm his fiancé, Noel replied, a little embarrassed. Wow, Naruto Naiken, she's very pretty, said Konohamaru, making the couple blush even more. What's wrong? Konohamaru asked, seeing them very red. You don't understand, idiot, Moegi asked, seeing her partner deny and end up sighing. Then it's a pleasure to meet you, Noel-san, said Iruka, looking at the girl who stood up and looked at him. Mine too, he said shyly. He had heard of him and how he was one of Naruto's teachers that he respected the most. She felt very nervous in front of him. Hey princess, you're not acting like you normally do, what's wrong? Magna asked, only to receive a water sphere from the aforementioned. Shut up, bug, Noel said humorlessly, and he returned to normal. Naruto stated, only to earn a punch from Noel. What's wrong, silly? I asked, watching Noel look away. Iruka laughed nervously. The girl was a little violent, but I hope you take good care of it, he said, making Noel look at him and blush just like Naruto. Thank you, Noel murmured, shifting her gaze to the ground. Her feet were very interesting. Naruto Naiken, what's wrong, oh? Asked Konohamaru, and this time he received a blow from Moegi. What an idiot, she said, quite embarrassed by her teammate who didn't understand the situation. Everyone laughed at the boy who started fighting with the girl who completely ignored him. They are quite cheerful brats, said Yami, smiling at the children. Even though they are ninjas, they are still children. Yes, and sometimes very happy, Iruka said, looking at everyone. So, Yami said, looking at Naruto, what kind of mission did that madman send you on? I asked, referring to Julius. I was sent to exterminate a monster that appeared on a beach in a place called Rack or something like that, Naruto answered, making everyone look at him. Rack? They all asked, scaring Naruto. Why are you asking? He asked, quite surprised by the screams of all the wizards. Well, it's a very famous vacation area, Finro replied, explaining the place. It's an area where most nobles go to rest, in addition to being a place with good weather and a good place to train for water users, Vanessa said while sipping her liquor. Training, Naruto muttered, thinking about what he was going to do. You're not thinking about? Yami asked, looking at Naruto, and then heard Iruka sigh. Just don't tire yourself out, okay? Iruka said, knowing what Naruto was going to do. Don't worry, I'll finish off the monster and then I'll train a little. It won't take me more than 3 days, said Naruto, looking at Iruka. As always, he knew what he was going to do, but he remembered something. Hey Noel, Naruto called to his fiancée. What's up? Noel asked curiously. I think I found a way to control our magic a little, Naruto said, getting her attention. How? I asked and hear a moan from Karen. Don't tell me you're going to bring it, he asked with a bit of fear in his voice. Of course, I can't understand much about the training of a magician, but Pa can, Naruto said, nodding at his word. Naruto Naiken, said Konohamaru, getting his attention. You didn't train us, he asked, indicating his group. That's chakra, what we need is for magic, Naruto replied. These words caught the attention of most of the knights. Hey Naruto-kun, Charmy called, hoping she heard correctly. What's wrong? Naruto asked. You said you trained them, right? Charmy asked. Oh, you don't know, right? Moegi asked, drawing everyone's attention. What thing? Asked Finral. We are the disciples of Naruto Naiken, but especially Konohamaru-kun, who is one of the 3 users still alive who can use the Rasengan, a technique invented by the 4th Hokage, said Moegi, making everyone look at the boy with the scarf who was smiling nervously. This brat, Yami muttered, very surprised. And not only that, Naruto said, touching Konohamaru's head. I heard that during Pain's invasion, he defeated one of the attackers. You could say he went head-to-head against the village's main attacker and defeated him, said Naruto, making everyone open their eyes, including Karen. Wait, Karen asked, standing up a little scared. Pain was a guy who was at Kage level, and you're saying that he defeated one of them? He pointed to Konohamaru, who smiled proudly. Yeah, don't you think it's amazing? Naruto asked, making Konohamaru blush slightly. I didn't do much. They almost killed me, and I think I was lucky to be able to defeat one of them, he replied with a small nervous laugh. Don't say that. You saved my life and Ebisu-san's. You shouldn't say that kind of things, and you should be proud of that, Iruka said with a smile. He. Konohamaru just laughed nervously while scratching his head. While the others present looked at the boy in surprise, a boy younger than many of those present could defeat someone who could be at captain level, or even if he hadn't been captain level, someone close to vice captain. He was really young and had even mastered a technique that they heard only 3 users of alive. This kid could become a monster in the future, just like Naruto, Yami thought seriously. You don't always find this kind of potential. It was really weird. Amazing, Bell said loudly, going to his head. There aren't many ninjas I've met who can fight like that against someone of that level at such a young age, Bell confessed, quite surprised by this. But I still have a long way to go. Naruto Niken is now very well known throughout the continent, he said, looking at the aforementioned, who laughed nervously. I've even heard from Tazuna-san and Inari that they named a bridge they built after Naruto in his honor at the age of 12, and now that bridge is very well known, and because of this, the village where the bridge is located has become a big tourist spot due to its fame, revealed Konohamaru, making everyone look at Naruto. Even a bridge? Gosh muttered, what kind of monster must the enemy have been for his name to reach that point of fame? Naruto laughed nervously. He had forgotten that part. While Noelle felt really nervous, Naruto's fame was so great that she was already beginning to doubt whether being his fiancé was enough. Hey, Naruto said, looking at Noelle with the same face she made when she was sad or frustrated. Don't make that face, silly, said Naruto, hitting her lightly on the head, making her react. You're just starting out. Do you think I got strong quickly? I asked, trying to calm her down. That's true, Noelle-ne-chan, said Konohamaru, getting her attention, even more because of the suffix he gave her. Ne-chan, Noelle asked a little nervously. She had never been called that before. Well, yes, you are not Naruto Niken's fiancé, Udan asked, tilting his head. Yes, but it's something well, Noelle said quite nervously. She had never been called Ne-chan. Strange, Naruto asked and saw her nod. Well, you'll have to get used to it, Naruto said without much to say. It was obvious why she was nervous. She was the younger sister of bastards who completely humiliated her. Being called Ne-chan only makes her nervous because she was never seen as someone to look up to or respect. Okay, forget about that, Naruto said, returning to Noelle's true nervousness. You shouldn't worry about not being strong so soon. I started working at the age of 12 while you only started this year. There's still a long way to go to reach that kind of level, so it's better to get there in time, said Naruto, calming her down. Noelle didn't say anything, but she felt calmer. Why do I keep thinking about such nonsense? She thought, feeling like a fool, because she worried. After all, he accepted her just the way she was. Thank you, Noelle murmured, quite blushing as she looked away from Naruto, who blushed completely. This act made many smile with faces that seemed to want to upset them, but it was better not to. They would have more opportunities in the future. Although, I didn't think you could give advice, Naruto, Iruka said in a mocking tone. What does Iruka-sensei mean? Naruto asked, leaving his blush to look at Iruka, quite offended by what he said. Well, so far you've only shown that you are a very annoying brat, Yami said without mercy in his voice. Besides being an idiot, Gojo said, making a wooden statue of his sister. Explosive, Karen added, although she had to admit that she was also one herself. And one of the worst examples to follow, Naruto Niken, Moegi said, getting everyone's attention. Because you say it's the worst example of all? Vanessa asked, making Naruto nervous, who began to pray that they wouldn't say it. Oh, that's because he's the creator of the Nin, Konohamaru said, but couldn't finish because Naruto and Iruka covered the 3 children's mouths. Guys, what were you going to say? Naruto asked without any humor in his voice. That's not said here, said Iruka, trying to stop them. They shouldn't know that Naruto was the creator of the perverted ninjutsus. What's wrong? Yami asked, drawing the attention of the older ninjas, who began to laugh nervously. Nothing, they both said, just to look at the 3 children. Guys, Naruto said, looking at them seriously. Don't talk unless you want me to send your heads to Grandma Tsunade, He threatened, making the three children sweat, and they nodded quickly. Good ha, Irika sighed in relief, letting go of the children who felt relieved. But, I didn't think talking about perverted ninjutsu was forbidden, said Konohamaru, freezing the room at the words spoken by the young ninja. Naruto started to sweat and look at Konohamaru, who opened his eyes and looked at him robotically. While Noelle froze at what he said, she reacted and started looking at Naruto. Could you repeat that again? Noelle asked, looking at Konohamaru, who started to sweat. You're dead, Naruto declared. He has revealed his secret arsenal. Hearing these words, Konohamaru immediately escaped from his impending beating, only to be chased by Naruto. Naruto! Only for Naruto to be chased by Noelle, causing a chase to begin inside the base, while everyone else watched the three boys run after each other. Because you two can't keep quiet, Irika muttered, covering his face at the nonsense his former students were doing. So, Yami said, drawing the attention of the remaining ninjas who looked at him. Can you explain to us what those perverted ninjutsus are? He asked, causing all the ninjas present to look at each other and sigh. They hoped Naruto would grab Konohamaru before they did, because if he didn't, they were going to take charge of killing Konohamaru themselves. Minutes later, now a totally bruised Naruto and Konohamaru were seen, sitting and being scolded by Noelle, who was sitting looking at the two idiots. After they escaped, Irika began to explain what kind of ninjutsus they were, to his utter embarrassment. Everyone was left with their mouths open by what he said, and even more so when they learned that Naruto was their creator. According to Irika, they were techniques that Naruto created when he was a child to annoy the adults of the village, and then passed them on to the children when they were younger. Obviously, either Moegi nor Udan performed this kind of technique anymore, but that did not apply to Naruto or Konohamaru, who perfected the perverted ninjutsu. It was a great embarrassment for Irika, who felt even more ashamed seeing the wizards laughing at what he said. Minutes later, they saw Naruto and Konohamaru being dragged by Noelle, who was not at all happy. Also, coming with a red face, they learned that Naruto had been chasing Konohamaru for a while until he caught him and gave him a couple of hits, only for Noelle to arrive and complete her beating for both of them. After they rested, Noelle demanded to be shown that perverted ninjutsu that had caused this trouble. The boys looked at each other and tried to refuse, but a few blows later, they changed their minds and did it. They regretted doing so, because after showing it to her, Noelle was completely red with embarrassment and anger. But the question was which of the two emotions was greater. They finished, screams were heard throughout the base. I finally dragged them all the way through the base to the mess hall and sit down to watch the two idiots sit firmly on the floor and start listening to Noelle's scolding. Everyone remained silent as they tried not to laugh at what happened to the two ninjas who were being scolded by a girl. Yami didn't even hold back his laughter. This was gold for a show. After spending another while listening to Noelle's screams, it seemed like it was finally over. You two heard me. If you do it again, I'll hit you even harder, and this time I won't let either of you escape, Noelle said with her arms crossed under her breasts. Yes, Noelle-sama/Nei-chan, Naruto and Konohamaru said respectively while they had their heads down. Ha ha ha, they tamed you, boy, said Yami, laughing at both ninjas. Naruto was going to say something, but he stayed quiet in front of Noelle, who sent him a look to shut him up. He had to accept it. Inventing the perverted ninjutsu and perfecting it had been his worst mistake in his life. Well, just for this moment, because it actually works very well on men, especially older men, but it wasn't very unpopular with women. The reason was very obvious. Are you done, Noelle-nei-chan? Konohamaru asked timidly, admitting it was scary. Even Belle remained silent before her. She wanted to claim and defend Naruto, but the look he sent her made her hide behind Moegi. Hiya, I still wonder how I'll be able to teach you if you even invented this kind of techniques, so ha, Noelle said, quite blushing, embarrassed and tired. Naruto didn't say anything, but, hey Naruto Naiken, Konohamaru whispered next to him. What's up? I answered in the same tone. What should they teach you? Konohamaru asked, curious about what she said. Manners, he whispered, and Konohamaru grimaced. I'll support you in escaping, I whispered. But, what are you talking about? Noelle asked, scaring both ninjas. Nothing, they both shouted, making everyone present laugh. I think that's enough, Noelle, Vanessa said, approaching her and making her sigh and then see both ninjas cry with joy. Thank you, Vanessa-nei-chan, both ninjas shouted for her compassion. Vanessa just smiled, they were funny. While Noelle just covered her face, Naruto was one thing, but having another person who idolized him to the point of copying those shameful techniques was something else, because it wasn't a little more normal. And while thinking about this, Yami sighed on his cigarette and looked at Naruto. So brat, Yami said, getting Naruto's attention. When are you leaving? she asked, making Naruto stand up, forgetting what had happened. Well, I'm planning on summoning Pa to teach Noel some magic control, Naruto replied. Summon? All the mages asked curiously. Yo, wait, Naruto said, biting his thumb to do the summoning jutsu. After finishing the preparations, Naruto hit the ground and in a trail of smoke appeared the one he wanted to summon. Oh boy, I didn't think you'd summon me so soon, Fukasaku said, jumping onto his shoulder. Yes, well, there's a favor I want to ask you, but first, he said, indicating the group who were surprised by the talking toad. A talking toad? Finral said, very surprised. Oh, now that I remember, Naruto summoned or something like that a pretty big toad in the dungeon to fight for a moment, said Luck, remembering that moment. Really? The others asked, seeing Luck and Noel nod. Fukasaku-sama, said the other ninjas kneeling before his presence. Other Tsunade ninjas? Tokusaku asked, looking at the group. Yes, Fukasaku-sama, my name is Irika and we were sent to watch over Karen in place of Naruto for the duration of his mission. Irika answered to the old toad's nod. The wizards were surprised at the great respect they had for a toad until Karen sighed and began to explain. You must be careful with these kinds of summons, he said, drawing the attention of the wizards. What do you mean? Vanessa asked, looking at the toad. Little girl, Fukasaku said, drawing the magician's attention again. Summons are special. We are creatures that can fight or help our companions in different situations, from sharing our abilities to battles, he said, making Naruto continue. Also, in exchange for asking for their help, we exchange something, like the snakes, he said, recalling the condition of some of them. What condition? Yami asked, not having a good feeling about what he was going to say. Not all of them, but the snakes ask for human lives in exchange for their help, Karen answered on behalf of all the ninjas. This alerted everyone. Don't worry about me. In my case, I only ask for respect, but in the case of other toads, they ask for sake or food, said Fukasaku, calming everyone. We didn't know creatures like you existed, Yami said, calming down. It's a real surprise, and I'm surprised they're not as rude as the ones I met yesterday, Fukasaku replied, causing everyone to look at Naruto for an answer. I summoned him yesterday at Dorothy's base, he replied, seeing the look he got. They all said when they understood what he meant. They were noble. Who else could be those who have no respect for others? So since we're done with the explanations, Tokusaku said, looking at Naruto. Why did you summon me? He asked, curious about this. He thought I wasn't going to summon him so soon. Oh, about that. He indicated to his fiancée, who opened her eyes. This is Noelle, and let's just say she has the same problem as me, Naruto said, making the toad nod. And you summoned me to teach him the basics, right? He asked, and saw a nod from his disciple. Yes, I have to go on a mission and I won't be able to teach him, so I decided to summon you. It's a problem, Naruto asked, waiting for her answer. Fukasaku looked at the young woman and saw the necklace. She has to be Naruto's other fiancée. She has the first Hokage's necklace I see, he thought, looking at both of them lightly. Naruto would never give that necklace to anyone just because she was his fiancée. He must love her a lot to give it to her, he thought as he made up his mind. No problem, kid, I'll take care of teaching you, but, he said, turning to look at Noelle, I don't think I can teach you everything today, so I have to ask you something, boy, Fukasaku said. What thing? Naruto asked curiously. First of all, a scroll and ink, he said with a smile, making Naruto smile at him. Rack. Now Naruto was in Rack, the vacation spot in the noble area with Bell. After summoning Fukasaku, he asked for a scroll that would serve as a connection so that any ninja could summon him without problems whenever he was away. The person in charge of summoning him was Irika, who accepted for Noelle's sake after learning what was happening to her. Apparently he had the same problem as Naruto when he was a child. He had no control over his power due to his high energy levels. Furthermore, they learned about her relationship with her family, which was not pretty at all, and because of her problem, she was humiliated by the nobles. Konohamaru had gotten angry, but was calmed down by Noelle, who seemed to feel quite sad about this. The ninjas realized that she had a serious lack of confidence in her abilities and herself, because they saw something more than just a failure. Naruto had been considered a failure, but now he is one of the greatest heroes to appear in several years. So Fukasaku decided to polish it up a bit. What surprise could a girl like her bring? Until now, she hasn't given up on being a magic knight, so her chances of controlling at least a little of her power are very high, and that she will become one of the best, unlimited. Naruto had proven that, so she has the same opportunities. Furthermore, they learn that there is someone very similar to Rock Lee in this base, a boy who cannot use magic, but instead uses anti-magic swords. It was certainly quite curious, and even among magicians it was the first case that existed. But unfortunately they couldn't see him because he was still sleeping due to a great battle that left him totally exhausted and almost dying. Well, you could see it later if you stay longer. They had a good time getting to know each other, and even Luck, who asked to fight against the ninjas. But especially the Toad, who rejected him to his sadness. But he did not give up and went in search of the others. The children told him no, although Konohamaru was interested, but he was stopped by Iruka telling him not to do it for today, much to the sadness and frustration of both, although they promised to have a little fight for Luck's joy. Everything continued in this way until finally Naruto asked Finral if he could open a portal for this city, causing him to open it without problems. He had thought of accompanying him, but was stopped by Yami, who told him that he would not allow his means of transport to go anywhere. Finral was sad. He wanted to see pretty girls in bikinis, and this earned him Konohamaru's ridicule. While Karen asked if she could go shopping with him in the city, she needed new clothes. At first, Iruka was reluctant to let her go, but Naruto convinced him that she wouldn't try to run away, not after having a good situation in this place, and he also recommended that she be accompanied by Moegi and Udan. But before Iruka could say anything, Vanessa spoke up saying that she would accompany them to the capital, and seeing that there weren't so many problems, Iruka accepted on the condition that Moegi would accompany them, who had no problems since she wanted to see the city. But there was a problem. Only Karen and Vanessa had money and Moegi wanted to buy something, so Naruto decided to give a good amount of money to the little kunoichi, who was happy and decided to go shopping. Somehow this had turned into a girls-only shopping trip, but Naruto decided to do nothing. It was the best thing for his sanity. Finally, Naruto had asked Nero if she wanted to accompany him, but she refused and went with Moegi. Apparently she liked her, so she asked her to take care of her in case she got lost. The bird just lifted its wing, and in this way it flew off on the head of the young kunoichi shopping with the other girls. In this way, Naruto left the base, leaving Fukasaku in charge of training Noel, who had no problems with the toad. After all, he was Naruto's teacher. "Hiya, how hot?" said Naruto, taking off his jacket and tying it around his waist. "Yeah, I hope I can swim at the beach," Bell said on Naruto's shoulder. "We could do it, but after completing the mission," Naruto replied, starting to walk. The place was quite nice and had certainly been built for nobles. These guys' homes were simply luxurious. "Now that I think about it," Naruto muttered, looking around. "What's wrong, Naruto-kun?" Bell asked, having heard his murmur. "Well, I was thinking that we couldn't always stay at the bases as guests. Not that I mind being at Yami and Dorothy's base, but well," Naruto said, not knowing how to say it. "Are you not comfortable being a close friend?" Bell asked, understanding what he meant. "Yeah, that's exactly it, and that's why I was thinking about buying a house," Naruto said, looking around. "Great, and then we could spend time alone together," Bell said happily, imagining the peaceful life they would have. Forget about that," Naruto said, ignoring Bell, who pouted. "I might buy a house when I get back," he said, thinking about that possibility. "That might be possible. You have a lot of money from the dungeon treasury," Bell said, supporting the idea. "Although I don't know what kind of house I would like. I've always lived in a small apartment," Naruto said, thinking about his home before it was destroyed by pain. "Little one?" Bell asked, curious about what he was saying. "Yes, my apartment was a little bigger than the Black Bull's rooms. It has never been that big. Well, that was before Pain's invasion, who ended up destroying the entire village," Naruto answered. "But how can it be that you live in such a small place? Did you have your bed, kitchen, dining room, everything in such a small space?" he asked, not believing how he lived. He thought he would have more luxuries because of how famous his family was. "Well, you know the guardian thing," Naruto said, not wanting to answer. "Oh, I understand," Bell said sadly for what he said. He has always known that the guardians had never been treated well. "Don't worry, that's in the past," Naruto said. "But, sure?" the Kyuubi asked in his mind, but he simply ignored it. That fox would always try to make him angry. "Well, forgetting about that," Bell said, changing the subject. It wasn't a good topic of conversation. "I say, now that you have money, take advantage of it and buy a big house. After all, and even if I don't like it, you won't be living alone anymore," she said, reminding him of his current situation. "That's true, now I have Noel, Dorothy and you," Naruto said, watching her smile. "Of course, and that's why we'll choose a big house. What do you think?" said Bell, flying in front of him. "It could be, after all," Naruto said, smiling next to Bell. "We have money, ha ha ha." They laughed together as Bell returned to his shoulder. They spent a good time walking along the beach admiring the view, and Naruto had to admit that for someone who was pompous they had good taste in appearance, although he wished they had good taste in clothes as well. Most of the noble clothes were really ugly, and the only exceptions were Fugolian's clothes, Noelle, who admitted that they looked really pretty, although she would never tell him so as not to increase his foolish pride. Finral and Klaus. They were the only ones who had a good style for their clothes. Even Dorothy's clothes didn't suit her. And that's why when I went to the capital to eat or visit, I would buy clothes made by people from the lower class neighborhood. They had good taste. Asta, Yami and Vanessa were good examples of this. In addition to this, while they walked, they talked about different topics such as what food they liked, jokes and such nonsense. They should take advantage of getting to know each other. Everything was going well, but they were getting so bored of looking for the monster that they stopped at the edge and sat down to watch the sea. Seriously, where is that stupid monster? Naruto shouted, quite tired of searching. It's true, and this heat is very intense. Bell supported, trying to cool himself with his own wind. That old man must have tricked us. Naruto asked, thinking about that possibility. I don't think so. In this area I feel a lot of magic, so the appearance of a sea monster is very big, said Bell, looking around. Hiya, so what do we do? Naruto asked, looking at the sky. They didn't know what to do. Bus. Bell was about to speak, but stopped when he felt something. Naru-kun! He exclaimed loudly, attracting her attention. Over there. Bell pointed to some large rocks near the edge where the beach ended. Did you find it? Naruto asked, jumping into the sand. Yes, I think he could be the one we were looking for, Bell replied cheerfully. They finally found him. Okay, let's take care of the monster, Naruto said excitedly at having found his mission as he ran to the direction Bell had indicated. They passed many tourists who were on the beach to get to the water's edge, but this didn't stop Naruto, who started walking on water to Bell's surprise, although he then remembered that it was a ninja skill and just continued guiding him to an empty spot inside the ocean. Here, Naruto asked, looking around. Yes, I feel a great concentration of magical power moving, Bell answered, flying to her side as she looked around. They waited for a while until Naruto felt something strange in the water and realized. Here it comes! Naruto shouted, taking Bell in his hands and jumping to the side so the water would rise and the monster would appear. It was something like a large, giant lizard with a long, white neck that had 4 fins and was looking closely at Naruto. Looks like he wants me to be his dinner, Naruto said, looking at the aquatic lizard that was looking at him intently with a bit of ferocity in its eyes. I almost became his food, Bell said, quite angry at what she was about to do, but they couldn't continue because he stretched his neck and returned to the attack, causing Naruto and Bell to dodge him. Okay, let's finish off the sea lizard, Naruto said, throwing several kunai at them, but they were repelled by their skin. He's very tough, he thought as he dodged again. Besides being big, he was fast. Very well, Naruto muttered, taking out his wand and summoning a sphere of water that was thrown at the monster, who raised its fin and hit the water, creating a wall of water that defended it from the attack. This lizard thinks! Naruto shouted in surprise at this. But he didn't have time to think because he jumped and dodged its tail. The lizard had a big tail. Naruto was thinking about what he should do. He didn't want to use his ice, but he couldn't do much. Shadow clones, he said as he created 5 clones, and they placed themselves on the sides and behind the monster, thus surrounding it. Well, how about I send you 5 water spheres? Said Naruto, pointing his wand forward, being copied by his clones and sending the water sphere. But this time it was much larger than a normal one. But upon seeing the attack, the lizard returned to the water, dodging its attack, causing the attack to pass by, reaching the clones who received it fully, and consequently, they disappeared. Fine, I'm being humiliated by a big lizard, said Naruto, jumping to dodge the attack launched by the clone who couldn't achieve it and disappeared. Bell! Naruto shouted, thinking of an idea. Let's try something, shall we? I asked loudly, making the fairy smile. Of course, tell me and we'll do it, I answered, very happy because Naruto would try to use his power. Lift me up! Naruto shouted, causing Bell to gather wind beneath his feet and make him float. Great, Naruto muttered, feeling himself rise. Someday he could achieve it without Bell's power. Well, he would think about that later. For now, let's get that overfed lizard out, he shouted as 2 of the 3 grimoires popped out of his pockets. Bell! Naruto shouted as he watched the fairy stand beside him and looked down. I'm ready! Bell replied, feeling a new spell being created, one different from her element, and at the same time combining it. Naruto-kun, this is the first time I'll try something like this, said Bell, seeing his idea. There's always a first time, Bell-chan. Naruto replied loudly as a large amount of water gathered around his wand while the new spell was written in both grimoires. Then Bell stood on top of his wand with a great amount of wind in his hands. Let's wait for it to come out, Naruto said as Bell nodded ready to perform the new spell. They waited a while until they saw the water rise again. Now, Bell-chan! Naruto shouted, waving his wand and sending a large pillar of water down, being engulfed by a large amount of Bell's wind. Spiritual ice creation magic! Naruto shouted alongside Bell, causing both grimoires to glow. The pillar of water began to freeze as it continued towards the lizard, forming a large frozen pillar that grew large ice spikes. The monster, seeing this attack, hid under the water again, but it didn't work because when the large pillar of water hit the sea, it created a large wave that left the monster visible. Although that wave didn't reach far because it was quickly frozen by the pillar, which began to freeze everything around it, freezing even the monster that couldn't escape. Sylph's frozen geyser! They both ended up shouting while smiling at the new spell. Finally, after freezing the entire wave and about 2 meters around it, the attack ended, leaving as a result a large frozen wave with ice peaks and the center being a large lizard transformed into an ice popsicle. We did it! They both shouted at their great combined attack. They had frozen the monster along with a good small part of the sea. In this way, Naruto descended to the ground with a slow speed thanks to Bell's wind. Flying is great! I could create a spell that would allow me to fly like you, said Naruto, having liked flying. Maybe you can create a pair of wings, do you think? Bell asked, suggesting something similar to his wings. Not a bad idea, Naruto replied, thinking of wings similar to Bell's. True, that way we both fly through the sky completely free, said Bell, very happy because Naruto liked his idea. Now I know what I'm going to do for my first wind spell, said Naruto, landing in an empty space near the frozen lizard. I'm going to create a pair of wings, he said quite determinedly, flying completely free, as it will be. It will be fun if we fly together with our own wings, said Bell, very happily sitting on his shoulder. I think the same, he replied, starting to walk in front of the monster while creating a shadow clone and stretching his hand back to create a Rasengan. But now, we must take care of something, Naruto said, looking at the monster. I'm sorry, buddy, but I was tasked with eliminating you. It's nothing personal, he said, looking at him as if he were still alive. So, he said, making his clone disappear. Goodbye, Rasen, he said, but before his arm could move forward he heard a scream. Wait! A girl shouted, causing Naruto to stop and look around, only to see Royal Palace. At this moment, Noelle along with Fukasaku, who was on her shoulder, were walking towards Julius's office, who sent a letter to Yami where they requested her at the palace. She wondered what was happening because she was never called, and because of this, Fukasaku decided to suspend his training and follow her to the palace. It seemed like that was what it was for. Tsunade informed him of the great foolishness that her disciple had done, and he was sure that if he were alive, Naruto and Tsunade would bury him alive many meters underground. The question was whether there would be a problem with those in the kingdom. Several minutes passed in silence until they reached Julius's office. Excuse me, Noelle said, gently opening the door as she let her head in first and saw Captain Nozelnai-sama. She said, very surprised to see them, but if they were here, then it meant that. Damn! He muttered as he passed by Fukasaku, who already knew what was happening to him. Come in, Noelle-san, Julius said, ushering her in. Good morning, Wizard King, he greeted as he entered, while his brother and the other 2 wizards saw the toad on his shoulder. What is it? Nozel was going to ask, but you're Noelle-chan's older brother, Fukasaku asked, causing everyone who didn't know him to widen their eyes. A talking toad? Said Julius, very surprised. Nice to meet you, Wizard King. I hope my disciple wasn't too much of a problem, Fukasaku said, jumping from Noelle's shoulder to the table in the center. Oh, the disciple? Asked Julius, confused. He means Naruto, Dorothy said with a smile as she looked at the old toad. These words made the magicians open their eyes. Naruto's master, what the hell? Fukasaku-san, don't expect to see you again so soon, Dorothy greeted respectfully. Neither do I, girl, Fukasaku replied. Dorothy, do you know him? Julius asked, seeing her nod. Yes, he beat up my vice-captain and several members of my order for insulting him, he replied, recalling that moment. Today they were very careful to make sure that Fukasaku was not at the base. This made the magicians open their eyes wide in surprise as they looked at the little toad. Is it true? Asked Marx, watching the toad sigh. It seems like you're serious. You don't see many talking animals, right? he asked and saw everyone shake their heads. Then I believe I should formally introduce myself. My name is Fukasaku and I am one of the 2 great sages of Mount Myaboku as well as a great ally of Konoha as well as the teacher of Jiraiya, one of the 3 legendary Sannin and Naruto. He said, making many people surprised by this. Jiraiya was Naruto's teacher, and says he trained him. It's a real surprise, to be honest, Julius said, speechless. I don't blame them either. Performing magic with books is something I've seen for the first time in 300 years, said Fukasaku, this time making all the magicians amazed. It's 300 years old? Noel asked, surprised by this information. Yes, toads like us live much longer than normal humans. The great wise toad and the leader of all toads is approximately 5,000 years old, he answered, this time leaving everyone breathless. They seem very surprised. Well, it's normal even among ninjas. Not all summons live that many years, so it's rare to see summons that have lived almost 10 times longer than a normal human being. Fukasaku said to everyone's agreement. I see, Julius said, recovering from everything, thinking that the world is much bigger than he thought. Every day you learn something new. So, not wanting to offend him, but what is a teacher of Naruto and Jiraiya-san doing in this place? Julius asked without trying to offend the toad. If what he said was true, and he defeated his vice-captain, then they were facing someone really strong enough to face the captains for a while. Naruto summoned me to help young Noel-chan control her magic a little, he replied, drawing Nozel's attention. And how will it help with that failure? Nozel asked coldly, causing Noel to lower her head. Brat, for your information, she only has problems with her high energy reserves, and with good guidance she can be stronger than you can imagine, Fukasaku replied seriously. Now he understood why Noel had such a lack of confidence. He's been trying to control his power for years, because he thinks he's different now, Nozel asked, frowning. Because now he has helped, Brat, and before you say anything else, he said seriously, disappearing and appearing behind Nozel, who opened his eyes along with everyone else when he saw a kunai on his neck. Stop insulting a girl, especially when it's your own sister, Brat, Fukasaku said seriously, removing the gun from Nozel's neck and jumping onto the table. Fukasaku-san, I would ask you not to do it again, Julius asked seriously. He was really a captain-level toad. Then tell that guy to stop insulting his own sister, because I assure you that if Naruto had heard such words he would have launched an attack against him. Fukasaku indicated to a Nozel, who only frowned seriously. The room had become tense because of his act, but Julius had to admit he was right. If it had been Naruto, the office would have been a mess. Hiya Nozel, please save the insults for now, okay? Julius asked without receiving any response from the aforementioned. While Noel was surprised by Fukasaku's act, just like Naruto defended her from her brother, did the ninjas trust her when they said those words for her? But for now, thank you Fukasaku-san, Noel murmured, drawing the attention of the toad, who smiled at her. Don't worry, girl, when we get back, I'll try to teach you what I could understand about magic, okay? He replied, making her nod as he turned around and went to sit next to Dorothy. The wizards looked at the toad. While Nozel remained cautious, Julius and Marx understood why he performed the act against their brother. It seems the ninjas can see much more potential in Noel than their own brothers do, Julius thought, looking at the toad. I would try to talk to him later. Apparently he is a great master to be able to understand or design a basic training for magic control in such a short time. Kid, Fukasaku said, drawing Julius's attention. Why did you send for Noel-chan and Dorothy-chan to come here? He asked curiously, although he already knew what it was about. It's true because, Nozel asked, supporting the toad's words. Well, this has to do with Naruto and the engagement of both, but first Marx, please, said Julius, making Marx nod, who used his magic and put a white screen in front of him, but it soon cleared up and Tsunade appeared sitting in her office. Julius, I was waiting for Fukasaku-san, Tsunade greeted, but stopped when she saw Fukasaku. Oh Tsunade, it seems I was right in thinking it would be about that topic, right? Fukasaku greeted, making Tsunade sigh. Yes, but the fact that you're there makes my words easier. It seems you already knew where Naruto was sent, right? Tsunade asked. Of course, the children wanted to go with Naruto on the mission, but they couldn't, so Moegi-chan went to the capital with Karen and a magician named Vanessa to go shopping, and the others stayed at the base. Konohamaru started a fight against a young man named Magna. Both are totally explosive, said Fukasaku with a smile. How I imagined it. Well, it doesn't matter, at least I know they arrived safely, said Tsunade. She had sent this team due to the low availability of the village, and because it was just protocol. What better than to send a team that knew Naruto well? Besides, if they had any problems, they could rely on this team. Konohamaru has become very strong. As they spoke, the magicians realized the great respect Tsunade had for the old toad. It seemed he wasn't just a super toad. Very well, now that we greet each other, said Tsunade, getting serious. There's something we need to tell you too, she said, looking at the girls, who looked at her curiously. In this way he began to tell them what had happened. Back to Naruto. Wait! A girl shouted, catching Naruto's attention. He let the technique fade and looked around to see a girl with long brown hair tied back in a ponytail that reached down to her back. She wore a hairpin with a design consisting of 2 starfish and a bun. She was wearing a strapless dress that reached just before her knees and appeared to be made of light-colored scales. She was also wearing sandals and carrying her grimoire. Wait, please! The girl shouted again, signaling them to the edge of the beach. Naruto looked at her curiously at this. Why she was stopping him. Let's see. Naruto asked a Belle, who nodded. She was still curious. So Naruto decided to move away from the frozen lizard and started walking on the water while he watched the girl sigh. I spend a minute until I reach the edge and see her clearly. She's cute. Wait. You already have girlfriends. Stop thinking about that nonsense. Naruto scolded himself for thinking about that nonsense. Ha, I got there on time. Thanks for stopping, said the girl, quite relieved while touching her chest while Naruto came out of his thoughts. Yeah, well, why did you stop me? Naruto asked curiously. I've come on a mission from the Wizard King to take care of the overfed lizard. Naruto told the popsicle that was the lizard. Are you a gentleman? The girl asked, only to see him deny it. He wasn't one. No, I'm only under the orders of the Wizard King. I'm not a knight, but let's say I have a special condition, Naruto replied, not wanting to say he was a ninja. Too many problems. I see, but I'm still glad I stopped you, the girl said, very relieved. Yeah, about that, why did you stop me? Naruto asked again. Well, I stopped you because that creature is lost. It's actually very harmless, said the girl, looking at the monster. But, harmless? Belle asked loudly, flying in front of the surprised girl. He almost made us dinner, like he's harmless, Belle said, only to be caught off guard by the girl. Oh, how cute, it's a spirit, right? The girl asked, caressing her while Belle tried to get out of her hands. Let me go, Belle asked, trying to get out, but it was impossible. Naruto-kun! He asked his partner for help, who sighed. Could you let her go, please? Naruto asked, getting the girl's attention. Oh, excuse me, said the girl, releasing the fairy, who went to hide behind Naruto. He laughed nervously, watching the little fairy stick her tongue out at him. Okay, forgetting about this, Naruto said, drawing the attention of both girls, but more specifically the girl in front of him. I'm sure it's harmless. To be honest, when I see something that wants to eat you, it can tell you many things, but it can never be harmless, said Naruto, supporting Belle's words, who nodded strongly as he sat back down on his shoulder. Yes, very sure. The girl nodded as she approached Naruto's face, who stepped back slightly. She was much smaller than him, but she stood on her tiptoes and reached his height. She's just lost too, he said, smiling as he stepped back and indicated his grimoire. I can calm him down so he can go home peacefully. He finished explaining while watching Naruto think and look slightly at the lizard. I'm sure, Naruto asked to see the girl nod strongly. Naruto thought about it. If he could calm him down, there would be no need to turn him into ingredients for Charmy to cook. After thinking about it for a while, I end up sighing. If you can calm him down without him wanting to turn us into fish food, then I'll let you do it, Naruto said, only to be hugged by the girl to his surprise. Thanks, I'll reward you with a date. What do you think? The girl asked, looking at him flirtatiously. I'm engaged, Naruto replied, making the girl pout. Too bad, just when I found a cute boy, said the girl, making Naruto blush. You blushed, said the girl, watching him look away. No, silly, Naruto said, only for the girl to start laughing along with Belle, who looked betrayed. A few seconds ago I was asking for help to escape, Naruto thought as he watched the fairy laugh at him. I wouldn't help the other one. A minute passed while Naruto waited for the girls to stop laughing at him until they finally succeeded. Okay, are you done? Naruto asked a little angrily. Oh, are you angry? Asked the girl, making fun of Naruto. You know I'm thinking of making the lizard into food, right? Naruto said, making the girl stop and hug him with a tearful face. Wait. I'll stop, but don't make it into food, the girl asked, making Naruto laugh, who, upon realizing what was happening, stepped away to pout. You're bothering me, aren't you? She asked, making Naruto laugh even louder. How mean? She shouted, very frustrated, looking at the boy. She had never met anyone who could return her jokes. It's too bad he's engaged. If he had been single, I would have invited him on a date. What bad luck, thought the girl looking at Naruto. Well, it'll be for another time. After a while, in which the girl asked Naruto to stop laughing along with Bell, who joined her laughter, they were finally able to return to the original topic, that is, the frozen lizard. So, Naruto said as he started walking through the water. Let's go, he said, leaving the place. But, hey, the girl called, stopping the ninja. What the I forgot, said Naruto, realizing what was happening. The girl couldn't walk on water. Seeing this, Naruto had to go back to the girl who was waiting for him with her arms crossed. You finally realized that I can't walk on water, the girl said mockingly as she watched Naruto arrive. Well, mistake, but you can't blame me. Where I come from, those who practice can walk on water, said Naruto, defending himself. For him and his people, or rather for the ninjas, walking on water was essential for their job. Are you not from the kingdom? The girl asked curiously. No, I'm from outside this continent. I came to train in the kingdom, and on the way I do missions for the Wizard King, Naruto replied. Oh, you're a foreigner. I didn't expect that, said the girl. It was very strange to see a foreigner, and even more so that he was under the command of the Magic King. Yes, does it bother you? Naruto asked, seeing her deny it. Just curious. It's not very normal for a foreigner to come to the kingdom, the girl replied. Aha, I see, said Naruto. At least he wasn't like the pompous ones, although the girl in front of him didn't look like one. So, he said as he switched back to the original topic, what are you going to do to get to the overfed lizard? Naruto asked, and the answer he got was that the girl grabbed him by the arm and put him close to her body while she hugged him. What are you doing? Bell asked loudly, being ignored by the girl who just looked at Naruto. You'll carry me, he said with a smile, making Naruto sigh. Because I had to ask, said Naruto, giving in to the girl. She was just as funny as him, even more so than Dorothy. So, knowing that there wasn't much choice and that there was no point in arguing with her, he decided to grab her under his legs and carry her bridal style, to the girl's surprise. Are you ready? Naruto asked, looking at the girl who recovered from her act and smiled flirtatiously at him. I didn't think you'd be someone who cheated on his girlfriend. Do you think you're going to take me on your honeymoon? He said in a mocking voice while grabbing her neck. I don't care though, he said, smiling. I'm already realizing that you're very mocking, right? Naruto asked, watching her laugh. I love making fun of him. Does it bother you? I asked, seeing him smile and start heading towards the sea, where he started walking on the water until he got a little further in and stopped. No, not at all, said Naruto, letting go of her to the surprise of the girl, who fell into the water. Ha 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 ha, Bell laughed as he watched the girl take a good dip. They waited for a while until the girl's head was seen sticking out of the water with great frustration and a big pout on her face. Because you let me fall? The girl asked, looking at Naruto with a smile on her face. Nobody makes fun of Naruto Uzumaki and gets away with it, woa. He couldn't finish because he was grabbed by the feet and pushed down. While Bell started laughing louder, water was thrown at him, making his wings wet, so that he finally fell into the water. After a while, Naruto's head appeared from the water next to Bell, who was on top of his very wet head. What were you saying about no one getting their way? The girl asked with a mocking smile. Okay, I admit it, you're cool and I really liked you, Naruto said with a smile. Not many could go against him when it came to teasing. Thank you, the girl replied with the same smile, to see Naruto touch the water as if it were solid ground and come out of the water standing firmly. Now that we're done, why don't we continue on our way? Naruto said, starting to walk while leaving the girl in the water. Wait, the girl called. What's wrong? Naruto asked, stopping to watch her swim towards him. Aren't you going to carry me? She asked, but Naruto continued on his way, leaving the girl with her mouth open. You could take advantage of the opportunity to play with the fish, he replied, leaving the girl frozen in the water. It took a while until the girl reacted again and smiled. I admit it, I'm defeated. Hiya, it seems I deserve it. Well, there's not much to do, so let's swim, he finally said as he started swimming following Naruto. In this way they began to head towards the frozen monster, where they spent some time walking and swimming until they reached the ice, where Naruto helped the girl get on and dried her thanks to Bell's wind. He had also dried himself in the same way. After drying off, they headed to the center and stood in front of the monster. Well, here we are. It took us a while to get here, but we made it, said Naruto next to the girl. Yes, I've been looking for him for several days. Even though he's big, he's very hard to find because he's very smart, so it was lucky that you caught him, the girl replied, touching the ice. She loved ice. I see, Naruto said as he crossed his arms. So, how are you going to calm him down? I asked curiously. Hearing this question, the girl smiled and turned around to look at him. It's not very obvious, he said with a smile. I'm going to sing, he replied, closing one of his eyes. Sing, Naruto said, quite surprised by her answer. Yes, so go sit down and enjoy my show, said the girl, taking out her grimoire. Naruto was curious about what she was going to do, so he went to sit on a piece of ice to watch her. As the girl opened her grimoire and began to rub her throat to prepare to sing, she looked at Naruto and began to speak. I was forgetting, he said, looking at Naruto. We haven't introduced ourselves, right? I asked, causing Naruto to open his eyes and laugh lightly. We forgot, said Naruto, laughing next to the girl. Very well, my name is Naruto Uzumaki and I am a ninja from the village of Konoha, a village that is outside this continent. Naruto introduced himself with a smile. I am the spirit of the wind and Narukuin's partner, Sylph, but they call me Bell. Nice to meet you, said Bell, raising a hand in greeting. Nice to meet you, Naruto-kun. Bell-chan, my name is Kohono and I come from the people of the Underwater Temple. The girl, now known as Kohono, introduced herself. Underwater Temple, Naruto asked, curious about the name of his home. Yes, I am one of the people who live underwater in this sea, Kohono answered with a smile, making Naruto and Bell open their eyes. What? They both shouted, very surprised. Yes, we're not very well known because we live very quietly, and getting there is really difficult, so not many people know that there's a town there, Kohono replied. No wonder. Well, it's simply incredible, Kohono-chan, said Naruto, quite surprised. The world was really big. Now that we've introduced ourselves, can I ask you a favor? Kohono asked, receiving a nod from Naruto. Could you unfreeze a small part of the beast so it can hear me? I asked, hoping he could do it. Sure? Naruto asked doubtfully, and what he received was a strong nod from the girl. Very well, but if he attacks you, I'll freeze him again, Naruto warned, and received another nod. Good, he said, snapping his fingers and causing the top of the ice covering the monster's head to begin to melt. The ice that covered it began to fall little by little until the monster began to move its head from side to side until it looked at him and growled. See, he sees us as his dinner, Bell shouted, indicating the monster who was watching her. He's just confused now, Kohono said, turning around and looking at the monster. I'm going to start singing. Enjoy my song, he said, beginning to sing as a kind of aura began to emerge from his mouth, enveloping the monster. Black Clover 4 ending lyrics. 4 a.m. in the morning. Daoshite Nemirinai. Kana bad day. Bye bye blackbirds. Sibiyate mo kinite siya fuan. 4 hours lately. I've been crying for hours, baby. I wish you were here. Kimi ga kurita, all those little letters. Yamakiza tabi and I, the pain's gone. Hitori jan I. Cause we are perfect as 4. Hanarebaner de emot sanagaru. Believe in you. It's a emo soba and I kenjite ir yukara. Closer to me and a clover for you. Kimi and I kunwa. Meanwhile, Naruto and Bell listened to the song with their eyes closed, enjoying Kohono's voice. They didn't always hear someone sing so well. Naruto's mind. The fox opened one eye slightly to see who he heard singing and saw the human girl. Hell, what a girl, he thought as he closed his eyes again while enjoying her voice. She may be human, but her voice was different. He was always locked up, so if he couldn't do anything, then it was better to enjoy the human girl's singing. Sometimes humans don't do so many stupid things. Back to the real world. The girl just kept singing while moving her hands and the monster calmed down. Shirami Hajimita Sora. Under the sky no kimi jie. Nai tanaida ki gakari no silence. Itami wa shizumi no boriyuku darling. 4 hours lately. I've been thinking about you, baby. I wish you the best of luck. Tamori Sugashita hibi no memories. Omo de satabi and I smile. You know you're not alone. Cause we are perfect as 4. Hanarebaner de emot sanagaru. You live in me. You know you're not alone. Cause we are perfect as 4. Closer to me and a clover for you. Kimi and I kunwa. Hitori jan I. Cause we are perfect as 4. Hanarebaner de emot sanagaru. Believe in you. Itsumo soba and I kenjai durakara. Closer to me and a clover for you. Kimi and I kunwa. You know you're not alone. Cause we are perfect as 4. Hanarebaner de emot sanagaru. You live in me. Itsumo soba and I watashi jie irakara. Closer to me and a clover for you. Kimi and I kunwa. And Kohono finally finished singing while bowing to the monster, who seemed calmer, and then turned around to see Naruto with a smile, while the ninja and the fairy applauded her. You were great, Kohono-chan, Naruto said as he stood up and looked at the monster. Yeah, I've never heard anyone sing like that before, Bell said, flying in front of the girl. Thanks, Kohono thanked as she went to see the monster, who seemed calmer. Now you're calm, Kohono asked to see the monster nod. Oh, buddy, so you can understand human language, Naruto said, causing the monster to look at him and nod. You're not bad, said Bell, flying to the head of the monster, who did nothing to him and was able to sit down. You're very friendly, said the fairy, sitting on the head of the one who was about to turn into cooking ingredients. So, Konoha said, looking at Naruto, who smiled. Are you going to release him? I asked, watching Naruto approach and place his hand on the ice. You won't try to eat us? Naruto asked jokingly, to see the monster deny. Good little friend, said Naruto, letting it free him little by little while the ice began to crack and those cracks began to rise to the base of the beast's neck until finally all the cracks came together in one point and split, leaving as a result the freed beast along with a large amount of frost that fell from the sky. Wow, said Konoha, looking at the sky as she saw how the frost from the remaining ice remains fell, and it only made the scene more beautiful when the beast dived into the water and raised a large amount of water that wet the two young people. But when she looked at the sky, she could see a rainbow due to the remains of splashed water and falling ice. It's beautiful, Konoha murmured as she moved across the ice. Yeah, I didn't think I could do this, Naruto said, quite surprised. Great, Naruto, said Bell, flying through the sky. It was a scene that was not very common to see. As the beast climbed back up, he looked at the two young men who were fascinated by the atmosphere that had been created. He waited calmly until both young men and the fairy noticed his presence and went to see him. How are you? Konoha asked, watching the beast lower its head and touch him. Looks good, Konoha said, rubbing her skin. Sorry, friend, but it was my job, it wasn't my intention, Naruto said, touching his head, and the beast changed its direction towards him to end up licking him. You smell like fish, Naruto commented while making Konoha and Bell laugh, who had sat back down on the beast's head. So, now you're not confused? Konoha asked, to see the beast take its head out of Naruto's hands and shake its head. You can come back, she asked, and saw him nod. Alright then, I think it's time to say goodbye, buddy, Naruto said, smiling as Bell flew back to him and onto his shoulder. Come back in peace, said Konoha, saying goodbye to the beast. The beast nodded as it turned around and began to dive. See you, Bell said, waving goodbye to the beast. Goodbye, Naruto said, raising his hand as the beast was only visible with its head until it finally submerged and left. And he's gone, Naruto said, lowering his hand. Yes, he had been lost for a while. I think he will be happy to be reunited with his friends, Konoha answered, looking at the place where the beast had disappeared to and then looking at Naruto. Thank you for not killing him, Konoha thanked him, giving a small bow. Don't worry, at least you managed to stop me and it wasn't another guy they sent after the beast, Naruto said, dismissing his thanks. But, although now it means our mission has been a failure, Bell said, making Naruto sigh. Another failed mission on my long list of missions that ended in failure, ha, Naruto said, bowing his head. The only good thing is that I don't fail Grandma Tsunade, he said as he raised his head again. She'd throw her desk at my head, he said, remembering the times he had failed simple missions and Tsunade would get angry. Hearing these words, Konoha remembered that it was a mission and, oh wow, Konoha muttered, she had forgotten that it was a mission given by the Wizard King and because of her. Do you want to go eat? I asked, receiving a slight nod from Naruto, who had his gaze directed towards the sky. She made him fail the mission. What a way to end it. Back to Julius's office. Everyone fell silent after Tsunade finished speaking, but this was especially true for the two girls who were engaged to Naruto, who had their eyes wide open. They found out there was another fiancée, and she was the original one, and she was on the way. Like what? Noelle said, speechless. Are you kidding? Dorothy asked, in the same state as Noelle. No, apparently Naruto was actually engaged for years and now the girl comes to marry him, said Tsunade, sighing at the situation. Are you sure? Noelle asked, only for Tsunade to show her a locket and open it. Everyone saw a picture of Naruto smiling while hugging the girl with one of his arms while the girl completely ignored him while looking away. Very sure, Tsunade replied. That boy, Nozel muttered, looking at the photo without any humor. Apparently, Naruto met her when he was a child during the trips he had with the third, who decided to make a commitment between them, and it was only confirmed by the stupid Jiraiya when they were both on a training trip, said Tsunade, rubbing her forehead. She wanted Jiraiya to revive just to kill him, and Naruto never found out? Noelle asked, only to see her nod. Never, or rather, no one knew. The only ones who knew about this engagement were the girl's family, the third and Jiraiya, Tsunade replied, looking at them. Great, Noelle murmured. So what should we do? Dorothy asked. That's a good question. She will arrive in a few days to the village to see Naruto, so the moment she arrives, we will send her to the kingdom and Naruto must be present along with you, said Tsunade, causing both girls to look at each other, and then return their gaze to Tsunade, and they asked only to see her sigh. You guys must decide, he said, causing both girls to sigh. But you have to be careful, he warned, looking at both girls, because they both asked. She's the original fiancé, so if she decides to reclaim her position as the original fiancé, she could completely cancel her engagements, he said, causing everyone to widen their eyes. But you can't do that, Nozel said, standing up. But, unfortunately, yes, she can do it. She is the first one who officially pledged to Naruto, and because the law of clan restoration was used, the girl can decide who can or cannot pledge to Naruto. Obviously, Naruto still has a vote and there could be a fight, but you can understand the situation they are in, Tsunade asked, making them nod. But if she chooses not to claim her position, then Naruto and you, he indicated to Noel, you have to decide whether or not you want me to be your fiancé. But I highly doubt he will. Naruto has a great talent for making girls fall in love with him without realizing it, he said, looking at the girls who blushed. So what you mean is that she's totally in love with Naruto? Julius asked, deducing her words to receive Tsunade's nod. Exactly, I'm more than sure she's only coming for him, Tsunade said, remembering the girl. And why are you sure? Nozel asked, looking at her without much humor. Because I met her when she was a brat, and I can assure you that she has a very firm attitude. When she was a little girl, she talked about a boy she was preparing to marry. She had been studying everything necessary to help him, from history to training as well as housework. But I never imagined that the boy she was talking about was Naruto, so I can assure you that she will come for him no matter what, explained Tsunade to make both girls look at each other and get nervous. And you're at a total disadvantage against her. You don't even know how to make your own tea, he said, making the girls even more worried. Are you sure, absolutely sure that she will come? Dorothy asked on behalf of both of them. Of course, the locket confirms it, and I can bet you that it will arrive in a week or two from today, although considering my luck, it could arrive sooner, Tsunade replied, showing the locket, with the last part hoping to be wrong. But if I wasn't mistaken, there would be a disaster well, that can be left to the Tsunade of the future. So what do we do? Noel asked, completely nervous. Well, they could learn how to prepare a meal for Naruto, but I doubt they'll succeed, said Tsunade, watching the girls get completely nervous. Because he says so? Dorothy asked, now worried. Naruto knows how to cook, and he cooked for this girl when she was a child, so as not to be left behind he learned to make different meals for himself, she answered, to see both girls look at each other and look at her again. Well, Naruto can't be that good at cooking, right? Noel asked. But try it, said Dorothy, taking out a candy from her dream world where she had kept many of the sweets that Naruto had prepared for her. Do you want Nozel-kun? Dorothy asked as she handed a candy to the aforementioned, who saw nothing wrong with taking it. After a moment of staring at the candy, both brothers ate it and opened their eyes. She cooks much better than our own chefs, Nozel muttered, completely surprised to see Noel fall defeated. She can even cook, Noel muttered, no longer having hope. She knew she could cook, but not at this level. What the hell do we do? I asked loudly, seeing Tsunade shrug completely. Hey, I'm just giving notice. I must admit that Naruto can cook wonderfully when necessary, said Tsunade, remembering the time he cooked for her on the way back to the village. He was an idiot, but with talent for cooking. But as he spoke, he didn't notice that someone had arrived, listening to a bit of his conversation. I also admit that Naruto is a great cook, and to become his ideal wife, I have been learning to cook just for him, all kinds of foods since I was a child, said a voice that froze the meeting, making Tsunade look ahead and start laughing nervously. Hee, I guess I didn't have to bet, said Tsunade, cursing her luck. Damn, Fukasaku said, not wanting to be present at this very moment. He had kept quiet because the meeting had been going smoothly, but now, please don't tell me that, Dorothy asked, only to see her nod. I'm here, the girl's voice said again, making both magicians sweat. I came for Naruto after finding out he was engaged to other girls, the girl said as her voice grew louder. Can you show me Mago-san? The girl asked, causing Marks to enlarge the screen so everyone could see it. So you are his fiancés, just as the rumors had it, he said, looking at both of them. A Kage-level girl and a girl from the royal family. It seems she couldn't get away from you, the girl commented, sitting at the edge of Tsunade's table, being stared at by her. Brat, how did you get here so fast? Tsunade asked, getting her attention. I asked a traveler to bring me. After all, the village is being rebuilt, and seeing many wagons transporting the necessary materials to build houses and such things, It is not so strange to see one heading this way, nor very difficult to ask one if he brings me, and even more so if you have money, isn't it true, Lady Tsunade? Said the girl, looking at her with a small smile. Sometimes I feel like you have better luck than Naruto, said Tsunade, cursing the girl's luck. Her luck was much greater than Naruto's. Well, he managed to make me fall in love, right? He said, turning back to look at the magicians. And now I have a question for you, he said, looking at the wizards. Where is Naruto? He asked, making everyone look at each other, not knowing what to answer. I think I'll go. Summon me a little later, girl, said Fukasaku, escaping the scene. He felt that this girl was equal to or much worse than Naruto's mother. He got away, Marks muttered, watching the toad disappear in a curtain of smoke. I see, he knows, right? Said the girl, drawing everyone's attention as she bit her thumb. Don't tell me, Tsunade said, watching her put blood on her arm. Shit. Naruto and Jiraiya-san taught me, the girl answered. Those two idiots, Tsunade muttered, covering her face. Summoning jutsu, said the girl, punching the air and summoning a toad very familiar to Tsunade and Noel, who had seen it only once. Where am I, Buck? The toad shouted, very scared when he saw his summoner. Hello, Gamakichi-kun, the girl greeted with an emotionless look. Oh, hello, the toad replied calmly enough to look at Tsunade in surprise. Please, no, or rather, I beg you, tell me it's not because of Naruto, Gamakichi asked hopefully. But, Naruto, everyone responded to see Gamakishi become dejected. It seems you're not happy to see me, and I brought you food, said the girl, clapping, making a large amount of bag appear. Why am I not surprised? Tsunade muttered. She was seriously going to kill Jiraiya when she went to heaven. What do you need me to tell you? Gamakishi asked very obediently while hugging the bags. Aren't you a Naruto summon? Asked Tsunade, looking at the toad with a betrayed face. Naruto hasn't paid us for our last meal yet, Gamakishi replied. Then, could you tell me where Naruto is? The girl asked. He's on a mission, he replied immediately. Where to? The girl asked. We don't know, only they know, he told the group without looking at them as he began to open some fried foods. And do you know why I couldn't summon a small green toad with white fur? He asked, making Gamakishi look at him. Fukasaku-san, I asked, looking at her, and then looking at Tsunade. Is that what it's called? I asked, but got no answer though. Yes, that's her name, the girl replied, hearing a loud bang behind her. I forgot about your powers, said Tsunade, hitting her own head against the table. She had forgotten her ability. He's one of the strongest toads. Only someone of Jiraiya and Naruto's caliber can summon him. Something similar to my old man, Gamakishi replied, starting to eat. I see, you could investigate where it is. I can understand that Lady Tsunade won't tell me to give Naruto time to prepare, so I'll be in the village for a few days if you don't mind, said the girl, looking at her slightly. Do what you want, Tsunade replied, completely defeated. She was undoubtedly Naruto's counterpart. If Naruto was a clown with silly ideas, this girl was the personification of elegance and intelligence, both annoying in their own way. The question was who was more tiring. Then I can go, Gamakishi asked, holding all his bags. Yes, see you later, Gamakishi-kun. The girl said goodbye. See you later, said the toad before disappearing. So, Lady Tsunade, Magician-san, said the girl, starting to walk. I'm leaving. We'll talk later with Naruto. We still have a pending issue to discuss, he said as he touched the doorknob. Until then, I hope you learn to cook, Princess, Captain, he said in a mocking tone as he left and closed the door, leaving the room silent for at least 2 minutes until. I think that's all, right? Julius asked, being the first to break the awkward silence. Yeah, I think I have nothing else to say, Tsunade replied, turning to look at the girls who seemed completely frozen. You've seen what the girl is like. Just like Naruto, she brings many surprises, and you could even say that she is Naruto's counterpart, said Tsunade, comparing him to that idiot. But she couldn't continue because someone forcefully opened the door. Lady Tsunade, it's true, asked the girl's voice, entering the room, causing Tsunade to cover her face. Is it true that there's another of Naruto's hidden fiancés? The girl asked excitedly as she appeared on the screen alongside 2 boys who were holding onto her. Get out of here, Tsunade shouted, throwing the table at them in complete fury. I'm sorry, the girl cried, running away. What did we tell you? The boys shouted, running after her. The magicians remained silent at this scene. What the hell was that? Ha ha, good, now you know how. Tsunade spoke again. But, Lady Tsunade, what they are saying is true, I am leaving. Kakashi's voice had been heard, who stopped after seeing a kunai grazing his cheek, so he took the escape route. He would return later. Lady Tsunade, don't tell us that, Noelle asked, seeing how people were arriving at her office. I'm going to change the guards who are. Tsunade spoke again, but was interrupted again. Lady Tsunade! Shizen shouted, running into the room. Now what's going on, Shizen? Tsunade shouted furiously as she glared at her. The rumor of a third fiancé has already spread throughout various areas of the village and that, Shizen said, but she also couldn't finish after seeing the door open. Tsunade-sama, please, is there any way we can marry Naruto-sama? Asked a girl entering through the door, only to be followed by another. There's something strange about all this. Naruto-sama is getting engaged to 2 foreigners and a third one just arrived today. How is that possible? Another girl asked. That's true. Another girl agreed. Lady T.S., another girl spoke, but they saw Tsunade's look and fell silent. Get out of here, right now! Tsunade shouted loudly, causing all the girls who arrived to leave immediately. And at this point, the magicians understood why Fukasaku escaped without regret. Okay, Lady Tsunade? Julius asked nervously, seeing the woman completely angry. Yes, he answered loudly, beginning to calm down as he realized who he was talking to. Hiya, excuse me, but as you can understand, the secret of the law of clan restorations is getting out of control and people are already realizing it. The only reason why I don't have a mountain of new proposals is because no young person knows anything about that law, especially Naruto's generation, said Tsunade, looking at them quite tired. So her arrival could cause you to have to tell Naruto about how Dorothy could have gotten engaged to him. I can't hold you back for long, not to mention the Council of Elders. They will try to get Naruto to marry her or even worse, to cancel his engagements with you, said Tsunade, becoming serious again. Can they do that? Nozel asked, fully understanding why they had to tell him the law of his people. They could if they tried to use all the influence they've gathered over the years and she couldn't finish because she was interrupted again. Tsunade said, some voices coming through the door. And speaking of demons, Tsunade muttered, completely irritated. Could you explain to us what this third fiancé thing is? A woman asked. I think my little meeting is over here, Tsunade said, standing up to head towards the bags of bones that had arrived. It seems we're interrupting something, but it doesn't matter. The important thing is this new situation with this girl, said another voice that belonged to a man. And as you heard, they will be a pain in the ass, so now it will be up to you what to do with this situation, said Tsunade, ignoring the complaints of those who had arrived. Okay, we'll talk about it here, Nozel replied without any humor in his voice. This guy only attracted more problems. Very well, I'm sorry, but the only thing I can do is delay the girl's arrival to your continent. I don't know how much, but the moment she finds out you're back from the mission, she'll immediately go looking for you, I announced for Julius's nod. No problem, we'll try to explain what happened, he said, trying to calm her down. It seemed like all hell was breaking loose because of this new girl. Thanks then, girls, he said, looking at the two who hadn't spoken at all. I just hope they have luck. There's not much to say. I can only wish them that Naruto will have to find out and then, so that he's prepared, and even more so about the law, they must tell him before the brat arrives, because if they don't tell him, there could be a bigger problem and cause Naruto to misunderstand, said Tsunade, alerting a possible scenario. What kind of misunderstanding? Dorothy asked fearfully. He might think we're using him, Julius replied, understanding what Tsunade's words meant. Exactly, the problem with this law is that the person involved could come to think that. So you should tell him her later, and I recommend that you tell him her right after she returns, said Tsunade, to see the nod of agreement from both girls. Now, without anything else to say, I have to take care of some problems in the village, so I'll take my leave, Tsunade said, leaving quickly without waiting for the others to say goodbye. Get out of here! Her scream was heard just as Marks decided to cut the connection, leaving the room in silence. No one knew what to say until Julius sighed. Well, now we've seen what the situation is like in your town, and it seems to be getting complicated, he said, looking at the girls. You must tell Naruto the law before that girl comes and causes any trouble that could cause him to break his commitments to you, Julius said seriously, while the girls looked at each other and swallowed. Now how were they going to tell him? Nozel, Julius called, getting his attention. What do you think about this situation? I asked, asking for a comment from this man. To be honest, as long as it doesn't cause any kind of problems with Noelle's engagement, I'm more than satisfied, Nozel said, leaving the room. The one thing I won't allow is for the engagement to be broken. If you don't, I won't care if you even have lovers, so now I leave you the job of telling him what has happened, because, in part, the responsibility lies with Dorothy for making that law be invoked in the first place. I look at the aforementioned who looked away while whistling. So without anything else to say, I'm leaving, Nozel said, opening the door and leaving the others in the room. As always, he just walks away without doing anything, Dorothy commented, looking at the door where Nozel came out, while Noelle just sighed. Are you okay? Dorothy asked, having heard Noelle's sigh. Yeah, I'm just, surprised by what I heard, I replied, looking at the floor. I didn't expect Naruto to be engaged, that's all, she said, quite tired. That's certainly a surprise for everyone, but it will be even more so for him, Julius said, looking at both girls who turned their gaze towards him. And just as Lady Tsunade said, if you don't tell her how both of you could be engaged at the same time, you could cause her to misunderstand everything and the relationship you share could be broken forever. She warned seriously so that both girls nodded. We understand very well, Dorothy said, remembering her past and what she had seen during these days and even when they got engaged. Even though she's cheerful, I've noticed that she's hiding something that scares her a lot. So much so that she wants to keep us in the dark for as long as possible, and if we don't tell her the truth about the reason why we're both engaged, it will only make her distrust us, Noelle said, to the agreement of everyone present. At the rate we're going, he'll never trust us enough to tell us his secret, Dorothy said, thinking about what could happen if they kept the truth from him. Exactly, Julius said, making both girls look at him. They meant the fox. I understand that you are afraid that others might get close to him, and that includes Karen, who undoubtedly already has feelings for Naruto. But it will be much worse if you start keeping secrets from them and he ends up finding out the hard way, he said, making them sigh. He's right, Noelle said, thinking about the possibilities. So I recommend that when he returns, both of you tell him at least this law so that when that girl arrives, he won't feel so overwhelmed by the information. After all, the final decision is still pending and it wouldn't be good for us to tell him everything at once. But if he discovers the true reason why you're telling him, then you'll have no choice but to tell him the whole story, Julius concluded. We understand, they both said at the same time, being the last thing they would say for a few minutes. They both had the same thought, and it was about how they were going to tell her, as well as if it was a good idea. After a moment of thought, the two girls looked at each other and nodded. When he comes back, we have to tell him, Noelle said decisively. He may be angry with us, but it will be much better than when he finds out he has a third fiancée, so we'll tell him when he gets back, Dorothy said, turning to look at Julius with a satisfied face. Then it's decided, you will be in charge of telling her the truth, and I recommend that it be before the end of this week. Lady Tsunade already has many problems, and I don't know how long she can continue keeping the secret hidden, said Julius, remembering how the Hokage was. I wonder if he regretted having that position. We understand, they both replied with determination. They wouldn't allow their relationship to be broken because of something like that. Also, Julius said, drawing both girls' attention back. If you need help, I can take care of it. After all, it's a very complicated and delicate matter, Julius agreed. He was also part of this disaster, so he can help them a little. Thank you, they both said with much gratitude, before finally remaining silent again. Those present were thinking hard about the situation they were in until they finally sighed. How can Naruto attract so much trouble? Noelle began, looking at the ceiling. At least he's not a bad boy, Dorothy said with a smile. It's true, Noelle said with a smile. Despite everything, she still loved him. Well, for now you shouldn't worry too much, said Mark, speaking after remaining silent for a long time. Because, Noelle asked, curious about his words. Aside from Karen, who is a special situation, and the girl who is Naruto's original fiancée, what other chances does Naruto have for other girls to fall in love with him? Marx asked, making everyone laugh. That's true, said Dorothy with a smile. Naruto, being someone so dense, wouldn't be able to attract any girl even if he went on a mission, Noelle said in support of his words. And in this kingdom, most of the women Naruto meets are only nobles or high class, so the probability of him meeting a girl he likes is very low, Julius said, thinking about the place where he was sent. That's true, from what I heard he was sent to Rack, right? Noelle asked, getting Julius to nod. Well, if he's sent to places where most of them are nobles, then it's impossible for him to meet a girl he likes and be attracted to, ha 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 ha. Noelle laughed, thinking about Rack. However, back to Rack. Achoo, Naruto sneezed while eating ice cream with Bell and his new friend, Kohono. After what happened, Kohono invited him to eat to compensate him for being responsible for having failed her mission, and although Naruto told her that it was not so necessary, she insisted, so Naruto suggested eating ice cream due to the heat that there was in the place. Kohono agreed, and so they stayed eating ice cream on the beach while getting to know each other. They like each other, even Bell likes Kohono. "Bless you, are you okay?" asked Kohono, who had heard his sneeze while sitting next to him. "Yeah, I'm fine, it was just a sneeze," Naruto replied, scratching his nose as he went back to eating. They could be talking about you," said Bell, sitting on Naruto's lap enjoying her ice cream. "It could be, after all I am Naruto Uzumaki, ha ha ha." Naruto laughed, making the girls laugh. "So," Kohono said, getting his attention after calming down, "what did you want me to explain to you?" I asked curiously. Yeah, what's that about people living under the sea or something?" Naruto asked curiously. You mean the underwater temple, well about that," said Kohono, starting to explain how they lived in the temple, without thinking that other people were talking about them right now and that a certain blonde guy would have problems in the future. Chapter 11, New Friends, a Home, and More Problems. "Well, what's going on?" Naruto wondered on top of a rock while he had his wand stretched out and watched the tornadoes disappear in front of him. "Oh bravo!" applauded those present who were sitting behind Naruto. One of them was Kohono, who watched with fascination Naruto's magic control next to Bell, who was sitting on his head, and finally, a young man with dark, messy hair with 2 long strands that fell down the sides of his face with white ribbon-like ornaments on each one. He was wearing a sleeveless, collarless shirt with a scale-like material along with a red line that ran diagonally from the neck to the end of his shirt, tight white pants that reached a little below his knees, and blue sandals. This young man was Kyoto, Kohono's older brother, who had come to see his sister's new friend. After Naruto failed the mission due to Kohono's guilt, he had finally decided to delay his arrival to the capital. He didn't want to hear a complaint from Tsunade if she found out that he failed such a simple mission, so she asked Kohono if she could show her around the city, since she came to Rack from time to time, and specifically, a hotel where she could stay. Kohono was happy to show them places to stay, though the places were extremely expensive, much to Naruto's annoyance. Well, considering it was a place where nobles came on vacation, he should have expected it. Finally, it had been decided to go camping near the beach, to the surprise of both girls, especially Bell, who asked him why he didn't go to a hotel, and Naruto replied that they were too expensive for just one night, and that all the money could be gone in at least 5 months approximately. So it was much better to buy a house with which you can do whatever you want instead of staying in a luxurious hotel for one night. Bell accepted this explanation. Hotels were very expensive, so he told him they could buy a house there. But while they were talking, Kohono intruded on their conversation and asked Naruto if he was a noble or something like that, because they were talking about buying a house in the noble area, and that would be impossible if he wasn't one, and from the way Naruto dressed and spoke, she highly doubted he was one of them. Naruto, understanding his confusion, explained that he was not a noble, and the reason they were talking about buying a house in the noble area was because they had a small part of a treasure found in a dungeon. This surprised Kohono, who could understand why they were talking about buying a house in such a simple way. Getting the treasure from a dungeon could solve the economic problems of any person and even a country, and being told that she had a small part of the treasure is undoubtedly so that she can become a person with a lot of money, not a noble, but a person with enough money to have a life for a long time. And upon finding out about this, it made Kohono start pestering Naruto to cheat on his girlfriends for her, although this was just a joke on her part, which ended up earning her a small punch from Naruto. I had to try it. Leaving this part aside, the trio went in search of a house that Naruto could buy, but they didn't find any to Naruto's liking, due to how big they were for them. So in the end, Naruto decided to go sleep on the beach. The good news was that he had his sleeping gear on a scroll, so he didn't mind putting up a tent to sleep in. Kohono was surprised by the things he did, so she asked him what kind of magic he performed because he could use ice. But suddenly she realized that Naruto did not have just one grimoire on his waist, but a total of 3. This certainly surprised her, and she asked him how he could control 3 grimoires, so Naruto had to tell her where he came from and stuff. Kohono could understand perfectly, but she was surprised that outside this continent there existed another kind of energy other than magic, and that it was only used for battles, just as it was not necessary to have this power to live in that place comfortably, and that everything was done without magic, from simple tasks to building houses. This certainly surprised her, but Bell's words left her frozen, and because of what he said, Naruto threw water on the fairy, who got angry with him. The boy in front of her was a hero in his continent, well known only to be compared to the military leaders of his continent, and in this kingdom his power could only be compared to the captains of orders or even the magic king himself. He thanked his god that Naruto hadn't exterminated the beast in a second. That poor creature didn't know who he was facing and certainly didn't stand a chance against a walking disaster. After calming down, he helped bring food while Naruto and Bell set up the tent where they were going to spend the night. When he returned, everything was ready and they began to eat quietly until night came, where Konoha returned home, but not before telling Naruto that she would come again the next day, to which Naruto nodded and they said goodbye. The next day, Konoha had returned in time to see Naruto set up his tent, and she wasn't alone. Her older brother Kyoto had decided to come with her to meet Naruto, to which he was surprised that she had an older brother. But he quickly recovered and introduced himself, to which his brother reciprocated in the same way, and soon they got along very well. In this way, the brothers, the fairy and the ninja went to eat at a fast food stand and ate breakfast while they talked and got to know each other much better among the four. After finishing this, Naruto told them that he was going to train, so the brothers decided to follow him. Although they asked him why he trained if he had enough power to be captain, Naruto replied that he only had control over the power of his people, not that of the grimoires, and that currently his control was much worse than a rookie. Kyoto, who already knew where it came from, asked him why he had this problem and was told that it was due to his high energy levels. They were able to understand a little bit, so they decided to follow him and see what he was doing. Along the way, Konoha was surprised that Naruto was a year older than her, but at the same time that Kyoto was older than Naruto, she thought that Naruto was the same age as her brother or even much older than him due to the level of power he had. But it was not like that. But hearing this gave him an idea, but it would be for later. He still had to meet him. Naruto wasn't a bad guy. Aside from the money he had, to which she admitted that she loved him, she liked him a lot for having met him just a day. Who knows what could happen? In this way, they continued on their way while talking about different topics, and on some occasions, Naruto and Konoha bothered Kyoto, who fell for all their jokes. It didn't make him any happier to hear the fairy writhing in pain from the laughter he was going through. They finally reached the edge of the beach, more specifically some rocks, where the brothers and the fairy who had sat on Konoha's head saw Naruto stand a little further away from them and began to train. After a while, they could understand why he had so much trouble controlling his magic. The power he had was devastating. He created 3 water tornadoes without any problem, but they quickly dissolved to Naruto's frustration. The brothers could perfectly understand how much power he had, and they slightly saw the spirit that supported Naruto. Having the wind spirit, a 4-leaf wind grimoire, a water grimoire, and a 3rd grimoire of unknown power as yet. It was the first time they had seen him, but they could clearly understand the level he must have had. In this way, they watched Naruto create water tornadoes over and over again until now, when his tornadoes disappeared again and he sat down to rest. "Hiya, damn, I'll never be able to control my power separately like this," Naruto said, looking at the 3 books piled up next to him. "That's true, the power you have is very great," Kyoto said behind him, looking at the sea. "It's like you're the ocean and you're trying to fit all that water into a glass. It's just impossible," he said while comparing it. "That's right, at this rate I won't be able to use the grimoires separately unless it's for ice magic or Bell's magic. Hiya," Naruto sighed, lying back. "And I still don't understand why I have 3 grimoires, everyone else has 1, but me," Naruto indicated from beside him. "It may be because of your people, Naruto-kun." Bell spoke, making Naruto look back slightly without getting up. "Because you say so?" I asked curiously. "You had an affinity for an element before you got here?" Bell asked curiously, seeing him sit down and look at the group. "Yes, before the invasion of my village, I had training to control my element, which turned out to be wind," said Naruto, raising his palm and letting out a bit of wind created by chakra. "That explains the 4-leaf grimoire," Bell said, looking at Naruto and the grimoire. "Your primary affinity is with wind, not water, but the reason a 2nd grimoire was chosen is because your 2nd affinity is most likely water, and the 3rd is because it's a special grimoire of your people," he said, making Konoha realize something. "But if that's true, then the first thing you should focus on is the wind and not the water," he said as Naruto opened his eyes. "Most likely your people use another kind of power very different from ours, which could explain the amount of grimoires or even why you can't control your power in a simpler way," Kyoto said. So Naruto stood up and smiled. "Then let's try it the other way around," Naruto said, making the wind grimoire levitate and open. "I've been training with the grimoire that has the least power, but I've never tried it by the order of affinity," he said with a smile. "But how do you know so much about magic, well, besides being magicians?" Naruto asked curiously. "Oh, we won't tell you, we're priests of the temple," Kyoto answered, to see Naruto get nervous and take a step back. Tell me that you aren't priests who can see the death of others or guys who give horrible training?" I asked fearfully, confusing both brothers. What, no, we are not that kind of priests, and why do you say that? Kohono asked to see Naruto sigh. Because I've met a girl who tells you how you're going to die and a bucking crazy sadist from training, although I deserve the latter for making fun of her so much, he said while remembering those girls. In a country on the elemental continent, sneezed a girl with light blonde hair and light lavender eyes while walking through a temple. Cold, princess? Asked the man at her side. No, it was just a sneeze, he said as he continued on his way. In Konoha, sneezed Naruto's unknown fiancée as she sat on the Hokage monument, while watching the village being rebuilt. What was that? The girl muttered as she calmly looked back at the town. How long until I see him again and ask him how he could have gotten engaged to someone other than me? I muttered as I stood up and walked to the edge. Well, I'll see him again soon, for now I'll escape from these old people. He muttered as he jumped off the monument and escaped from the old people in time. Even she herself didn't like these elders who started demanding information about her. She just wanted to be with Naruto and nothing else. Plus, it was a good time to see the village where Naruto grew up and do things similar to what he liked to do. And what better way to jump off the Hokage monument? Naruto was right, she thought as she smiled as she felt the wind hit her face. I feel freer, I ended up thinking, following his fall while enjoying it. Back to rack. The brothers looked at each other. What the hell was he saying? Are you afraid of priests? Kohono asked, seeing him deny. No, it's just that I haven't had good experience with guys who have that title, much less a priestess princess who wanted a child with me. I ran away from that commitment, said Naruto, remembering Cheyenne. He wondered what she is doing at this moment. A son! They all asked loudly, only to see him nod. Yes, I saved myself from her and other crazy princesses, he said, hoping to never see them again. What kind of jobs have you had that princesses want to be with you? Kyoto asked, surprised by everything he said. Kyoto, my friend, I'll give you some advice, Naruto said, looking at him. First, never agree to protect a woman who disguises herself as a country girl. Second, understand the girl's words. And last, and most importantly, he said seriously, never ever give a pompous person a gift that has gems in it, you hear, or else you'll be lost, Naruto warned, making Kyoto nod quickly due to the look Naruto was giving him. He seemed very serious. And what if it was someone who didn't have some kind of relationship with royalty, or something like that? Kohono raised her hand, attracting Naruto's attention and a look from his brother. What is she planning this time? Kyoto thought, looking at Kohono's smile. Could it be that? Well, to be honest, since they have nothing to do with royalty, money, politics and that nonsense, it only depends on oneself. But the truth is I don't understand very well. I only said those things to Kyoto because of my experience with crazy princesses, said Naruto while shrugging his shoulders. Of oneself, Kohono murmured, looking at Naruto with a smile. This didn't go unnoticed by Kyoto, who saw Kohono's look. That smile was for when she had something planned or when she wanted something. But leaving aside his sister, he was curious about something. Hey Naruto, Kyoto spoke, attracting the attention of the aforementioned. How do you know so much about that? I asked, causing Naruto to laugh nervously while scratching his head. How do I tell you and if I tell you that it was in this way that they were about to get me engaged to different princesses? He asked, causing both brothers to open their eyes. What a thing you were! Both brothers asked loudly. Yeah, I don't blame them. It's happened several times, Naruto said, giving them cause for surprise. The brothers remained silent for a while, looking at Naruto with a nervous smile. He didn't look like a nobleman, but he had already been engaged to princesses. What kind of person was he? But it's... Belle spoke, but her mouth was covered by Naruto, who grabbed her and looked at her firmly, sending her a very clear message. Be quiet. Belle nodded strongly, seeming to not want to reveal his relationship with the silver and the captain. What was I going to say? Kyoto asked, recovering from what he had heard. It wasn't always the case that you heard someone reject a princess more than once. Nothing important, right, Belle-chan? Asked Naruto, making the fairy nod and laugh nervously. But, now that I think about it, you weren't engaged, Kohono asked, remembering this part. Well, how am I going to control my wind? Naruto said, turning around, ignoring Kohono's question, who stared at him. You won't be comper. Kohono continued, only for Naruto to interrupt her again. So, can you give me some advice on how to control my magic? I asked, trying to change the subject without looking at them. He didn't want them to know that he had a royal girl and an order captain as fiancés. What kind of ideas could they have? While both brothers looked at each other slightly, and saw Naruto's back, and then looked at the fairy, who immediately looked away while whistling foolishly. Could it be that he's engaged to nobles and doesn't want anyone to know? Both brothers thought, watching Naruto tremble with nerves. It was better not to ask him, for now. Good, we won't talk about that anymore, said Konoha, standing next to her brother, who began to walk until they reached Naruto's side, who sighed in relief. And about your magic, continued the youngest of the siblings, beginning to smile. If you want my advice on magic, she said, drawing Naruto's attention, who sensed that something in her tone of voice wasn't right. You'll have to pay me 100 yules, he said with a big smile on his face. Kyoto covered his face and Naruto started to have a nervous twitch in his eye. What? Naruto asked, hoping he heard correctly. Just ignore her, Kyoto said, quite used to his sister. Hey! Konoha complained, being ignored by both young men who turned their backs on her. He always does the same thing. Naruto asked to see Kyoto nod. Of course, and sometimes he even uses a spell to help others, only for him to then charge an amount on the person, and because we are in rack, he answered, causing Naruto to sigh. Take advantage of the opportunity to get money, right? Naruto finished saying to see Konoha slightly pout at him. After looking at her for a moment, he sighed and decided to do something, so he took a scroll out of his back pocket and opened it. Konoha-chan, Naruto called, attracting the attention of the aforementioned while placing his palm on the paper. Before we do that, is there a marriage tradition or something if I give you something valuable? I asked very carefully, to the surprise of both brothers. No, why do you ask? Both brothers asked to see Naruto sigh in relief. Because I don't want to make the same mistake again, Naruto said as a small smoke screen appeared from the point where he touched the paper. After the smoke cleared, a small chain with 3 gold stars was revealed. Don't get confused, Naruto said, taking the chain and heading towards Konoha to then place it around her neck to her surprise. This is just a gift for our friendship, okay? He said as he separated from a Konoha who looked at him and then touched the chain around her neck. I asked you if there was a tradition about engagements or something because I got engaged to a fool who knew nothing about a tradition that forced me to be engaged to her, Naruto said, remembering the problem with Noel. Although they were happy with each other now, he didn't want to make the same mistake again. Okay, Kyoto asked, looking at Konoha's necklace. It was something. Why do you ask? Naruto asked, looking at him. Well, it's a treasure from a dungeon, Konoha said, indicating the necklace. Don't worry about those little details, we're friends now, right? Naruto asked with a smile. Konoha just looked at him, and then moved on to look at her necklace. Of course, Naruto-kun, Konoha answered happily. See, a gift never hurt, Naruto said, looking at Kyoto, who laughed lightly, and then moved to the edge of the rock. So, about the advice, Naruto asked. But 100 yules, Konoha said, making Kyoto look at her emotionlessly. You're shameless, she said flatly to her sister, who circled her fingers and stuck out her tongue. Money is very important, Konoha replied, making both boys sigh. Your sister is a lost cause, Naruto said to Kyoto's nod and Konoha's complaint, making her brother and his new friend laugh. Base of the Black Bulls. What the hell is this? Gojo asked, looking at the food prepared in front of them. It was black water that was bubbling and looked like it had pieces of chicken in it, but it was completely destroyed. Well, that's what they expected. Soup, Noel replied, looking at everyone present. The Black Bulls and the ninjas looked at their supposed soup with fear. There was no doubt that Noel had never cooked. Is it a typical dish from here or something like that? Konohamaru asked to see the magicians deny. Princess, is it edible? Karen asked with great doubt, looking at the food. Of course, after all, I did it, Noel replied confidently. But that confidence wasn't enough for those present. Everyone remained silent, staring at each other for a moment to see who dared to eat first. Luckily, there was one big idiot who had woken up hungry. If Noel says it's good, I'll eat it, Asta said, being stared at by everyone as he began to eat the soup with his spoon. Little by little the spoon approached her mouth, and when the soup touched her lips she opened her eyes only to faint again. This was more than enough for everyone to move their plates away from them, and in Vanessa's case she went to check on Asta. He's poisoned, he announced so everyone could look at Noel, who looked nervous, while Finral opened a portal to Asta's room, who was taken by Magna along with Vanessa to treat him. What the hell did you put in there? They all asked at the same time. Well, Noel said, pointing to the kitchen with the ingredients, and Charmy went to check the ingredients. These mushrooms must be cooked properly or they will cause some form of poisoning. They're not for beginners, she said, causing everyone to look at the worst cook they'd ever met. Forever or until she poisons Noel, she is forbidden to cook, Yami dictated seriously for everyone's agreement, while the 2 black bulls that had gone with Asta returned just in time to hear their captain's order. "What the hell were you trying to do, kill us all?" Karen asked, watching Noelle fall in defeat. "I'm lost," Noelle muttered. How was she going to compete against that girl? "You've been acting strange since yesterday. What's wrong?" Irika asked, seeing Noelle stand up and sigh. I don't know if it's good to tell you, but…" Noelle murmured, thinking for a while until she made up her mind and went to sit down. "Well, do you know something about a girl Naruto met during his travels?" he asked, making the ninjas look at each other and deny. "Naruto Niken travels to different countries, or rather most of the ninjas, so we can meet many people," said Konohamaru without understanding his question. "Hiya," Noelle sighed, she didn't know how to ask them. "It's about a girl Naruto met in the past?" Irika asked, and Noelle nodded. "Yes, it seems that he knew Naruto since he was a child, shortly after he came to the kingdom," Noelle answered, making Irika think about those days. If I remember correctly, the third took Naruto on his travels when he was a child, not only here, but to various parts of the country," I commented, remembering those dark days for Naruto. "So it's true," Noelle murmured, then sighed. "Hey princess, speak clearly, you're too worried to even try to cook," Magna said, looking at Noelle, who sighed again. When he returned from the base, he had asked Irika to summon Fukasaku to tell him that they would delay his training. Fukasaku just nodded because he understood very well why she wanted to delay her training. He couldn't blame her. So he just told her that when she was ready, they should just ask to summon him, and he would train her, to Noelle's relief and gratitude. After that, he decided to cook until now. Well, he finally said, he had to explain it so they could understand. I had nothing to lose after all, so I explained to them what had happened at the meeting with Julius and the captain. When they finished, many were totally shocked by what had happened, but in Karen's case she made an angry face. But it quickly went away because it was better to leave it that way for now, and Irika frowned. "A fiancé," he muttered, thinking about it. Naruto had no idea, but he had been engaged since he was a child. "Yes, she even has a locket," Noelle said tiredly. "What were the third and Jiraiya-sama thinking?" Irika muttered, knowing that they always had a reason for what they did. But Naruto Niken hadn't been spared from several other proposals before Noelle Nachan, Udan asked. "Yes, but this case is different. It is not a proposal but a commitment made by the Hokage and one of the legendary Sannin. It is not easy to break or solve if you do not talk to those involved first, and unfortunately, the third and Jiraiya-sama have died. Naruto apparently has no idea about this commitment, or there is something he is hiding from us, and the girl is the only one who knows what is really going on," Irika answered seriously, but something he said caught the attention of the others. "What do you mean Naruto is hiding something?" Vanessa asked, seeing Irika sigh. "Naruto's past and his actions are very unknown to the village. Not even I know what happened to him until he entered the academy. The only ones who know about his past were the third and Jiraiya-sama, that is, from the age of 8 onwards. No one knows anything about Naruto's past. It is not even known how he survived on the streets. No one knows," said Irika in a serious and sad way. "What kind of treatment did Naruto receive so that no one knows anything about his past?" Yami asked seriously. This was something he couldn't believe if it weren't for the fact that it came from the mouth of his own teacher. "It's something that no one has the right to speak about. Not even Lady Tsunade has that right, and to be honest, the only reason why we ninjas now know about you wizards is because of Naruto, and no one else," Irika said, looking at all the wizards. "When Lady Tsunade took the position as the 5th, she found letters from the 3rd that were addressed to the Magic King and vice versa, where they explained the matters agreed between them. I don't know anything about that aspect, but the important thing is that Lady Tsunade found those letters and knew that Naruto had some connection with this continent, although unfortunately she couldn't ask him anything because he had left the village to train. So she decided to contact the Magic King as the new leader and asked him what kind of relationship Naruto had with you. She said to stop and see everyone nod, being the sign that they were following her. There was contact, but after Naruto returned, Lady Tsunade had forgotten about that matter for the moment, because a message of help was received from the Sand Village in which Naruto was involved, and after that many more missions continued until the meeting of the Kages, where the 5 Kages of the 5 great nations had declared war on them, and although the enemies were stopped to some extent, they were not sure that they could not return, so all the Kages decided that each nation involved should increase their military power in some way, and at that moment, Lady Tsunade remembered the letters and asked Naruto about this continent. So understanding the relationship he had, it was decided that he would come to this continent to train and obtain a new power. No one knew if magic could be used by ninjas, but at this point it did not matter. The only thing that interested us was that our ninjas became even stronger. The rest you already know what happened. Irika finished explaining. The wizards nodded, understanding much better how Naruto got here. I see, so no one knows anything about Naruto before the age of 8. Great, Noel said, ending with a sigh. Unfortunately not, and let's not even talk about them. Irika told the Konohamaru team, who were completely silent. Hiya, then how could I know something about her? Noel muttered, totally nervous. She was going to arrive when Naruto returned from his mission, and she would undoubtedly come to try to get Naruto to stay with her. Well, it's one thing that we don't know about Naruto's past, it's another thing that we couldn't know who it is, Irika said, drawing everyone's attention. Really? Noel asked hopefully. Yes, if you know his name we could know who he is. After all, ninjas must be very well informed of possible enemies, said Konohamaru along with the nodding of his fellow ninjas. Okay, so let's… Noel said, trying to remember the girl's name. I think her name is Ain Kairama or Anya Kairama. No, that wasn't her name, he said, trying to remember her name. But without realizing it, Konohamaru had frozen at the name that had seemed very familiar to him and dropped his glass, attracting everyone's attention. What's wrong, Konohamaru? Udan asked, seeing him so static and nervous. Noel Nei-chan, Konohamaru spoke, drawing her attention. You don't mean Anna Kaoyama, do you? I asked fearfully, making Noel open her eyes. Yes, herself Anna Kaoyama, but how did you know? He asked curiously. Irika-sensei, can you send me back to the village? Konohamaru asked with hope in his voice, making everyone surprised by his words, especially his classmates and teacher who knew his attitude very well. You know her? Irika asked, seeing him nod and cover his face. Of all the girls my grandfather could have engaged to Naruto Naiken, it had to be Anna Nei-san, Konohamaru said as he stood up and started heading for the door. For my part, I'm leaving before he arrives. Good luck. Konohamaru began to say goodbye, but was stopped by Nero, who looked at him as he flew. I'm not going to let you get away, kid. Nero thought, looking at Konohamaru, who stopped to look at her. She wasn't going to let him leave without giving an explanation about the relationship between Anna and Naruto. Right now, I'd like to rebel and go after that damn idiot. You're not leaving, Konohamaru, Irika said, standing up next to everyone else. No, not before telling us who she is. Noel agreed, starting to walk. Brat, speak, Yami ordered, addressing a scared Konohamaru. You'll never catch me, Shadow Clone Jutsu, he shouted, creating 10 clones that fled in different directions, escaping the group. I should have expected it, said Yami, covering his face. Nero, can you locate it? Noel asked, watching the bird fly in a specific direction and follow it. Somehow, Nero could tell which clone was real when Naruto did the same thing, and apparently in this case it was the same. Guys, Irika said, looking at Moegi, Udan and Karen, who nodded and started running in search of Konohamaru. You guys go and don't destroy anything, Yami ordered Magna and Finral, the latter not really wanting to go. Hiya, so now we wait, said Yami, sitting back down. I think so, Irika agreed. There wasn't much else to do. If Nero could find the real one, then they didn't need his help. 5 minutes later, Konohamaru was now tied up thanks to Vanessa's threads, being watched by everyone. How could this bird find me? He asked, completely angry and frustrated, looking at the bird that was on top of Moegi's head. We don't know and we don't care right now, Noel said on behalf of everyone. What we want to know is who that girl is, he asked bluntly, seeing Konohamaru sigh. Considering they have me tied up and Nero can find me anyway, I don't have many options, he said, looking them straight in the face. To be honest, I met her when I was 6 and I don't remember much, but when I met her she was about 10 years old or so, and let me tell you that her appearance has nothing to do with her true power and personality, he said with a bit of fear in his voice. What do you mean? Finral asked. She is my grandfather's previous and last disciple, he said so that the ninjas would open their eyes. The third Hokage? Moegi asked, totally surprised. Yes, as I recall she is the Princess Priestess of the Land of Fire, a great title that only passes from generation to generation by the Kaoyama clan. But there was a problem with the last generation, and because of that, my grandfather went to train her. She is not a ninja, but she has the power of one, said Konohamaru as he remembered Anna. Your grandfather is the third? Yami asked, seeing all the ninjas nod. Damn, he muttered, looking at Konohamaru. This boy already had blood that supported his power, and that he was only polished to a lesser extent by Naruto did not make him lesser. Forget about that, said Karen with her arms crossed and looking at Konohamaru. Because you wanted to escape? She asked, returning to the original topic. She was still very interested in this new girl. After all, she already has enough with the captain and Noel. She didn't want her competition to increase as well as her obstacles. It's because she's really scary when people prank her, and now I understand where she gets her attitude from. Well, in part, Konohamaru said fearfully. We still don't understand, Karen asked, not understanding anything. I'll put it simply. According to her, there was a boy who was bothering her for a long time until she got fed up and decided that she wouldn't let anyone else bother her, although I highly doubt it. Konohamaru answered, trying to remember her. Ayaha. While the others could understand, Naruto's jokes finally reached a person's limit. And you bothered her? Moegi asked to see her partner grimace. No, I don't want to remember that moment, he replied, closing his eyes. He didn't want to suffer again. It seems she's the only one you're afraid of, Irika said. What would you say to having some kind of beast come after you just for throwing flour on their heads? Konohamaru asked, looking at Irika, who opened his eyes. I admit it, that's quite traumatic, Irika admitted, along with the ninjas who nodded. Well, you earned it, but tell me more about her, Noel said, understanding what kind of person this Anna was. No joke, that was clear. Let's see now that I remember. Something about Naruto Niken and her doesn't match, Konohamaru commented, remembering Anna's words. What doesn't match? Charmy asked while eating. She was very focused on her conversation. How do I explain it? According to Anane-san, she had a fiancé that they had to break up due to problems, but that would be for some time, said Konohamaru, making everyone open their eyes. What do you mean, Konohamaru? Irika asked, completely worried. Well, since I was 8 years old I didn't understand anything, but now that I come to find out about Naruto Niken's engagements, they may have broken up because both of them don't understand much about love, said Konohamaru, thinking about the situation. Love? Yami asked, but saw Noel frown and sigh. It's like Naruto, she murmured, being heard by the others. What do you mean? Finral asked, not understanding what he was saying. When Naruto and I got engaged, he said he didn't quite understand the word, so he wasn't sure he wanted to commit to me, Noel replied, remembering that day. And thanks to all those words, I was finally able to understand your relationship, said another voice, making those present tremble and look at Irika. I'm sorry, but I had to tell you, he said as a communicator appeared in his hand, which Naruto had given him before he left, and he had hoped would have reached Lady Tsunade. Since when are you listening? Yami asked, looking at Tsunade on the communicator. From the beginning, he replied, looking at Konohamaru, who sweated. So, could you tell me a little more about this confusing relationship? I asked, but the tone of my voice made it clear it wasn't a question, but rather an order. Konohamaru wishes he were more dead than ever, although that task was going to be done by Anna and Naruto when they found out. Because I don't keep quiet, he thought as he began to tell Lady Tsunade everything he knew. Who knows, maybe he'll get protection from them. Rack afternoon. The group were now wandering around Rack looking for a house for Naruto after this term of training. Thanks for that advice, Naruto said, looking at the brothers. That's right, thanks to that we have some new spells and we were able to create it from your advice, said Bell very happily. When they returned they would be very surprised. You're welcome, Kyoto said, but then turned his gaze to the girl in the group. If you want help you can pay me. Thank you very much for using my services, said Kohono, closing one eye. Your sister is very greedy, said Naruto, stopping, looking at Kohono and concentrating on the road. But you're lucky you don't live with her, but I do, Kyoto said to Naruto's agreement, while Kohono pouted and went ahead of the group. And now what have we said? Both boys asked themselves, looking at Kohono, angry with them, and then running after her. After stopping her and apologizing, they continued on their way in search of a house for Naruto. So Kohono led them to a house dealer, and they arrived at the place and opened the door. It was a rather elegant place, obviously to attract nobles. They were the only ones who could buy one of these humble homes. There's no other way to get a house? Naruto asked, looking around the place without much desire to continue. No, Kohono replied as she started to walk in with the boys who just followed her, although Naruto was the one who least wanted to be in that place. As they started walking, they were stopped by a well-dressed, elderly man with a stern look. Could you leave this place? He asked, frowning, although it was like an order. Because, Kohono asked, knowing why he said it. The man just frowned and looked at them. This place is a place where houses are sold to nobles, not one for mere commoners, he replied sternly. Wow, even here, the pompous ones certainly have advantages. Naruto said to the agreement of his companions. I'm out of patience, get out of here! The man demanded, taking out his grimoire. But, hey idiot! Naruto said, taking out a scroll to take out a small bag of money and show it to the man who stopped. You must be a real moron. We know this place is for the pampas, and we wouldn't have come here if we didn't have money, he said, throwing the bag to the ground in front of him. The man looked at it, and then bent down to look at the bag and found a large amount of gold. How? Asked the man, looking at Naruto, who showed a paper to the man's surprise. Idiot, I'm under the direct orders of the Wizard King. Do you think I wouldn't have a chance of getting money if I'm under that idiot's command? Naruto said and saw the Lord bow. Excuse me, I didn't mean to insult you, sir, he said loudly to the bored faces of Naruto and his friends. And like I've always said, fools will be fools, Naruto said to the laughter of his friends and the fairy while the man straightened up to guide them to a table. He felt like crawling into a hole. Several minutes later, the group, now being guided by the Lord, looked for a house to Naruto's liking, although he did not know how he wanted his house. I've never had the money to buy one. They passed by several houses and Naruto asked his classmates' opinions because he had no experience in these situations. At first, the brothers didn't want to give their opinion because it wasn't their house, but Naruto insisted because it was his first time buying a house, and he also told them that since they were his first friends in this city, they could stay in the house whenever they wanted. The brothers were surprised by his words, so they asked him why he was leaving them. Naruto told them that he wouldn't live in this place forever and the house might be abandoned, so if they wanted to use it sometimes, they could do so without any problem, although he warned Konoha not to try any kind of nonsense to get money. He had understood very well what kind of girl she was. At least she wasn't like Ino. This warning did not please Konoha, who began to yell angrily at Naruto. But it got worse when Kyoto and Bell began to laugh and say that Naruto was right. When they calmed down again, they finally continued their house search, and since the brothers were still allowed to live there, even though they tried to refuse, they also helped choose it. Several minutes and many visits later, the four were getting bored of looking for a house to live in, and even Naruto was thinking about building one himself. I had experience building houses due to E-class missions. Who would have thought it would have its advantages? While thinking about this, Konoha grabbed his arm to his surprise and looked at her. Hey, what's wrong? Naruto asked. Well, you're very distracted, said Konoha, letting go of him while looking at him. That's true, you're thoughtful, Kyoto agreed. Yeah, I don't know if it's a good idea to buy a new house anymore. After all, each of the houses is very big, said Naruto, looking at the nobles' mansions. You're right about that, you'd have to pay servants to take care of the place, Kyoto said, looking at all the mansions. Well, it was obvious. After all, they were mansions for nobles. And why don't you do it? Belle asked curiously in her head. Because I don't like ordering others around, Naruto replied. Belle said, understanding her reluctance to hire servants. You are like the wind, very free. Belle thought maybe he had a great desire for freedom, and it was another reason that caused him to obtain the 4-leaf grimoire. We understand, but, Konoha said, but stopped speaking when she saw the salesman stop in front of another house. Here's another one, sir, said the salesman. Let's see, Naruto said to the agreement of his friends and the fairy. When they arrived where the gentleman was, they saw the house, and it was much smaller than the others, but it was still a mansion. It was like all the others. It had a red roof with a view of 8 windows to the front, large doors, but what set it apart was its size. While the others were tall, this one was shorter but much longer on the sides. As you can see, it's much smaller than the others. It has rooms for approximately 20 people or even a little more, a large backyard, and lastly, it's close to the beach, said the seller, waiting for the children's response. He had never expected that these people could buy one of these mansions so easily and so young, and even the young man who was going to buy it didn't have parents. So everything he buys will only be for him, and he wouldn't have to worry about whether they like it or not. It's close to the beach, Konoha commented, turning around and looking at the distance. It was no more than 5 minutes away. And considering we're already getting to nighttime and there aren't many houses that are small, then I think this is the best one, Kyoto said, looking at the house. Naruto is really lucky to have money from the dungeon. That's true, and also, said Belle, flying, being observed by Naruto. It has a big backyard. We could do a lot of things there, Belle said to the agreement of his partner. After thinking about it for a moment, and considering it was the smallest thing I was going to find, I didn't have many options. Fine, I'll buy it, Naruto finally said to the seller's delight. Okay, now we can go through, he said as he took out some keys and opened the gate. We can sign all the papers and the house will be yours, he said as he made way for the new young master of the mansion. You come very prepared, said Naruto looking at him. Of course, I don't like waiting, and since the process is so easy, it's better to do it right away, the salesman replied. I see. Hey guys, Naruto asked, getting the others' attention. How about we have a big dinner to celebrate? He said, cheering everyone up as he walked past everyone to finish signing the papers and finally celebrate having found a house to live in. He never thought of having one so big. How unexpected. With the Black Bulls, Konohamaru was still tied up after being forced to spill the beans about Naruto and Anna's relationship. He had tried to escape more than once, but Irika always stopped him. He had a lot of experience with Naruto and his famous escapes, so knowing when Konohamaru was going to escape was really easy for him. Konohamaru hated those communicators Naruto gave everyone. So that's what happened, Tsunade said through the communicator, looking at a nervous Konohamaru. I don't know anymore, I swear now please, let me go and don't let Anna-san or Naruto Naiken know that I spoke. Konohamaru begged, looking at Tsunade, who sighed. That's, she said, but was interrupted. Impossible, Konohamaru-kun, said Anna, having arrived at the place. Kaya, let me go, Konohamaru shouted, trying to get as far away as possible. Since when are you here? Tsunade asked, looking at Anna, who was leaning against the door frame with her arms crossed. I just knocked on the door, but he didn't listen, and I had no choice but to go in, Anna replied as she walked to the front of her desk. I see Konohamaru-kun is in that kingdom, right? He asked, causing the aforementioned to squeal. Excuse me, Anna-san, Konohamaru shouted, really scared. How much did you say about my relationship with Naruto? Anna asked, although this question was answered by someone else. Enough to understand why Naruto said he wasn't engaged, Tsunade said, looking seriously at Anna, who didn't seem to flinch at her gaze. I see. Well, it's not that important. After all, they haven't figured everything out yet, Anna said, not caring much about what they thought. It's something that only Naruto, Jiraiya-san and I know, he said while playing with the locket around his neck. But that's enough to know that you're no longer Naruto's fiancé, Noelle said, looking at Anna's silhouette. Don't think so much, princess, said Anna, looking at her seriously. What do you mean? Asked Tsunade. This girl is just as unexpected as Naruto. You'll understand when I sort out everything about my engagement to him, Anna said, ignoring his question. Are you aware that you're causing a lot of trouble? Tsunade asked again. I know, but I don't care. I only came for Naruto and nothing else, Anna replied. And I. He couldn't finish because a light appeared between Anna and Tsunade. The latter already knew who it was. Lady Tsunade, excuse the interruption, but I must let you know that Naruto returns from his mission tomorrow, Julius said to see Tsunade bang her head against the table. Idiot, said Yami, covering his face, having been heard by everyone who had different reactions. Karen didn't give a visible reaction, but she was worried in her own way. Noelle opened her mouth slightly. Konohamaru screamed in terror, and the others hit each other in the face at the biggest stupidity they had ever witnessed. Then tomorrow, Anna said with a smile, making Julius open his eyes and ask Marks to increase his magic to see the smiling young woman. Then I'll be leaving tomorrow, Lady Tsunade, Anna said as she started to leave to prepare her things. I was getting bored of being chased by those old men. Thank you very much, Mago-san. Now I'll go prepare to get to that place. See you tomorrow, she said as she left the office, leaving everyone frozen. When she finally left, Tsunade looked at Julius, who started to sweat at the look of the powerful woman, and started to laugh nervously. Well, I think I already said what I had to say, right? I asked, totally nervous, not knowing what to say due to the situation I caused. Thank you very much, idiot, Tsunade spoke harshly, looking at Julius, who gulped. I'd better go. See you later, he said as the magic disappeared. Now I'm really screwing up. Everyone froze at the announcement until someone finally broke the silence. When are you going to return me to the village? Konohamaru asked, making everyone look at him and sigh. Problems are already on the way. Naruto's home. Minutes before Julius's call, the group was now in the backyard eating a large barbecue that was prepared by Naruto and Kyoto after the former had taken care of signing the papers for the house and the seller had left. It hadn't been that expensive due to the size of the house, so some of Naruto's treasure had still been left untouched. He had wondered how much he had taken from the dungeon. I would see him when I returned to the capital. After the vendor left, Naruto asked Kohono to go shopping with Bell and a clone of himself, while the original stayed with Kyoto to fix everything. The girls, along with the clone, immediately agreed and went in search of everything they needed. After several minutes, the girls along with the clone had returned with large packages of food. Apparently the clone had gotten carried away with the girls because they brought too much candy and ice cream. The good news is that they also brought fish, meat, condiments, dishes and utensils for cooking and eating, so it didn't matter much, and with everything ready, they began to cook on a grill that Naruto had saved in his scrolls. They had asked him why he had a grill in those strange scrolls, and he replied that, since he was coming to this place to stay for a few days, he had decided to bring a grill to cook the beast he was going to exterminate. The brothers understood, and in Konoha's case, he completely averted his gaze while whistling. He had forgotten what made him fail the mission. But remembering this, Naruto decided to call Julius to inform him. So he decided to take out the communicator and call him. "Hey old man," Naruto said, looking at Julius, smiling at him. "Oh Naruto, how did your mission go?" Julius asked. If I told you I failed, what would you say?" Naruto asked, causing Julius to open his eyes. "What?" I asked, completely surprised. "I failed such a simple mission." "Yeah, well, something happened here and I had to let the beast go," Naruto said. "Sorry, okay." Konoha shouted from behind Naruto as she walked up to her brother. "Who is it?" Julius asked, having heard a girl's voice. He remembered the conversation he had with Naruto's fiancées, and they were laughing about how it was impossible for any girl from RAC to get close to the ninja. "Well, they've just been proven completely wrong." "Her," Naruto said as he turned around and looked at the siblings who stopped and looked at him. "They are siblings I found in this place. The girl's name is Konoha and the boy's is Kyoto," Naruto introduced as they arrived and looked at the Wizard King through the communicator. "Nice to meet you, wise man," both brothers said as they gave a slight bow. "Nice to meet you, young people," Julius replied, quite relieved that Naruto hadn't just met a girl. "And the reason why I failed the mission is standing in front of you while whistling," said Naruto, looking at Konoha, who started looking away while whistling, and her brother covered his face. Julius laughed lightly at the attitude of both brothers. "But, what do you mean she made you fail the mission?" Julius asked, not understanding how a girl could have made him fail. "Wise man," Konoha spoke. "Excuse me, but the beast that Naruto was chasing was a beast that had gotten lost and was just confused, so when Naruto was about to finish it off, I stopped it so I could use my magic to calm it down. When I succeeded, the beast calmed down and finally returned to its home, which was at the bottom of the ocean," explained Konoha, giving a small bow of apology while Julius nodded, understanding the situation. "I understand, young lady, and you shouldn't worry. Naruto's mission was to take care of the beast and eliminate it because it was causing problems on the beach. But if it is no longer there, then the mission could be said to be accomplished," said Julius, to the joy of Naruto and Konoha. "I made it / I saved myself," they both shouted at the same time, respectively. "Ahahaha, Naruto, you've done an excellent job. If you can avoid killing a creature and solve the problem, then I can't argue with the result," said Julius, quite satisfied with the result. "Thanks, old man," Naruto said, very relieved. "And how did you finish? When will you return?" Julius asked curiously. "Oh, that's it. I was planning on leaving tomorrow," Naruto replied. "Then I'll ask a wizard to open a portal to RAC," Julius said. "Don't worry, old man. I want to try out a new spell I created, so I might be arriving tomorrow afternoon," Naruto said, making Naruto stand up. "Oh, you got new spells. What is it? What is it called? And now that I remember," Julius said, looking at the brothers. "What kind of magic are you using?" But he couldn't finish because his communicator was taken away and now Marx's silhouette was visible. "I'm sorry, Naruto, but I'll have to hang up now before he gets distracted from work," he said, so that Julius's complaint could be heard in the background. "No problem, see you tomorrow," Naruto said as he closed the communicator, ignoring Julius's whining. When he finally closed it, he sighed and then looked at the brothers, who seemed to be asking for an explanation of what had happened. "Well, there's the old man, excuse his attitude, but he's well known for being a magic fanatic," Naruto said while Bell nodded firmly, who was on Naruto's shoulder. "It scares me when I remember how he suddenly approached me," said the fairy, remembering the day she met him. "Ahawk," both brothers said, understanding what had happened. "Yeah, I don't blame them for having that look," Naruto said supportively next to Bell as he nodded strongly. "Well, forget about that," said Konoha, approaching Naruto. "At least you didn't fail the mission," he said, making Naruto sigh in relief. "I saved myself with gusto," said Naruto, looking at the sky. "I wouldn't want to know what would happen if Grandma found out I failed a simple mission," she said fearfully. Is that grandmother you're talking about the leader of your continent?" Kyoto asked curiously. "Yes, and she's a very angry grandmother," Naruto replied. I still remember how he was chasing me all over the village for failing a mission where I had to capture a guy and I ended up letting him go, he said, wincing at the phantom pain as he remembered what he did to her. He didn't want to remember it. I see why you were so scared, Konoha said with understanding. Yes, but now, Naruto said smiling, I shouldn't worry, so let's enjoy our food today, Naruto said to make everyone happy. Let's go, said the four of them, going to prepare the food. Not expecting that minutes later, Julius would make a certain girl decide to arrive the same day Naruto returns to the capital. The ninja wasn't going to expect how difficult his return to the capital would be. Chapter 12. A turbulent return. It was early in Rack and Naruto was already awake next to Bell, who was sitting on his shoulder while yawning and ready to start leaving for the capital, while he saw the brothers in front of him who had stayed overnight at the house after notifying their family. He enjoyed his short time in Rack, but he had to return. Well, I think we say goodbye here, said Naruto, giving his hand to Kyoto, who took it and shook it. It's been a pleasure, said Kyoto, smiling next to Naruto, who nodded at the same time, and then they stopped shaking hands and Naruto took money out of his scrolls and stretched his arm to Kyoto, who looked at the bag. Here you have money to fill the house with whatever you want, Naruto said, so Kyoto grabbed it and looked at it along with Konoha, who literally had her eyes lit up. That's a lot of money, Kyoto said, holding the bag up so Konoha wouldn't grab it. He knew that look all too well. Yeah, it should be enough to fill the house with some beds and stuff. Obviously you can use the money to buy things for yourselves as a thank you for taking care of the house though, he said, looking at Konoha and then looked at Kyoto. Don't let Konoha-chan take care of the money, Naruto said, stopping Konoha, and she looked at him with a pout. Because you say so? Konoha asked loudly. I wonder why, Naruto said with a smile, making Bell and Kyoto laugh while Konoha pouted again, crossing her arms. Ha, be well, Konoha-chan, said Naruto, looking at her. Konoha returned to normal and looked at him again with a smile. Have a good trip, he said as he said goodbye, looking at Naruto. Thanks, and now that I remember, Naruto said, taking something out of his back pocket and revealing a communicator that he handed to Konoha. It's a communicator, we'll be in contact with this thing, Naruto said as Konoha took it. Of course, Konoha said, closing one of her eyes. Then I think there's nothing else, said Naruto, taking out his 4-leaf grimoire, and it opened on a specific leaf. We'll keep the house well, Kyoto said confidently. I know, do what you want, I'll let you know when I get back, Naruto said, to the agreement of both brothers. And since there's nothing else to say, wind spirit creation magic, he said as behind his back a large amount of wind began to gather, giving it a shape similar to Bell's wings. Sylph wings, he said as he flew beside him and Naruto began to float. Alright guys, see you, said Naruto, starting to look at the sky. Goodbye, said Bell as he began to fly with Naruto at his side. Goodbye, Naruto, both brothers said, waving goodbye and watching Naruto and Bell fly away through the sky. When they left, they stopped waving and sighed. We have a new friend, said Konoha, looking at the sky. Sure, Kyoto asked, watching his sister turn around. What do you mean? I asked with a smile. Don't play dumb, Kyoto said, looking at his back. Who knows? He simply replied as he started walking. Come on, we have money to spend, Konoha said, giving him a slight glance with a smile. Kyoto just sighed. He didn't understand his sister, or rather, he didn't know what she was thinking. Hiya, I sighed as I started walking. Last night, his sister was totally happy around Naruto as they teased each other over and over again. He admitted that Naruto had a knack for making friends so easily that you wouldn't believe you had just met him. When his sister returned 2 days ago, she was completely happy, to the surprise of him and his family. They asked him what had happened, and he began to tell how he had found an extremely strong boy who possessed the spirit of the wind and who was about to turn the beast they were looking for into food. Obviously they were worried. Just having the spirit of the wind screams that you are strong, and they assumed he was a noble. But they calmed down when they told him he was a young commoner from another continent, who had come to train and was under the direct command of the Wizard King. In addition to forgiving the beast, although after doing so he had become completely sad because he had failed the mission, but she had invited him to eat and he completely forgot about it along with the little fairy who accompanied him. His words had surprised them. A boy from another continent getting the spirit of the wind was not something that was very common, and even more so when he told him that tomorrow he would go visit him again. In this case, Kyoto decided to accompany her to see this new friend of hers, and it is certainly, as she had described, someone very friendly and easygoing, as well as being someone very cheerful and silly at the same time, and with the same mocking side as his sister. After meeting him, He finally understood why his sister wanted to come visit him again, although he realized she had a more ulterior motive for seeing him. And when I asked him about, what if I were a commoner? He finally understood, well, a little. His sister might have developed a small crush on Naruto the day they met, while he had no idea. And he also understood why Konoha tried not to flirt with Naruto. After all, he was already engaged, and apparently it was with nobles of the kingdom, although Naruto seemed to give a shit that they were nobles with whom he was engaged due to how he ended up insulting the house seller. And now, I'd better not get involved. Kyoto muttered as he caught up with his sister. What did you say? Konoha asked curiously because of the small whisper she heard from her brother. Nothing, he said as he started walking next to his sister. Well, Konoha replied, dismissing what she had said to put a smile on her face. Then let's not waste time and go shopping. I have some ideas to decorate Naruto's house, said Konoha, grabbing her brother by the arm and pulling him to go faster. Hearing this, Kyoto only thought of one thing. What the hell is she thinking? He thought as he continued to be pulled by his sister. He would never understand women, not even if it was his younger sister. With Naruto and Bell, now they were flying through the sky quite freely while playing in the sky. Bell-chan, it's really fun to be flying, said Naruto as he turned his back to the ground and looked at the clouds. I know, laughed Bell as he flew freely in the sky. I've always wanted to fly through the sky. Ever since I was a child I've had that great desire, said Naruto, remembering his childhood when he stood on top of the Hokage monument and watched the birds fly freely in the sky. That was one of his greatest desires, and to enjoy it, he always threw himself off the mountain to enjoy the wind hitting his face. He never thought of being able to fly on his own. That just means you're as free as the wind, Naruto, said Bell, approaching him. Your wings prove it. You are the freest companion I've ever had in my entire life, Bell said happily. The freest? Naruto asked to see her nod happily. Yes, the freest. I've never had a companion so similar to the wind, he said as he stretched his arms upwards with great joy. That's what it means to be free as the wind, he said with great joy. I see, free as the wind, Naruto muttered, straightening up and turning around to look down. Now I feel as if I am totally free from my burdens, as if I am no longer chained to anything, he thought as he closed his eyes and focused on the wind. I can understand you, Bell-chan, Naruto said as he opened his eyes again and started to smile. This is so entertaining, he said happily as he increased his speed alongside Bell. I've never felt so free. Bell-chan, I've never thought flying could be so relaxing, he said loudly with great joy. Bell just nodded and enjoyed the wind hitting his face. Naruto could understand her. He was as free as the wind as she was. Come on, Bell-chan, Naruto said, getting her attention. Let's race to see who reaches the capital first, he said as he increased his speed. Of course, Naruto, Bell replied, flying next to him. She finally found a partner as free as she was. 3 hours later, Naruto and Bell continued flying to the capital while talking, and suddenly they were playing. They had to stop a few times because Naruto still wasn't used to being in the sky for so long, but he quickly recovered and started using the spell again. The good news is that even though it was a spiritual spell, it didn't use up that much magical power, so they could be flying for hours due to the high energy level Naruto possessed. 3 hours flew by and Naruto had to admit that there were absolutely beautiful places in the noble zone, such as lakes, forests, and some flower fields where Bell and Naruto stopped for a moment to admire the place. After all, I was fairly new to this continent, and wasn't in a hurry to get to the capital, so I could enjoy these places on the way. They made short stops at certain points in the area. They continued flying in this manner calmly until Naruto and Bell looked down and stopped to watch. What's going on? Naruto asked, watching some silhouettes move. I don't know, come on, Bell asked, looking at him. Naruto thought about it for a moment until he finally nodded and began to descend next to Bell. When they got a sufficient distance, they could see what was happening. They were magical knights who were fighting against a pack similar to wolves, but these were much larger than the ones he knew and did not have the ability to breathe fire. Plus, not only were they fighting, but they were also protecting a rather fancy carriage, and that only meant one thing. These guys are protecting a pompous guy, Naruto said as he reached the carriage while sitting on top of it and watching the spectacle. Hey, said Naruto, getting the attention of the knights, who opened their eyes. Do you want help? I asked with a bored face. Who are you? Asked a knight in a white cloak with a deer design. Just someone who was passing by and saw them, Naruto replied, looking at the guy he was talking to. That cloak is from the aquamarine deer, he thought, looking at everyone else, who seemed very busy dealing with the wolves. We don't need a commoner's help, go away, said the man ready to attack, but saw Naruto take out a weapon and throw it at him. He had opened his eyes, but saw that the weapon was not aimed at him, but behind him, and when it grazed him, he heard a growl of pain to realize that it was a wolf that was about to kill him. "Are you sure?" Naruto asked with mockery in his voice, looking at the knights who were having great difficulty. There were users of fire, water, ice, plant, earth, and apparently feathers. "Ha, let's go, Naruto," said Bell sitting on the aforementioned's head. "Finish them quickly and let's go to the capital, I'm hungry." She said very hungry. After all, it was time to eat. "Ha, okay," Naruto said, jumping off the carriage and onto the ground to start walking. "Hey, get out of that place!" Naruto called, attracting the attention of the knights who finally noticed his presence, and some looked at him with caution. "Who are you?" asked another man from the aquamarine gear. "Just someone," Naruto replied as he walked forward. "I recommend you have something warm to keep you warm," he said mockingly as he took out the 2 grimoires and turned the pages. "2 grimoires, and one is 4 pages long," said another knight, very surprised by this. He had never heard of anyone possessing 2 grimoires at the same time. "Yes, genius now," he said as he stopped and looked at the wolves. "Let's make wolf popsicles," he said mockingly. "Ice creation magic, ice field," he said as both grimoires shone and ice came out of their feet, freezing everything around them and passing under the knights who opened their eyes and then turned their gaze to the wolves that tried to escape. But it was too late for them, and when the ice touched them, some were impaled and others were completely frozen. The knights were completely surprised by the ease with which he defeated the large pack of wolves. It didn't even take him 3 seconds to defeat everyone while they themselves had been fighting for at least 10 minutes with great difficulty. "Who are you?" the knight asked cautiously. This guy was much more dangerous than he saw at first glance. "Nobody, ha," said Naruto, starting to walk towards the wolves. "Do you want to eat roast wolf?" Naruto asked Bell, who denied it completely. "I don't like them, I prefer ice cream," Bell said, hoping for the ice cream. "You like me a lot, right?" he asked and saw her nod quickly. "Hiya, I can't give you any," Naruto said, taking out a scroll and opened it to reveal some candy. "But I have something like this." I indicated some small pastries I had saved. "Let's eat!" Bell shouted happily. He loved his sweets. "Hee, and now," he said as he touched the ice of the frozen wolves. "They seem to be pretty tough," he muttered, watching as her eyes moved towards him. "Answer, who are you?" the first man asked again, his grimoire open and ready to attack. "You guys are idiots," Naruto said, turning around and looking at them clearly. Each one was from the aquamarine deer, and there were apparently others from a different squadron. Blue cape with the symbol of a rose with thorns. The man-hating squad, blue roses, he thought as he watched the women approach. Out of all the squads, it had to be them. Well, it was much better than the silver ones or the ham ones. "Wait," said a girl, drawing everyone's attention and bringing Naruto out of his thoughts to see a girl with black hair and gray eyes. She was wearing a hat, a short jacket, and a really long skirt, all white. But under her short jacket you could see a black collared and long-sleeved shirt. Finally, she was wearing brown boots. This girl had stood in front of the group to look at it. "You are Naruto Uzumaki-sama, right?" asked the girl, looking at the ninja, who opened his eyes in surprise. "How do you know who I am?" Naruto asked, indicating himself with total surprise. He thought that only the captains, the Black Bulls, and the Peacocks knew about him. "My captain spoke of someone who had arrived in the kingdom and is under the direct orders of the Wizard King," he said while indicating the 2 grimoires that had returned to his waist. "Someone who possesses 2 grimoires, it's not too difficult to find someone with that characteristic if we assume you're the first case we've had, right?" the girl said with a small smile. "Hee, well, with that," Naruto said shyly. "Also, a person with 3 mustaches on each side of his face makes him even more recognizable," said the girl, smiling at Naruto, who scratched his head in embarrassment. "I get it," Naruto said, watching Bell laugh and end up choking on his cake. "Happy?" asked Naruto, creating some water for Bell to drink quickly and end up sighing. "Yes," I answered while I was happy to feel his beloved wind in my lungs. The knights listened attentively to their conversation and looked at the fairy, who was breathing heavily. It was undoubtedly the spirit of the wind, which found an owner in this time. "Then I think I'll continue on my way," Naruto said as he took out his wind grimoire and searched for the flight spell blade. "Please wait," the girl said again, stopping Naruto and making him look at her again. "What's going on? The wolves are still alive, but it will take a long time for them to thaw out or die, whichever comes first, and I don't think they'll need my help anymore," Naruto said, looking at everyone who was injured. "The wolves did a good job." "That's true, but we need a little help," said the girl, looking back. We still have an hour or two to go before we reach the capital, and I don't think we can withstand another attack of this magnitude," the girl confessed, while everyone else sighed. I'm not really sure. It's never been my pleasure to protect pompous people who don't even come out to see those who protect them," Naruto said, looking at the carriage that had a moving curtain. "But you're with the Magic King. You must be a magic knight," said a fat woman wearing makeup and a cape of blue roses. "No, I'm not. Let's say I'm a mercenary. I only do the job if I'm paid the corresponding money for the mission I'm asked to do, and let's say a mission to protect a pompous person. The reward has to be very big," said Naruto, making all the knights frown. But before they could say anything, the carriage door opened to everyone's surprise. "Please wait," said a woman as she stepped out of the carriage as the knights stepped aside to let her through. She was a woman wearing an elegant dress and a red cape. Her hair was silky black and her constitution was apparently weak, but she still emitted an aura of elegance. "Who the hell are you?" Naruto asked, staring at her. "How do you?" A knight of the aquamarine deer was about to claim her, but was stopped by a hand the woman gave. "Don't worry, I know who it is," said the woman, walking forward until she stood firmly in front of him. "Nice to meet you, hero of Konoha," the woman said, causing the knights to look at Naruto in surprise. "A hero. Okay, now tell me who you are. I can understand why she knows something about me," said Naruto, indicating the girl with the white hat. "But about you?" he asked, looking at the woman in front of him. "Excuse me for not introducing myself earlier. My name is Finesse Comrike and I am from the Kira family, one of the 3 royal families of the Clover Kingdom," said the now-known Finesse. "One of the 3 royal families," Naruto muttered. Okay, I understand," said Naruto, but he turned around next to Bell, who was on his head. "But I don't care who you are, so I'll just continue on my way to the capital," he said, raising his hand and waving goodbye. "Wait, I'm not done yet," Finesse said, stopping Naruto, who ended up sighing and turned around again. "Thanks," Finesse said, making Naruto raise an eyebrow. "You're very strange," Naruto said, looking at her seriously and at the same time curiously. "Because he says so?" Finesse asked, curious about what he said. "So far, I've only met pompous people who are quite vain and who never apologize, or rather, who don't know such kind words," Naruto said with the last word with much doubt in his voice. "I understand. I've heard about how you've been to the kingdom in the past and the treatment you received from the nobles, so I can understand your resentment toward people like us," Finesse said humbly. You should know that it's not all the pompous ones that I have a strong desire to hit in the face," Naruto said seriously, making the magic knights approach their grimoires. "Calm down, idiots," Naruto said, looking at all the knights, but only one did nothing. "Because I don't feel any hostility from that girl," Naruto thought, looking at the girl with the white hat who just stood still. "Well, never mind, fewer idiots to deal with. The Wizard King also informed me about what you are like." Finesse spoke again, attracting the ninja's attention. "The old man?" Naruto asked, seeing Finesse nod, who had a small smile on her face. "That old man can't keep quiet," I mumble, thinking about how I should get revenge on that idiot. "Don't be angry with him. It is your duty to inform us, the royal family, about any kind of important event, and you and your arrival are something really important, and even more so being the fiancé of the youngest daughter of the House Silva and the captain of the Coral Peacocks," said Finesse, to the surprise of all the knights. "TCH, so you know now," Naruto said, annoyed by the situation. "Hee, of course, just like your great feat and why they call you a hero, without a doubt defeating captain-level men who destroyed your city, and that you were able to save them all without any civilian or soldier casualties is something to make your reputation known," said Finesse, to see Naruto hit his face with his palm. "I understand then," Naruto said, looking at Finesse. "What do you want me to do?" Naruto asked, quite bored. He had to speak. "As you've already been told, we still have 1 or 2 hours of walking to go to reach the capital, and we don't know if they might attack us again or not. So I'm asking you to join our group," said Finesse, making Naruto look at the knights. They were a mess. "Well, I could, but some idiot already told me to get lost, and even though I'm not very obedient, I'm not good at working with that kind of people," he said, looking at the gentleman who grimaced and was starting to get nervous. "Also, I was heading to the capital to finish my mission that the old man gave me, so I'm officially still on a mission," Naruto said, using his mission as an excuse. "I understand very well what you mean, and I apologize for the way you were treated even though you only came to help us," said Finesse with a small bow that surprised Naruto. "But you must understand that if we receive another attack, we will not reach the capital, and you are the only one who could help us in case something happens. After all, you have the level of an order captain, and just having the spirit of the wind shows even more how powerful you are, and that is why I ask you to help us until we reach the capital," said Finesse, looking at Naruto, who looked at her seriously. While Naruto had to think it over carefully, he didn't mind helping for free. The problem is that so far the only one he could work well with is the girl with the hat, and that would be a real problem with the others. Besides, this girl is different from the usual pompous ones, he thought, looking at Finesse. So far, he's only met a few idiots who apologize for their actions, so for now, he wouldn't mind escorting her to the capital. After thinking about it for a while, he finally sighed, having made his decision. "I'll just escort you to Kika, after that you can sort it out, okay?" Naruto said, giving his condition. "Okay, that's enough," Finesse said, nodding at his words. "But Naruto-kun, we're going to be late for lunch," said Bell, flying in front of Naruto. "And that's why we're going to Kika, we're going to eat there," Naruto replied as he took out an ice cream from his scroll, making Bell's eyes shine. "In return, I'll give you this ice cream as an apology for not getting to the capital quickly. What do you think?" Naruto said, only to see the ice cream float in front of Bell, who started eating it. "Ice cream, ice cream, ice cream," Bell sang, ignoring Naruto's words, making him laugh. "I'll take that as a yes," Naruto said as Bell sat on his shoulder and began to eat his ice cream calmly. Hee, what a cheerful spirit," Finesse commented with a small laugh. "Yes, and very greedy," said Naruto, looking at Bell, who ignored the conversation in favor of eating his ice cream. He had loved it. After this, he looked at the woman standing in front of him and sighed. "So, let's go later, I want to get to the capital and eat," Naruto said, starting to walk. "But, wait," Finesse said, stopping Naruto again. "Now what happens, Finesse-san?" asked Naruto, calling her by her name. He had noticed that she was more humble than many other nobles, so he should have a little respect for her. "Well, if you're hungry, why don't you come back to the castle with us, and we could offer you dinner?" said Finesse, to see him deny. "Don't worry, I'm not one for fancy food and all that nonsense, it's not my style," Naruto replied, but Finesse said, but was interrupted by the ninja. "Like I said, don't worry, I'm used to eating out," he said as he started walking. The truth is that he didn't feel comfortable eating next to nobles, and it was only with Dorothy that he could eat as long as there were nobles around him. Obviously, leaving aside the Black Bulls, who were a group full of walking disasters, Finesse just looked at him and then headed to her carriage. Apparently the rumors are true. The treatment he received from most of the nobles made him feel no security around him. How sad, he thought as he walked with a little sadness. "Okay, Pompous, let's go. I'm not going to wait for you to rest. After all, it's not my duty to wait for you or protect this carriage," Naruto called as he walked in front of the car, while the knights decided to just follow him in silence. Apparently he didn't like talking to the nobles. Minutes later, Naruto twitched an eyebrow as he watched the pompous guys flying on broomsticks. Apparently, wizards have the ability to fly on broomsticks to move to different places. He hadn't expected that, but he didn't care, because now he had his own wings. But he didn't use it because he had to stay on the ground to watch the carriage that moved with magic. Seriously, now I understood why magic was everything on this continent. "Naruto-kun, let's fly," Bell asked, quite bored. After eating his ice cream, Bell wanted to fly again, but Naruto told him not to because he had to protect the carriage, and although he insisted, it was no use. "I'm sorry, but not for now," Naruto said with true regret. He had liked to fly, but now he couldn't do it because he didn't have a broom and it wasn't worth using his magic to go slowly through the sky. Plus, he was good at staying in shape, so walking wasn't so bad. After all, he was a ninja, not a wizard. Belle ended up sighing and stayed on his shoulder, totally bored, looking at her feet. Why did they meet these guys? And since I had some time alone with Naruto-kun, the little fairy thought sadly, because they didn't fly higher. While these two were thinking, they hadn't noticed that someone had descended from the sky to stand next to Naruto, who didn't even notice his presence. Hello, said the person, surprising Naruto and Belle, who woke up from their own thoughts and, in the case of fairy, almost fell. And they saw the same girl in the white hat who knew them a little. "Oh, sorry, I didn't know you were so focused," the girl said as she climbed back up. "I'd better go," he said, but, "Oh, don't worry, I was just thinking," Naruto said, watching her nod and get back to her level as she mounted her broom. "I see," the girl said calmly. "So what's going on?" Naruto asked curiously. "Oh, that's it. Well, I saw that you were a little bored being here on the floor and I thought I'd come talk to you," the girl answered a little nervously. Well, thanks, but you don't have to worry, I'm fine," Naruto replied. "Oh, I see," the girl said sadly, making Naruto feel a little bad. "You did it, idiot," he thought as he scolded himself. She came to talk to him, and nothing more. Excuse me, but I didn't mean to talk to you like that, Naruto said as the girl looked at him. No, I don't understand why you say that you're not very friendly with other nobles, are you? The girl asked, seeing the ninja sigh. Well, that's true, but it's no excuse to talk to you that way, just excuse me, Naruto said, being totally honest. Don't worry, said the girl, understanding his behavior very well. Seriously, sorry, Naruto repeated. He was a fool. Calm down now, said the girl, looking at him with a smile. After a few seconds of silence, Naruto spoke again. Well, he said while looking at the girl with a smile, since you want to talk, let's start again. What do you think? Naruto asked, making the girl smile. Yes, and to start, I'll introduce myself, she said as she placed her hand on his chest, squeezing something in it. My name is Fragile Storm and I am a magic knight of the Order of the Aquamarine Deer. Nice to meet you, said the girl now known as Fragile while giving a pleasant smile. Nice to meet you, mine is Naruto Uzumaki and I'm from the village of Konoha. Naruto presented his typical smile, while Bell flew again and placed himself on Naruto's head. And I am the spirit of the wind, Sylph, and they call me Bell, Bell said with total pride. Nice to meet you both, Naruto-kun, Bell-chan, said Fragile, laughing slightly at the way the fairy was acting. So, Fragile, what did you want to talk to me about? Naruto asked curiously. Oh well, Fragile said a little nervously. I wanted to know if what they say is true, he asked, making Naruto tilt his head next to Bell. They didn't understand what they were trying to say. What do you mean? Naruto asked. He really didn't understand anything. Oh, that you are engaged to the captain of the Peacocks and the youngest daughter of the Silvas, he asked shyly because of what he was asking. Oh shit, Naruto said, scratching his head. She's very direct. Sorry if it was such a direct question, you don't need to answer it, Fragile said, waving her arms in denial. Don't worry, I was just surprised by the question, Naruto said while sighing. And about your question, yes, I'm engaged to her too, although with that idiot Noelle it was like an accident and Dorothy insisted on getting engaged to me, said Naruto. Yes, so that's what happened, said another voice next to Naruto, scaring him along with Bell, who had to grab Naruto's hair to keep from falling. Seriously, what's wrong with these people that scares them by surprise? Shit, Naruto said, calming himself down as he watched the same fat woman he saw earlier fly past him. Sorry, I didn't mean to scare you, the woman said, smiling at him. Seriously, what's wrong with you guys that you always end up scaring us? Bell complained, completely frustrated. Sorry, little fairy, and by the way, my name is Pulley Angel, said the fat woman while smiling. Mine is Galgaria, said a girl with short blonde hair and purple eyes. And mine is Selena, said a girl with long, wavy brown hair and green eyes. For the love of God, don't you know the word scared? Because that's what I feel, Bell complained, trying to get a grip on the huge scare she'd had. Hunger? Naruto asked. She was much angrier and had to admit that he was the same. Yes, and a lot, so let's go and leave it here, Bell said loudly, flying in front of him. He wanted to fly next to him again. I told you no, I made a promise, Bell-chan, Naruto said as he took an apple out of his scrolls and cut it in half. Here, eat a little, said Naruto, giving half of his apple to Bell, who ended up sighing and sat back on his shoulder, and then used his wind and attracted the split apple. Hey, don't try to scare us anymore, because we're not in a very good mood. We haven't eaten since we left Rack and we've been flying since very early with only a few stops to quickly get to the capital, said Naruto, looking at the girls. Excuse me, said the two girls who arrived after Pulley. Don't worry, but I'm curious, Naruto said, looking at the three blue roses. I'm not from this continent and I only know this much about black bulls, but aren't you supposed to hate men? Naruto asked, watching the girls smile. Young man, that's just something that's part of our captain, Pulley said, smiling at him. That's true, actually all of us girls go out with guys secretly from our captain, Selena said, closing one of her eyes. So the part about them hating men is fake? Naruto asked, surprised by this. Yes and no, we actually have men in our order, but we only use them as errand boys, and at the same time we go out with others secretly from our captain, she and another companion being the ones who actually hate men, said Galgaria, making Naruto sigh. I see, so the only one who hates men is the woman in the helmet, right? I asked, and they all nodded. Wow, I didn't expect that, Naruto said, looking up. And those guys looking down, are they women who hate me? I asked mockingly, making the girls laugh. No, it's just that their pride was broken when you saved them from the wolves, Fragile said, looking at her companions. I understand, in other words, they are women, said Naruto, making all the girls laugh. After the girls calmed down, and Naruto ignored the death glares the idiots in heaven were giving him, they started talking calmly again. I thought you hated nobles. Pulley asked to see him deny. I don't hate them. What bothers me is how they act superior to others, and that makes me want to punch most of the nobles in the face. Naruto replied. Aha, said all the girls, understanding this hatred I felt, although it wasn't hatred but annoyance. Okay, now I understand that you're not violent with everyone, Selena said, looking at him with a smile. How did you get engaged to the girls? She asked, making Naruto blush. It was an accident, Naruto said, looking away. Oh, and how is that an accident? Pulley asked curiously. Do you know a stupid tradition that says exchanging gifts with someone automatically makes you engaged? I asked, and they saw her nod, only to realize what I was saying. Exactly, that's how I got engaged to Noelle. And about Dorothy, well, she suddenly did it, Naruto said, remembering what happened. It's that simple, they all asked, only to see him nod. Hey, what did you expect, a stupid love story? Naruto asked, looking at the girls. Of course, shouted the girls in the blue roses. And I still wonder how your captain hasn't found out that you're dating men, Naruto said flatly to the girls, who started whistling. Well, no, you can blame us, said Fragile, getting Naruto's attention. After all, we are girls and we like love stories, she said while squeezing her chest. You're right about that, Naruto said, supporting her. How many times had he been listening to Sakura and Ino talking about love and such nonsense? Right, Selena said again, looking back at him. Well, I understand your fanaticism for romantic stories, said Naruto, looking at Selena, but I don't have any, he said to the girls' disappointment. None, not even a lover or anything like that? Pulley asked to see him thinking. To be honest, none, Naruto said, thinking of something silly to calm them down. What kind of man are you? Galgaria asked, looking at Naruto, who frowned upon hearing her. For your information, I wasn't very popular with the girls on my continent, and the girl I like never noticed me despite everything I did for her, Naruto said, ending with a sigh. Rejected? Selena asked a little sadly. Yes, and it wasn't the first time she rejected me. Every once in a while I tried to give her flowers. I noticed what food she liked. I asked her out. Well, I tried everything, but she ended up choosing someone else, Naruto said, sighing again. I even broke off my original engagement with a girl just for her, Naruto said, remembering her, while Belle, who was listening to everything, ended up being surprised and almost fell off Naruto's shoulder. You were engaged? Pulley and Belle asked, shocked by this information. Yes, and it's not something that people close to me know, but a few years ago, when I was a child and after having come to the kingdom, I met a girl on one of my trips with the leader of my village, and she was similar to me. During those days she decided to get engaged to me, said Naruto, looking at the sky. She was well, grumpy, but still cute in her own way, he said as he remembered her. After a few years I saw her again, only to find out that I was engaged to her, Naruto said, bowing his head. We stayed together for a while, but I couldn't get the girl I was completely in love with out of my head, and I finally ended up telling her that I was breaking off my engagement to her, Naruto said, sighing again. Wow, I didn't expect that, Pulley said, a little sad about what he did. I don't blame them. After all, I've rejected many girls during my life, especially crazy princesses, but the girl I was engaged to was different somehow. She understood me, but I decided to break my engagement so as not to hurt her, said Naruto, thinking about her. It's been a while since he thought about her. I see, and what happened to the girl you were in love with? Galgaria asked. Last time I saw her, I tried to use my feelings for her to give up on someone I wanted to bring back to my village, Naruto said, sadly remembering Sakura for what she did. The girls didn't know what to say. He sacrificed everything just for the girl he was in love with, while Belle wanted to throw her into a tornado for making her suffer. Who does that girl think she is, making Naruto suffer? When I see her, I'll make her pay, Belle thought, clenching his hands with determination. And what about your ex-fiancée? Fragile asked rather sadly. The last time I saw them she was pretty okay, but well, it was hard living with her for a few months, Naruto said while sighing. Well, that's love, Pulley said sadly. I'm starting to realize, Naruto said. Ever since he confessed to Noelle and Dorothy, he's starting to realize a few things about love. And you've been with other girls, like you said you rejected others or something? Selena asked. No, just the girl I told you about. The other girls were princesses that I ended up rejecting, he said, looking at her a little nervously. One asked me for a child and I almost accepted. Do you believe it? Naruto asked, ending with a sigh. And that crowns a girl totally in love, Pulley said, making everyone laugh. Ha ha ha, and what about the Silver Girl and the captain? Pulley asked curiously. Well, Noelle is Naruto thought, trying to describe her, although that girl is totally violent with Naruto, said Belle, flying to sit on top of Fragile's hat. He's always yelling at him, they're fighting, and he's even insulting him, she said with a hint of anger in her voice. The girls looked at the fairy and then looked at Naruto, who sighed. She and Noelle don't get along very well, he said, getting everyone to nod. And I'll never get along with her, Belle said firmly. Although, said Belle, flying back up and standing in front of Naruto with a smile. If you want me to get along with her, you could try kissing me on the mouth, what do you think? Belle asked, holding his hands together and closing his eyes to wait for a kiss. But what he received was a small bump on the head, and seeing Naruto with an emotionless look. No, he said, to see Belle cry and hug him. Don't say that, Naruto, it's just a little kiss, like this, she said as she approached his face, but was grabbed by Naruto, stopping her action. Belle-chan, said Naruto, but, okay, Belle said as she was released, but she put on a smile and looked at him. But I'm not going to stop until I get a kiss, said Belle, seeing Naruto sigh. How many times has he sighed today? The fairy is very much in love with you, isn't she? Galgaria commented. Honestly, I have no idea, Naruto said as Belle returned to his shoulder. He, and the fairy just laughed shyly. And what's going on with the captain? Selena asked. Dorothy, well, she is definitely someone cheerful and quite silly, said Naruto, being totally honest. You're not being very honest, Galleria asked. I'm like that, I don't like to lie and I prefer to be tough, Naruto answered without caring much about what they thought. Ha, you are someone strange, Pulley said, smiling at the young ninja. You're not the first person to tell me that, Naruto said, making all the girls laugh. In this way they continued talking calmly along the way. 2 hours later, the group escorting Finesse finally had sight of the capital, to the joy of Naruto and Belle, who were totally starving. Naruto was talking to the girls without much problem, while the other members of the Aquamarine Deer just stood away from the group without saying a word. According to Fragile, his companions were noble, and having a foreigner save them was something that hurt his pride. Naruto could understand, but he still thought they were real idiots. But forgetting this thought, the group had gotten along quite well, although Naruto was annoyed by the Blue Roses talking about love and such things. Fragile, on the other hand, was curious about her magic and was the one she talked to the most. It turns out that both use quite similar magic, because Fragile uses snow magic while Naruto used ice magic. They were both very similar, so Naruto asked her for some advice on this magic, to which Fragile helped him. Furthermore, along the way the girls became curious about the 3 grimoires he was carrying, because they had never met, or rather, had never heard of anyone possessing more than 1 grimoire. What Naruto answered them was that he didn't know, and although Belle tried to explain, they were only theories. The only grimoire they were sure of as to why he had come with Naruto was the 4-leaf grimoire. What other grimoire would have such strength to withstand Naruto's power? And so they continued until they were near the entrance to the capital. Finally! Belle shouted with great joy in his voice. They had arrived at the capital. I support you, Naruto said, rubbing his stomach. His guts were eating each other. Then he looked to his side and saw the other knights descend to stand with the girls. And since we're here, I think it's time to part ways, Naruto said, stretching in place. Aren't you tired? Pulley asked, surprised because she still had the energy to keep going. She hadn't flown or used magic to move at any point. No, walking is something very normal among my people, and even more so when you are a ninja, Naruto said as he looked at her and continued with his stretches. We cross countries running, so a walk never tires us out, he concluded as he finished his stretches. I understand, I must admit that the resistance you have is incredible, said Pulley, admitting his qualities. It had been explained to them that in his continent there was no magic and that ninjas used a different energy than magicians, just as not everyone used this energy, and that it was very normal to find people working with their own hands. The world was certainly big and understood Naruto's grudge against the nobles. So, Naruto said as he started to turn around and walk to the entrance. We're going in a different direction, he said as he said goodbye. Wait, Fragile said, stopping Naruto from walking, who turned around and looked at her. Are you really not going to join us? He asked a little sadly. No, like I said, I'm going to kick it to eat, then I'll go to old Julius's and finish my mission, Naruto answered, to see the carriage open and see Finesse get out. I was hoping you would join us. My uncle has wanted to meet you ever since he heard about you, Finesse said, watching Naruto sigh. I told you no, and I don't mind meeting more nobles. I've had enough with the idiot Silvas and Don Jaman, Naruto said seriously. And by the way, Who the hell is your uncle? I asked curiously. My uncle is the king of Clover. Finesse answered, making Naruto jump onto the wall. And that was more than enough reason to get the hell out of Kika. Naruto said as Bell followed him. I don't want to see the king. I've had more than enough of princesses and kings in my life, he said, recalling his bad experiences with that kind of people. But Finesse said, surprised at how he stuck to the wall, and even more so at his complete refusal to meet the king. Anyone would be happy to meet him, but the response he got made him think again. Before you say anything, I've thrown a princess off a waterfall, punched a princess, who is now a queen, in the face, and fought a stupid king only to have him swim with the fishes, all for pissing me off, Naruto said, making everyone gulp. Joke, Fragile asked nervously at what he said. Do you want to check it? I asked with complete seriousness. No one said anything because it was the first time they'd heard of someone hitting the rulers and apparently receiving no consequences. What kind of boy was he? Then if you don't have anything else to say, we'll leave, Naruto said, looking at everyone. Okay, thank you very much for helping us, Finesse said, bowing slightly. She wasn't going to force him either. She had already done more than enough for them. No problem, Naruto said with a smile. What a humble girl. It's good to know that not all nobles are bastards, he thought, looking at Finesse. If I ever found her again, I'd try not to be so hard on her. Take care, kid, Pulley said, saying goodbye to the cheerful ninja along with all the other girls, bringing Naruto out of his thoughts so he could look at them. You guys will keep your secret as well, don't worry, Naruto said, to the agreement of the Blue Rose girls. They had asked him to keep the secret that they were dating men, to which Naruto said yes, since this information wasn't that important. Thank you, the girls said. Take care, girls, said Naruto, falling to the ground, completely stopped, and then running through the entrance to the capital, being followed by Bell, who didn't even say goodbye. They were very hungry. And he's gone, ha! Fragile muttered with a sad face, watching Naruto leave. What's wrong? Selena asked of Fragile, who opened her eyes and got nervous. No, nothing, he said as he quickly turned around. We must finish the mission, so please, Fragile said, looking at Finesse, who nodded and returned to the carriage calmly. But this reaction did not go unnoticed by her fellow women. Perhaps, Galgaria murmured, thinking of a possibility. What thing? Selena asked, having heard her. Well, when Naruto appeared, she was the first to defend him, and she was also the first to speak to him without fear, said Galgaria, making Fragile freeze, who heard what she said. It's true, she wasn't afraid of him, and if it weren't for her, we would never have spoken to him, Selena said, supporting her partner's words. How about we go? Fragile said, ready to leave, trying to divert their conversation. Fragile-san, Pulley said, watching her look away from her. What's going on? Asked Fragile, looking at the sky with her eyes. The clouds were very interesting. Have you met him before? Selena asked with a flirtatious smile. What? No. I've never seen that before, said Fragile, waving her hands nervously. Is that true? Asked the three girls in blue roses, who had a big smile on their faces. Yes, Fragile shouted, completely nervous. The three blue roses stared at Fragile, who was already turning completely red, and it was even more noticeable because of the white clothes she was wearing. While Fragile tried and failed to not get nervous, after a while where they just stared at each other, Fragile finally broke down and ended up getting on her broom to fly as high as possible in the sky. I'm not going to talk, I shouted from the sky, being stared at by everyone. I think we broke it, Selena said, looking at Fragile, who was left flying. Yes, but that confirms that she knew him in the past, Pulley said with a smile. We're going to get it out of him, Galgaria asked with a smile to her companions, who thought about it for a while until they finally nodded. Let's go, said Pulley and Selena, followed by Galgaria, who chased Fragile, who was only in her thoughts, without realizing who was coming. Naruto, I didn't think you would come back, he murmured, looking at the capital and taking out a handkerchief from inside his jacket, which he looked at fondly. But it seems you didn't recognize me, he murmured with a sad smile. Now he was engaged and couldn't do anything. After all, his fiancées were an order captain and a girl who is part of the royal family. What an opportunity she had. And that handkerchief? Pulley asked curiously. Hi! Fragile squealed, completely surprised by Pulley's arrival, and she wasn't the only one. It's from Naruto, Selena asked curiously. No! And besides, I already told you I don't know him, Fragile shouted, putting the handkerchief back in her jacket. We didn't ask you if you knew him, Galgaria said with a smile, making Fragile blush. Let's finish the mission. I have to go back to the captain to tell him what happened, said Fragile, starting to head towards the entrance. The 3 remaining girls smiled flirtatiously. They were going to make her talk. Naruto, minutes after separating from the escort group, he had spent at least 10 minutes running until he reached Kika, where he finally stopped, and together with Belle, they were now looking for a restaurant to eat. "Naru-kun, I'm hungry," said Belle, sitting on his shoulder. "I know, let's find a quick restaurant and eat whatever we want," Naruto replied, touching his stomach. Both stomachs started to growl. "We should have had breakfast," the ninja and the fairy shouted at the same time while people looked at them strangely. But they didn't care. What mattered was finding a place to eat, and fast, before their guts started eating each other. They spent several minutes looking for a good spot, but every spot seemed bad until Naruto accidentally bumped into someone and ended up knocking her over. "Kia, be careful," demanded a girl with short light red hair that reached her neck. She was wearing a simple white vertically striped t-shirt, shorts, and simple brown shoes. Naruto looked at her and realized that she was carrying a bag of vegetables that were now on the ground. "Oh, excuse me," Naruto said, bending down to help the girl pick up her things. "Okay," said the girl, picking up the vegetables. "I'm sorry, I was just very distracted because we're very hungry and we're looking for a place to eat," Naruto said, apologizing again. "I see," said the girl, finishing picking up and looking at him. "You're not from here, right?" asked the girl, who had the bag in her hands as she stood next to Naruto, who looked at her. "Yeah, like," Naruto asked, "but blonde hair, blue eyes, that could indicate that you are a noble, but your clothes are totally different from what they wear. Plus no one of that class comes around here unless it's nighttime," said the girl to Naruto's nod. "Well, I'm from another country and I came to visit. I've only been in this place for 2 weeks and I don't know the capital very well," said Naruto, hiding the fact that he was someone under the orders of the Magic King. "Oh, I see," said the girl, understanding her situation. "Then let me show you a place to eat," the girl said with a smile. "Great!" Belle shouted, showing off to the surprised girl who saw her. "A fairy?" the girl asked, quite surprised. "I am the spirit of the wind, Sylph, and everyone calls me Belle," he said as he placed himself on the girl's head. "A spirit," the girl said, looking at Naruto in surprise. "Then you must be someone very strong," the girl said, surprised to see Naruto scratch his head. "Well, something like that, but that doesn't matter," Naruto replied, diverting their conversation. "Now I want to eat, so could you guide me, please? We're very hungry," he said, to the girl's agreement. "Okay, follow me," she said as she carried the bag. But she saw her bag float and see how it arrived in Naruto's arms, who smiled at her. "Let me help you. After all, I crashed into you and now you're going to take us to a place where we can eat," said Naruto, walking beside her. "Hee, then let's go," said the girl, walking beside him while Belle was still in her head. "And what is your name?" the girl asked, looking at Naruto, smiling at her. "Oh, my name is Naruto Uzumaki, and yours?" I asked curiously. "My name is Luca Scarlet. Nice to meet you, Naruto-san," said the girl, now known as Luca. "Nice to meet you, Luca-chan, then," Naruto said, looking ahead. "How much longer until we get there?" I asked, making Luca give a small laugh. "Hee, not long now," said Luca, walking a little faster. "Great, we're very hungry," Belle said loudly, causing both of them to laugh. So the 3 of them started talking as they walked. Minutes later, "It's here, let's go," said Luca, going up some stairs with Belle, who was on her shoulder, and being followed by Naruto. The trio had been talking quietly along the way and it hadn't taken them long to arrive at a simple restaurant. Naruto saw it as quite simple, but it was enough and he followed Luca. When she entered, she saw several long tables and some customers eating quietly. Then she looked at Luca, who went to an older girl with the same hair color as her, but longer, wearing a long dress with long blue sleeves, a robe that was at her waist, and she was carrying a child no older than 2 years old while she washed the dishes. "Wanshin, I'm here," Luca said, drawing the attention of the young woman who stopped washing the dishes. "Oh, Luca, you took so long, what tea?" said the older girl, but was interrupted by the fairy that flew in front of her. "Do you have anything to eat?" Belle asked hastily, only to be grabbed by Naruto and stared at. "Behave yourself, I'm hungry too," Naruto said, hitting him lightly on the forehead, making Belle pout. Meanwhile, the girl looked at Naruto with curiosity. Luca, who is it?" the girl asked, watching Naruto fight with the fairy. "Oh, Naruto-san," said Luca, getting the attention of the ninja and the fairy who was released by the aforementioned. "Yes, oh, excuse me," Naruto said, leaving the bags on the table. "It was my fault, I had a little crash with her," Naruto said, scratching his head nervously. "Don't worry, I understand," said the girl, watching Naruto laugh lightly. "Thank you for helping Luca," the girl said, bowing slightly to Naruto. Don't worry, besides I had to help her after I crashed into her. Naruto replied, looking at Luca. But still, thank you, the girl said, looking at him again curiously. You're welcome, and what's your name? Naruto asked curiously. Excuse me, my name is Rebecca Scarlet and I'm the oldest of all my siblings, said the oldest girl as she indicated everyone else who was sitting at a nearby table. Brothers? Naruto asked in surprise. Yes, because… Rebecca asked. No, nothing, Naruto said, averting his eyes. And I thought the baby on her back was her son. Naruto thought, but shook his head sharply to look at her again. Well, nice to meet you, Rebecca. My name is Naruto Uzumaki, Naruto said, and then saw Bell quickly approach Rebecca, who was surprised again. And my name is Bell and I'm a spirit with Ham. And he couldn't even finish due to a small blow to his head given by Naruto. And I told you to wait, silly, Naruto said, looking at the fairy who pouted at him. But I'm hungry, Bell claimed with tears in his eyes as he rubbed his head. And just to have his claim supported, Naruto's stomach rumbled to the ninja's embarrassment. Said Naruto, looking at everyone, and then the children laughed along with Rebecca. He, now I understand, Rebecca said, laughing at an embarrassed Naruto. If you can, wait seated for a while, I'll prepare something for you immediately, he said, causing Naruto to nod, completely embarrassed. Thank you, he said as he went to sit next to a very happy Bell. After a few minutes, Rebecca returned with soup for both of them, who started drooling, well, more so in Bell's case, who was very hungry. In this way they began to eat quickly, and little by little they asked for much more food until finally they had 5 empty plates next to them, next to a completely satisfied fairy stretched out on the table. Hiya, it was delicious, said Bell, completely satisfied. I support you, thanks Rebecca, we were starving, said Naruto, looking at Rebecca, who smiled at him. You're welcome, he said to see his brothers approach Naruto and the fairy. Hey Naruto, asked Lucas sitting in front of him. What's wrong? Naruto asked. You're a magic knight, I asked curiously. No, I'm not, remember. I'm a foreigner who came to the capital and arrived a few days ago, Naruto replied, taking a glass of water. Really? Rebecca asked, sitting next to Luca and looking at him. Yes, why do you say that? Naruto asked. Because you have a spirit, and that alone indicates that you are truly strong, Rebecca told the fairy, resting on the table. That's true, I'm from another country and I'm on something like a training trip, Naruto replied. Apparently, just seeing Bell could tell everyone how powerful he was. I see, we thought you were a magic knight because you have the wind spirit, Rebecca said, understanding her situation. No, of course not, but I am some kind of soldier where I come from, Naruto said, indicating his band. This proves it, he said, so everyone could notice his band. How strange, a leaf-shaped swirl, Luca said, looking at that symbol for the first time. It wasn't a diamond, a spade, or a club. We've never seen that symbol, Rebecca said, looking at it. You must be from a very faraway country, she said, looking at Naruto, who was smiling at her. You wouldn't believe it, he replied, without telling her that he was actually from another continent. And how long have you been here in the kingdom? Luca asked. I think it was 2 weeks ago, more or less, Naruto said, thinking since he arrived he hadn't had time to walk around Kika. It was very recently, Luca murmured, looking at Naruto, who seemed very satisfied. Did you like my sister's cooking? I asked curiously. Yes, it was delicious. I usually went to a food stand in my village, so I didn't cook as long as I couldn't find my favorite stand. I had to cook for myself, Naruto said, remembering old Tsuchi and I am Nachan. How are they? You say you cooked alone, that means you live alone, Luca asked, Naruto nodding in agreement. I've been an orphan since birth, Naruto replied. Oh sorry, Luca said a little sadly. Don't worry, but what about you guys? Naruto asked, looking at everyone. Oh well, Rebecca said, looking at him. I work here and I have to take care of my siblings because we don't have parents, Rebecca replied. It must be difficult, said Naruto. He had never had siblings, so he doesn't know what that feeling is. Yes, a little, but they are all I have, Rebecca said, looking at her siblings. I can see it, Naruto said, looking at her. This was undoubtedly a demonstration of how different nobles and commoners are. And what else do they do for entertainment? Naruto asked, looking at Rebecca's siblings. Well, there's not much to do. We have to wait for our sister until it's time to go, so we play with each other or help her. Well, that's my case, Luca replied. I see, it must be boring, right? Naruto asked and received a nod from all the other brothers. In this way, Naruto stayed talking to Rebecca and his brothers for a while. He was in no hurry to get to the castle, so he decided to take this moment calmly. He spent a lot of time talking with Rebecca's siblings while the older sister went off to serve the arriving customers. I had to admit she was a good cook. In addition, he played with the younger brothers for a while along with Belle, who was used as a doll by the younger brothers. Naruto didn't save her. She deserved it for being so impatient and hungry. After an hour, Naruto stood up and took something out of his pocket. "I think it's time to go," he said, getting everyone's attention. "Are you leaving now?" asked Marco, a boy no older than 10 with light, messy hair, wearing a simple t-shirt and pants. "Yes, I have to go somewhere, or rather, at this time I shouldn't be in Kika, but we had to come because we had some problems when we were coming here," Naruto replied, to the brothers' agreement. "I understand," Marco said a little sadly. He had been entertained. "Don't worry, I'll come back again," he said, looking at everyone. "After all, Rebecca's cooking is delicious," he said with a smile. He then come if you want," Rebecca said, a little proud of what she said. "Thanks, and here," said Naruto, handing her some gold pieces to Rebecca's surprise. "But this," she said, very surprised, "this was gold." "Don't worry, I found a place and I have several pieces of that. I don't mind paying a little more if you make me something delicious again, okay?" Naruto said with a smile. Rebecca looked at him, and then looked at the gold pieces. "Is he a nobleman?" "No, he said he was a foreigner. He thought this is definitely gold, and this kind of money is only owned by noblemen." After a moment, he decided to take it. There wasn't much point in continuing to think about it. After all, they had barely met him today. "It's okay, and when you get back I'll make something even better," Rebecca replied with a smile. It was better to think that she wasn't someone with ulterior motives. "Thank you," Naruto said as he began to leave the table. "Bell-chan," Naruto called to see the fairy perch on his shoulder. "Are we leaving now?" he asked, and saw a nod from his partner. "Okay," Bell simply replied. "Okay, now we're going. Bye guys," said Naruto, saying goodbye to the brothers. "Goodbye Naruto," said all the brothers. "Come back and eat," Rebecca said. "Of course, Rebecca, see you," said Naruto, leaving the restaurant, being said goodbye to the boys. "Goodbye," the children said as they watched him leave until he was finally out of sight. "Hiya, how strange," Rebecca murmured as she looked at the gold pieces. She had never received gold from anyone before. Seriously, he wasn't a noble or anything like that. What do you think, sister?" Luca asked, looking at her. "A rather strange boy," Rebecca replied, putting the gold pieces in her apron. "Yeah, but at least it didn't turn out to be someone bad, although," Luca said, looking at the exit. "I wonder who it is. Having the spirit of the wind makes you simply strong, but he said it wasn't a magic knight," I asked curiously. I don't know, but at least it wasn't someone bad," Rebecca said, turning around. "Well, let's forget about that for now. Help me dry the dishes," Rebecca said, going to the dishwasher. "It's okay, sister," said Luca, going to help her. I was hoping to see him again. With Naruto. Now Naruto and Bell, who was sitting on Naruto's shoulder, were walking as they headed towards the castle. "So what do we do now?" Bell asked, curious about what they were going to do. "Well, we have to go back to the old man," Naruto answered. "That's true, we have nothing else to do. Let's go," Bell said, supporting his decision. "At least it was worth it," Naruto said, looking at the castle. "You mean the food?" Bell asked. "Yeah, what do you think?" Naruto asked, and saw Bell thinking. Not bad, we should go back to the other one, and if we don't have anything else to do," Bell replied. "Although I'm trying not to be used as a doll, please," I begged with a tearful face. "I'll try," Naruto replied with a smile. "Naru-kun!" Bell shouted, causing Naruto to laugh. Ha, let's forget about that. "Come," said Naruto, putting his hand in front of her so that she could get on, and the fairy got on, so that Naruto could then move her hand and leave her inside his jacket. "What do you think?" Naruto asked. "Okay," Bell replied very happily. She loved being in her jacket. "Okay, then let's go," said Naruto, jumping onto the roof and starting to run quickly to get to the castle. Several minutes later, Naruto and Bell finally arrived at the castle and were now on their way to Julius's office to give their report and conclude their mission. They spent a few minutes walking until they reached the hallway where the office was located, but they were surprised by who was outside the office. "Kakashi-sensei, guys, what are you doing here?" Naruto asked, running to see Kakashi, Iruka, Karen, and Team Konohamaru standing outside the door. "Oh Naruto, you're finally here," Kakashi said, turning away from his book to look at him. "Yeah, I had some problems on the way back, but I finally made it," Naruto replied. "Problems?" Kakashi asked curiously. "Nothing bad, I just helped some people get back to the capital, nothing more," Naruto replied. "I see," said Kakashi, as always helping others. But what are you doing here, especially your Kakashi-sensei? Naruto asked curiously. This made everyone look at each other, and Konohamaru started whistling in another direction. Because he tells me it's not good news, Naruto said flatly. When you finish what you have to do inside, you will have to tell us something's okay, said Kakashi looking at Naruto, who seemed confused. What should I tell you? Naruto asked, not understanding anything. When you get inside, you'll understand, Karen said, leaning against the wall. Naruto-kun, said Bell, coming out of Naruto's jacket to Kakashi's surprise, who looked curiously at the small creature. What's wrong? Naruto asked. I feel people with great powers inside, Bell said, looking at the door. It has to be Grandma Tsunade, right? Naruto asked, looking at Kakashi, who nodded. But, hey Naruto, who is it? I asked curiously. Oh, she is Bell-chan, a wind spirit, Naruto answered as Bell went to sit at his head. A spirit? Kakashi asked. He had never heard of it. Yes, I am someone who completely controls the wind, and I chose Naruto this time, Bell replied, looking at Kakashi. This man is strong too, Bell thought. He was definitely at the level of a captain. I'm curious. Well, you'll explain it to me later, said Kakashi. It has to be because of his wind chakra and those books. What strange things you attract, Naruto, she thought, looking at Naruto and the spirit. Well, it was way better than a demon trying to control and kill you. Guys, did you have any problems with her? Naruto asked, indicating Karen, who gave him the middle finger. No, it was pretty quiet, Iruka replied. Plus, we were able to buy a lot of clothes, right? Moegi said, looking at Karen, who gave her a smile. Of course you want to see it, Karen asked Naruto, who sighed. No, he simply replied. He knew what his game was. But it's okay, Karen said with a smile, then looked at Konohamaru, who was totally silent. Kid, are you okay? Karen asked, seeing him jump in surprise. Yes, Konohamaru replied, fearful of what might happen to him. What's wrong? Naruto asked, looking at his rival disciple. He seemed calmer than usual. But then he saw that everyone was looking at each other. What the hell is going on? And nothing, said Konohamaru, totally nervous. Oh, nothing, Karen said with a smile, while Konohamaru looked at her and sent her a death glare. What's going on? Naruto asked seriously. Karen's gaze said she was going to enjoy something that was going to happen. I'll just tell you not to let Konohamaru-kun get away, Karen said with a smile. Damn, Konohamaru muttered, this damn thing was going to die. Naruto didn't understand what he meant, and apparently, since everyone else was looking away, they weren't going to talk either. I have no choice but to go in, right? Naruto asked as he approached the door. Good luck, you'll need it, Iruka said nervously. Good luck, what for? Naruto wondered as he opened the door. What the hell was going on? Hey, I'm back from the Miss Ion that you do, Naruto said, entering the room, only to start to stop when he saw not only Noelle, Dorothy, Julius, Marx, Nozel, Shizen and Tsunade, but there was another person who never expected him in this place. Hello Naruto-kun, I hope your mission went well, Anna said as she drank a cup of tea while looking at him. Now she was wearing a black skirt that reached a little above her knees, along with a long-sleeved white shirt that was unbuttoned at her neck and was not tucked into her skirt, a kunai holder that was on her leg tied with bandages, her red scarf, and as always, showing off her long rosary along with some bracelets, in addition to wearing black sandals with a little heel. Oh, hello Anna-chan, Naruto greeted nervously to look at Tsunade, who sighed. You have a lot to explain, Naruto, he said seriously. You already know, Naruto asked, looking at Anna, who nodded while closing her eyes. Most, Anna replied. How did you know? Naruto asked, getting an idea of who was responsible thanks to Karen's words. Konohamaru-kun, Anna replied. The room fell silent at his response until, Do you want to help me kill him? Naruto asked and saw Anna stand up. Let's go, Anna replied, walking towards the door, but stopped to look at him. Naruto, he said without taking his gaze off the door. For now let's focus on killing a moron who can't keep his mouth shut, although I'm curious how he knew, Naruto replied, watching Anna walk towards the door. I'll explain later, Anna said as she left the room. Okay, Naruto muttered, then sighed and looked at the group in the room, although. Wait! Anna-san! I know I messed up. Wait! Came a loud scream from the room as she walked away. We'll be right back, he said as he followed Anna in search of that idiot, leaving the group once again in silence due to the scream that was heard. Minutes later, screams of pain could be heard from the far side of the castle. Will it be okay? Julius asked, worried about the young ninja. Idiots don't die, I assure you, Tsunade replied, dismissing any concern. But moments after he said it, screams were heard again, and they looked at Tsunade. Although I could still be wrong, Tsunade said, taking a sip of sake she had in her hand. I love sake, Tsunade said, looking at her bottle, ignoring the looks she was receiving. But they stopped looking at her because of new cries of pain. Now they wondered if the ninjas were sane. Chapter 13. Anna, Memories, Decision. And at this moment, the room was silent because two people had returned along with a completely beaten young ninja. Shizen immediately went to see Konohamaru, who was completely unconscious. He's still alive? Tsunade asked the two people responsible for this act. I think, they both said with great satisfaction on their faces. Hiya, Tsunade just sighed. Apparently these two were the same. Both young people went to sit, but in Naruto's case he went to sit next to Noelle, who seemed nervous about everything, and Dorothy, as always, had fallen asleep. Shall I wake her up? Naruto asked, seeing everyone deny. With her awake, it will take us even longer to fix all this, said Tsunade to Naruto's nod, who remained silent along with everyone else. After a moment of silence, they finally started talking. Well, Naruto, you have something to say to this girl, Tsunade began, indicating to Anna, who seemed totally calm. How can you stay so calm? Naruto asked Anna, who looked at him with one eye. I'm used to it, don't you remember? Anna replied calmly. Hiya. Naruto just sighed. She was a totally calm girl in these cases. And Tsunade asked again, who was waiting for an answer. Okay, Naruto said, pulling back. That angry one. She pointed to Anna, who frowned and looked at Naruto, who ignored her perfectly. She's my ex-fiancée. If I remember correctly, we broke up 7 years ago, right? Naruto asked Anna, who sighed. Yes, it was 7 years ago, confirmed the girl, taking her cup of tea again. How did you get engaged? Nozel asked, looking at Naruto seriously. The third Hokage, Naruto replied, and then turned to look at his ex-fiancée. And she, Naruto said to Anna, who said nothing. They both made the commitment after we left the kingdom and I met her for the first time, Naruto replied, so everyone could go see the aforementioned girl. Hiya. Anna sighed, putting her teacup on the table and crossing her arms to look at everyone. When I was a child, I fell in love with Naruto because of something he did and what I could feel in him. Because of that, I asked the third to make a commitment to him, Anna replied, being looked at by everyone. And Naruto knew that? Noelle asked with real curiosity and seriousness. No, he only found out a year later, Anna replied, to look again at Naruto, who sighed. That's true. I didn't know until I came back and saw her again, where they ended up explaining to me that Anna was my fiancée, Naruto said, to everyone's agreement. But why did the third accept this engagement so easily? Julius asked with real curiosity to see Anna sigh again. That's because we're similar, she replied, to look at Naruto, who looked away. We both didn't understand the concept of love. We were rejected by everyone. We had no control over our power, and we hated the world, he answered seriously, making everyone look at Naruto, who just kept his gaze away from them. There's another reason, but I don't think it was the reason the third party got us involved, and I only found out a few months ago, Anna said, drawing everyone's attention. What other reason was there? Nozel asked with the same emotionless face he always had. Rebuild our clans, replied Anna, who looked at Tsunade and then looked at Noelle. They both got nervous. Anna, Naruto asked, looking at her as he realized what she was saying. Exactly, Naruto-kun, he said seriously, and then looked at Tsunade, who had a bad feeling because of the looks she was getting. No, I don't think they know, right? She asked herself, completely nervous. The law of clan restorations, they both said at the same time, making everyone open their eyes. Naruto knew about that law. Wow, asked Tsunade, totally surprised and even by Naruto. How the hell did I know about that law? Anna made me memorize some laws, but Naruto said, watching her nod. We never thought it could be one of the reasons we got engaged, Anna said, adding, I think it's a good idea. But after saying these words, Anna and Naruto looked at the people involved in all this. And apparently, so that the captain could get engaged to you without any problem for both continents, Lady Tsunade invoked that law behind your back, Anna said, making Naruto frown. Old Lady Noelle, Naruto asked both women, who were swallowing hard. After a few seconds of Naruto staring at them harshly, he finally sighed and slumped back. I finally understand everything, Naruto muttered, looking at Nozel, who seemed very quiet. Now I understand how this idiot could accept Dorothy in my engagement, Naruto said, looking at an offended Silver. Aren't you angry? Noelle asked, very nervous about what he might be thinking. A little, but it's nothing to worry about, right, Anna? Naruto asked and looked at her nodding. Both of you did this voluntarily and without any ulterior motive, unfortunately. Anna replied with a hint of resentment in her last words. Hiya, that's enough for me, said Naruto, stretching back and covering his face. Noel just stood still, breathing a sigh of relief. He was angry, but he wasn't going to break his engagement, although. How do you know we're not here for convenience? Noel asked, looking at Anna, who frowned. In my presence, no one can lie, he replied to look at everyone. My power is the ability to read everyone's hearts and feel everything they can feel in others, said Anna, receiving different looks. But there was one that interested her, and that was Nozel, who had different thoughts, but left him alone. For now. That is true, Noel asked, causing Naruto and Tsunade to sigh. Yes, and that's one of the reasons why I'm afraid of her, Naruto said, looking at her. I can never get revenge on her, he shouted, completely angry, looking at Anna, who smiled at him. What are you talking about? Asked Anna, making Naruto angry. Damn, he muttered, clenching his fists. Everyone watched their interaction, and they clearly had a very close relationship. Well, that's to be expected given their past relationship. Okay, you two calm down, Tsunade said, stopping the small fight between the two, who returned to silence. Now I want to know something. How much do you know about the law? Tsunade asked seriously. Not much, Naruto said, to look at Anna, who nodded. We only know that it's a law that allows having more than one partner in case of the extinction of a clan, said Anna, looking at Tsunade, who could feel something else. Tsunade knew that keeping secrets from this girl was almost impossible, so she begged her not to say anything else. Anna, Naruto spoke, drawing the attention of the aforementioned woman, who knew what he was asking her. There's another part of this law we don't know about, Anna said, seeing everyone feel a little fear. But I think it will only depend on a certain person, so there's no need to worry for now. It's not a bad thing, but it's better not to reveal it to you, said Anna, knowing that the red-haired girl was another candidate, but it depended a lot on herself and Naruto, who luckily for her was very dense. If you say so, Naruto simply answered, to everyone's surprise. Just that? Noel asked, looking at Naruto. Yes, we've known each other for years, and despite being a hitch I can't fool, she doesn't hold anything back. Sooner or later she'll say it, he replied, looking at Anna, who only nodded at his words. That's true, and Naruto can't hide anything from me because of my power, Anna said, to see him sigh. You know, sometimes I'd like to rip that rosary off your head and shove it in your mouth so you won't talk, Naruto said, looking at her. I love you too, Anna said, smiling at him as she made him sigh. We see that they have a very close relationship, but, said Tsunade, looking at Anna, there's something missing here, and it's about your current relationship, he said seriously. Which is it? Tsunade asked, looking at Anna, who looked at Naruto and apparently didn't understand. I can see Naruto doesn't remember the condition for us to break up, Anna said, making everyone look at Naruto, who opened his eyes, not remembering his condition. Sakura, Anna said, making Tsunade open her eyes and see Naruto, who started to remember. The condition I set was that Naruto wouldn't suffer for her or that he would find someone else. But when I found out that he had gotten engaged to 2 girls from abroad, I could understand that something else happened for him to make that decision, said Anna, looking at Naruto, who looked at her. I accepted that he broke up with me because I understood that he didn't want to hurt me just because he wanted another girl. But I also set the condition that if something happened that was outside of our promise, then I would go look for him, she said seriously. After all, I like that idiot, she said with no fear in her words. Everyone fell silent at his words and looked at Naruto, who had gone completely still. After at least 2 minutes of silence, Naruto sighed. It's true, he said without looking at anyone. A long time ago, I broke up with Anna because I fell in love with Sakura and she accepted it, only placing that condition on me. Hiya. I finished, confirming Anna's words to look at her. But I didn't think he'd come just to find me. I thought that, Naruto said, watching her sigh. Forget about you, idiot, I asked, seeing him nod. After all, I broke up with you, and when I got back together with the perverted sage we weren't very comfortable together, he said, looking at her sadly. I know, and I could feel it. After all, we both broke up and being together was already very difficult. But that didn't mean I wasn't still in love with you, Anna said with a small affectionate smile that she rarely showed. I could feel the deep love for that girl, and that's why I didn't speak. I knew what had happened on your mission where you were almost killed, said Anna, remembering what she had felt while Naruto remained silent. Of course she knows everything, Naruto thought. She must know about the mission to rescue Sasuke. And then I could feel the great concern you felt about endangering everyone, he said seriously, looking at Naruto, who began to understand this phrase, and he was not the only one. The ninjas and the Wizard King were also able to understand. Jiraiya-sensei, and you were worried about them, right? Anna asked. Yes, Naruto simply said. That was another reason why I decided not to talk about our relationship, so as not to worry you, Anna said to Naruto's nod. Although, he said, remembering that day, I had an encounter with one of them, Anna said, causing everyone who knew who she was talking about to widen their eyes in total surprise and concern. With whom? Naruto asked, completely worried, surprising Noel and Nozel. They had never seen him so afraid. Kakuzu, the heart thief, Anna said, remembering the man. That idiot came for me because of my powers and killed me, then sold my body on the black market, he replied, causing Naruto to clench his hands. Don't worry, I only fought him for a moment before leaving that place. Killing him 5 times was complicated, Anna said to calm Naruto down. Why didn't you call me? Naruto asked, looking at her seriously. Because at that time you were in the rescue of the Kazekage, Anna answered so that everyone would understand. Excuse me, Naruto said, bowing his head. He couldn't even help her. Don't worry, I'm still alive and you were able to kill that bastard. I'm happy with it, Anna said, making Naruto sigh. You haven't changed at all, he thought with a small smile. While the Silva brothers didn't understand much, it seemed they had an enemy that they had to eliminate one way or another. It was better not to ask for now. After another moment of silence, Anna sighed and stood up to walk over to Naruto. Hey, Anna said, coming over and taking his hand. Don't worry, I'm fine and that guy couldn't do anything, Anna said, looking at him sadly. Even if I try to get away, they come, Naruto said, looking at her sadly. At least they? Naruto asked, and saw her shake her head. They never knew about my relationship with you, or else they would have used me as a hostage to force you to surrender, he replied, to Naruto's relief. I see, he said with a bit of joy and relief. Anna just stood there staring at him until she felt a little joy. And you wonder why I'm still in love with you? Anna asked, making Naruto sigh. Yeah, I broke up with you for someone else, Naruto said, lowering his head again. And now I'm engaged to 2 more. And they're not even from my continent, he said, clenching his fists. It was pathetic. Hiya, you're not pathetic, Anna said, making Naruto look at her and frown. Don't blame me, I like reading your thoughts, Anna said, seeing him sigh. But back to what we were talking about, she said as she placed one of her hands on Naruto's cheek. Do you still remember how we both decided to learn what love is in our own way? I asked, seeing him nod. Well, you learned it a little when you fell in love with another girl, and when you told me, I could feel a strange pain, Anna said, feeling guilty. That day I realized that I really liked you, and that's why I decided to tell you the truth about our engagement, so that this way you could decide, she said, making Naruto raise his head to look at her. It hurt a little, but I was able to accept it. After all, we had both suffered a lot and each of us deserved to be happy. But, she said with a little sadness while smiling, I was never able to get you out, and when you came back you were hurt by that girl. But besides that, you were worried about others because of them, and I decided that the best thing for you was not to make you worry more than you already were, she revealed to Naruto's surprise. Anna, he murmured, he did it all for him. I know you broke up with me so you wouldn't hurt me, but by doing so you made me fall a little more in love with you, Anna said, making Naruto look at her sadly. While without anyone noticing, the third grimoire began to move. You think I didn't know about how you rejected other people too? Anna said, seeing him laugh a little. Just like me, they had to find something that girl didn't see in you, right? He asked, shifting his gaze slightly to Noel, who blushed slightly. But even though they promised you everything, you rejected them for that girl until you came here and I knew something had happened, Anna said, to feel what she thought and end up sighing. I see, that's what happened, Anna said, to make Naruto nod. He was used to it. Manipulation. That girl did a great job on Naruto's feelings. And that's why I decided to come for you, Anna said as she looked into Naruto's blue eyes. It was hard to understand what love is, but I finally managed to do it, and that's why I came, she said as she approached Naruto's face, who opened his eyes along with everyone else. What the devil? Wait, Naruto said, strongly grabbing her shoulders. Yes, I know, Anna said, understanding why he was stopping her. So why do you continue? Don't you understand that I'm completely committed? Naruto asked, seeing her nod. Then why? Naruto asked, not feeling his grimoire move. Nerukuin, said Bell, coming out of his jacket to the surprise of the ninjas, but was ignored by Anna, who continued to just look at Naruto. Idiot, Anna said, smiling at him. We both know what despair is, he said as he approached her face again. We both couldn't understand what love is until we almost killed each other, he said without looking away from her blue eyes. We both understand how we truly feel about each other, he said with a smile. Naruto-kun, asked Bell again, going out to fly and see the grimoire, what was happening. And you should know, I would never leave you for anyone, he said, stopping her approach. I understand the current situation very well, and I can understand why that man wants me to leave, she said while pointing at Nozel, who looked at her without any humor. And that's why, Anna said, looking at Noelle, who had remained silent. I don't care if you have other girls as long as you love me the same way I do, she said, turning back to look at Naruto, who was just looking at her. What do you say? Anna asked with a smile. While Naruto didn't know how to respond, a third fiancé, but she was the first who could fully understand him and knew that she would never hurt him well, emotionally, because she had physically. But, no, I know, Naruto replied, bowing his head. But as he did so, the third grimoire ended up coming out of his waist and placed itself between the two of them, who opened their eyes. It can't be, Bell muttered, moving away and hiding from Tsunade, who looked at her. What's wrong? Asked Tsunade, knowing a little about her. Better cover your eyes. Bell recommended, making everyone have doubts before his words until they realized that something was happening to Naruto's grimoire. What's wrong? Noelle asked, watching the grimoire shine. I didn't think it could come to this, Bell said, hiding behind Tsunade to hide what would happen. The mages and ninjas were going to ask what he meant, but they didn't say anything because they saw Naruto's grimoire begin to disintegrate into particles of light that surrounded Naruto and Anna. What's wrong? Nozel asked seriously. That only meant one thing. He's dying, Noelle said, so that all the ninjas would be on alert, but they were stopped by Bell, who stood between them. No, it's not that, Bell said, turning around. So what is it? Noelle asked worriedly. Every time a grimoire fell apart, it only meant that the user was dying. It is the birth of a new grimoire, he revealed, causing the mages to open their eyes. What? They exclaimed in surprise. What do you mean? Tsunade asked seriously. The birth of a new grimoire can only be done in two ways, Bell said, watching Naruto's grimoire reach the halfway point of being discarded. The first and most common, the birth of a new life, he said, explaining the origin of the new grimoire. And the second one? Asked Shizen, standing up after having nothing more to do with Konohamaru. Strong feelings, he replied, watching the magical particles surround Naruto and Anna. Naruto must have some feelings for her, so he had to force the unused third grimoire to begin creating another one as a way for him to express his feelings for all the things he's been suppressing, she said seriously. This is not a common occurrence and is generally very dangerous, Bell said, so everyone could look at him. What do you mean by dangerous? Julius asked, seeing this event for the first time. The creation of a fifth leaf, he replied, causing the wizards to worry, except for Noelle, who didn't understand what he meant by the fifth leaf. Because you tell me that the fifth leaf isn't any good? Tsunade asked alertly. I must explain this to you privately, but I must tell you that it is generally not good news, Julius said, his hand on his grimoire. I see, said Tsunade. Those words were enough for me to understand. Dangerous plus Naruto plus private equals QB. What a simple and dangerous sum. But it's more dangerous if we interrupt it. That's why we should never interrupt the birth of a grimoire, Bell added, looking worried. What will happen if we interrupt? Noelle asked worriedly. They'll die, Bell replied, causing everyone to widen their eyes. Meanwhile, Naruto's grimoire ended up dissolving and a large particle remained between Naruto and Anna, who looked to then see how the particle began to divide without decreasing its size until finally two remained, which began to move around them. They both stared at them for a while until Naruto and Anna looked at each other so that both particles stopped in front of them, and then began to gather the particles that surrounded them. Little by little the large particle grew to begin to change shape and give rise to something more similar to a book. Then it changed color and began to give shape to the covers of both books, which could already be seen as a swirling design with the center having a clover. But the big difference was that, on Anna's side, the clover began to grow a fourth leaf. Finally, the swirls stretched to the edges and formed the shape of chains that intertwined with each other so that they finished shining, and some black and white grimoires were seen. But when he finished, a small particle remained in the center and began to move away towards the ceiling as it passed through it, being looked at by everyone, especially Bell, who frowned. That particle is Naruto's power. There must be someone else, he thought, but finally shook his head, for now he wouldn't worry about it. Now I had to see the new users of those strange grimoires. A white grimoire, Naruto muttered, taking his to turn it over, being imitated by Anna. And black, he murmured, looking at his own. He didn't know what this was, but it was definitely something that didn't happen often if what he felt was true. What the hell is going on? They both asked, causing Bell to start floating and sit on Naruto's head. That was the birth of a grimoire, and not just any grimoire, he said, looking at Anna. They are grimoires of light and darkness, he said, flying back to face them both. Those grimoires are totally rare because of the kind of people who must have them, Bell said, looking at Naruto with a bit of concern. So this could happen to a guardian with a grimoire. What kind? Anna asked, already having an idea of what his words meant. Light and darkness. People who were in complete darkness and discovered the light, people who reached despair, he revealed sadly. As both new users looked at their grimoires in compression, they had felt great hatred and despair because of how everyone else looked at them. Also, Bell said, drawing both of their attention, the relationship you have is something very strong, so much so that it made your grimoire, he said, looking at Naruto. It will react to both of their feelings, he explained, causing Naruto to look back at Anna, who did the same. The grimoires proved it, Bell finished, looking at both new users. I never thought I'd see the birth of grimoires of despair, he thought with a bit of sadness. It was different from the 5-leaf grimoires that were given when someone fell into despair. These grimoires were only given to those who had only known despair and were able to get out on their own. Special grimoires that may or may not bring powers of light and darkness at the same time, and may even contain other powers. What kind of life did they have that led to the creation of grimoires of despair? While those present remained silent, unable to say anything, Noelle only kept silent because she knew very well how much damage that girl had done to him. But she didn't think it would get to the point where he would break off his own engagement just for her. I wonder if he's still in love with that girl, Noelle thought, looking at Naruto. If he could break his own engagement with Anna, then it wouldn't be impossible for him to still be in love with that girl called Sakura. After at least 2 minutes of silence, Anna touched Naruto's cheek and smiled at him. Even with all this, he indicated his grimoires. You can keep rejecting me, I asked with a soft smile. Naruto thought about it as he looked at her. Anna had been the only girl who always knew what she wanted, well, leaving aside her powers. But she was able to understand him completely, and after hearing his revelations, she wondered if he truly deserved her. He still remembers the day he met her. Flashback. A young Naruto next to an old man dressed in a white robe and a hat with the kanji for fire on its red tip. This was Hiruzen Sarutobi, the third Hokage of the village of Konoha, who were walking towards a house that was already in sight after having walked for 4 full days. Hey Grandpa, Naruto said, looking at the old man. Come on, I asked curiously. Yes, I have to go see something with a young lady, Hiruzen replied, looking at him and then looking back at the front. Naruto was very curious. It had been a month since he had returned from that kingdom full of pompous people, and this week the third had invited him on a trip outside the stupid village. What better way to get away from those looks? They walked for a few more minutes until they finally arrived and saw a short old woman in a kimono with a cane and white hair tied in a ponytail next to a large rosary, and a blonde girl in a simple black dress with an emotionless look. Welcome, third Hokage and his young companion, said the old woman, looking at Naruto, who smiled at her. I am Kino, the current priestess of the Land of Fire, and my granddaughter. She indicated to the girl at her side. Anna Kyoyama, introduced as the girl, just looked at both of them with an emotionless look. Hi, old lady Anna-chan, Naruto greeted, but earned a punch from the old woman, who looked at her angrily. Hey, what was that? Naruto asked, looking at the old woman, who retracted her cane. Have more respect, boy, said the old woman, only to have her tongue stuck out at her. Brat, Kino muttered a little angrily, looking at Naruto, who completely ignored her gaze. Ha ha ha, and the third laughed due to the interaction of both. But then I look at the girl and she just looked at Naruto emotionlessly. After a while, where the old woman was fighting with Naruto, both were able to calm down, although Naruto was rubbing his head. What an idiot, Anna muttered, drawing Naruto's attention, who looked at her angrily. What did you say? He asked angrily, only for her to turn around and walk away. Idiot, he replied as he walked away. Hey, come here, Naruto shouted, running behind her, being watched by both elders. That boy is, the old woman asked, only to see the third boy nod. The son of the fourth, he replied, looking at Naruto, who just continued to be ignored by Anna. I see, and he's also the Jinchuriki, right? He asked, and this time he didn't get an answer. After a moment of silence, the old woman began to move forward. I understand, let's talk inside, said Kino, so that Hiruzen started following her with Naruto. Hey, Naruto said, calling Anna, who ignored him. Hey, he called back, but was again ignored. Nina returned, but continued to be ignored. Dude, and he couldn't finish because he received a blow to the face from the girl who looked at him and immediately turned away without saying anything. Naruto rubbed his face as he sat and watched her walk away. What a temper she has! I muttered she was worse than Noelle, and she was a princess. Days later, Naruto hadn't been able to achieve anything with Anna. He couldn't even get her to talk, and he didn't like that. He was already getting bored of being here doing nothing, and the worst thing was that the third was training Anna while he stood there looking at them in boredom. They would just sit there for a few hours, and finally when they were done, Naruto would try to talk to Anna, but she would completely ignore him, and when he went to insult her, he would end up hitting her in the face. I had to admit she was a very rude girl, but the question was how did she know what I was thinking before I said a word? So he decided today was the time to do something that would either make him talk to her or kill him. Now he was in a room waiting for Anna, hidden behind a large bowl of water mixed with flour, eggs and fish. He now will see if you ignore me, Naruto muttered, waiting for her. It took at least 3 minutes until the door opened, and he could see his victim enter. The best part was that he seemed unsuspecting, so he slowly moved his platter above Anna's head until it was in the perfect position. He waited a while to find the perfect moment, and finally, he found it. She had sat down, so she turned her bowl of sticky mixture so that it fell on top of her head. But I couldn't hit it because she flipped backwards and ended up standing there watching the sticky substance fall, then looked up with that emotionless look. Because you dodged! Naruto shouted, jumping off the roof to land in front of Anna, who just sighed. Why are you still there? I asked, surprising Naruto, who opened his eyes completely. Finally! She cried with joy, finally making him talk to her. I thought you were mute, Naruto said, approaching her, but what he received was another blow, causing him to fall as he watched the girl leave the room. Hey wa! Naruto shouted, getting up and running again, but before he reached the door, the old woman Kino arrived and looked into the room. Order her, he sentenced while closing the door and leaving a frozen Naruto who had turned around to see his mess. Shit, he simply said, falling to the ground. That girl was going to pay for it even though it was her fault. 2 days later night, Naruto was walking around the house at night while looking around. Another boring day with nothing to do. When will we leave? That girl is totally mute, he said while having his arms behind his head while thinking. There wasn't much to do, and the only one he could play with didn't even pay attention to him, and if she did, she would end up hitting him in the face, and then leave until the old lady came to order him to do things. The good news is that thanks to that grumpy old woman, she learned to cook. Now he could make his beloved ramen himself in case of emergency. As he walked, he saw Anna sitting in the middle of the courtyard, completely still. Naruto thought as he started to smile. He started approaching slowly to scare her, and when he arrived, Go away, Anna said without looking at him, making Naruto pout. Oh my god! How do you do it? Naruto shouted, totally frustrated, receiving no response. Hey, Naruto said, but ignored him. He spoke, but stopped and smiled when the girl stood ready to hit him again, but this time he dodged. So many hits and to learn when he made her angry while Anna just frowned and then left, but she felt a hand on her arm and looked back. Let me go, Anna said, frowning. Stop it, Naruto said, watching her wave her arm. Let me go, Anna said, waving her arm harder for him to let go. No, she said as she placed another hand on top of her to see Anna place her other hand to help release her. Let go of me, Anna said again as she felt his grip tighten. Never, Naruto replied, frowning. Why aren't you talking to me? He asked, making her frown. Shut up, Anna said, shaking louder. She was getting bored. Talk, Naruto said without letting go of her. Anna kept trying to get loose while Naruto continued to hold her. A few minutes passed until Anna finally got angry and looked at Naruto. Let me go, you bucking idiot! I screamed, completely furious. Look who's talking, idiot! Why aren't you talking? Naruto shouted, receiving a slap in the face. I don't want to talk to anyone, Anna cried, almost crying. You don't know what it's like to be feared and left alone, she cried, completely sad as she wept. What the hell are you talking about? Naruto shouted, only to see Anna stop as she opened her eyes looking at him in total fear. No, he muttered as he tried to get away. What was this? You're not the only one who's totally alone, he shouted as he approached her as she began to cry again. Let me go, Anna said, completely nervous about what she was seeing. That demon. And without realizing it, Anna began to expel a kind of black mist while Croatia was behind her. Let me go, Anna repeated, that hatred. Let go of me, she finally yelled to see Naruto open his eyes and grab her as he threw her, and they dodged a large red fist. Who the hell are you? Naruto shouted, standing on top of a crying Anna. "Let go of mother," said the voice of the fist that was retracting to reveal itself completely to Naruto. It was a completely red giant with a chest and a white face. It was the closest thing to demons and looked at Naruto and Anna. "Let go of my mother," he said as he attacked again, causing Naruto to grab Anna again and throw her away to dodge his blow. "Who is your mother, you stupid ogre?" Naruto shouted, standing in front of Anna. "Let go of mother," he said, advancing towards Naruto, who looked at him attentively. Then he looked at Anna, who was completely teary-eyed and frozen. "Wake up, idiot!" Naruto shouted, but I didn't react. "Anna!" he shouted again, but again she ignored him. "Wake up already, idiot!" Naruto shouted, hitting her in the face, making her react. "Get out of here! It seems he's looking for you!" he shouted as he looked back at the ogre who was ready to hit him. "Naruto," Anna muttered, touching her cheek where he hit her. But before Naruto could answer, he received a blow from the giant that sent him flying against the house, leaving Anna alone with the giant. "I told you," Anna murmured, watching the giant coming for her. "It was all his fault. He just tried to talk to me because—" Anna asked herself, completely sad. "Because he wasn't someone normal." "Because, mother," said the red ogre as he grabbed her without her doing anything. The giant had opened his mouth, ready to eat her, until he received a blow from behind and closed his mouth, to look at the person responsible, and saw Naruto, who had a stick in his hand. "Let her go," he said, his gaze lowered. "Go," Anna said, completely defeated. "No," Naruto said without looking at her. "Save yourself," Anna said, looking at him. She didn't want to. "No," Naruto replied, squeezing the stick. "You're going to die," Anna screamed when she saw that he wasn't going to leave. "I won't die," Naruto shouted, looking at Anna, and she saw his red eyes with his more pronounced whiskers. "I will not die until everyone acknowledges my existence," he shouted as he started running towards the ogre, his fist ready to hit him. "Stop!" Anna shouted, starting to cry. "I won't let this bastard hurt you," he shouted, jumping up with the stick ready only to receive a blow to the face that buried him in the ground. "Naruto!" Anna screamed, crying because. "Finally this," said the ogre, but stopped when he felt his fist being raised. "I told you," Naruto said, raising his fist with great effort. "No," he said, using all his strength. "I'll die," he shouted as he raised his fist fully to quickly go out and punch the giant in the stomach, making Anna drop, who ended up falling to the ground. "Damn it!" Naruto shouted to give him a second blow, but the giant recovered and gave him another blow that sent him to the ground, leaving him buried. Anna looked at him totally scared. "Naruto!" I shouted, standing up and running towards him, finally arriving and seeing him. "Because?" Anna asked, crying, turning him around and looking at him completely bleeding. "No, I know," Naruto replied as he closed his eyes. Anna started crying harder, because she was doing it. "Mother," said the ogre, drawing her attention. "Go away," Anna said, looking at him without any emotions. "I won't leave, you created me," said the ogre, approaching her. "He will not separate us anymore," he said, only to see Anna hug Naruto. "I'm not leaving your side," she shouted, closing her eyes. "Spread out, Enma!" a voice shouted, sending the giant flying to the other side. As Anna opened her eyes, she saw a really long black cane shrinking and then the third one coming. "Don't worry," said Hiruzen as Anna began to close her eyes without realizing how Naruto was able to see her for a few seconds and, like her, ended up fainting. 2 days later, Anna was beginning to regain consciousness as she felt something wet on her forehead, and slowly opened her eyes to realize where she was. "I'm in my room," he mumbled as he stood up, but he felt some weight on his legs and was surprised at who it was. "Naruto," she murmured, totally surprised as she looked at him completely bandaged. "I see you're awake," said a voice beside him, and looked at the third, who was sitting completely silent while smoking. "When?" asked Anna, referring to Naruto. "Yesterday, you were unconscious for 2 days," Hiruzen replied, looking at Naruto. "He woke up quickly and asked about you. I must admit he has great stamina," Hiruzen commented as he started smoking again. Anna nodded at his words and looked back at Naruto. "Third, what was it that I saw?" she asked fearfully, looking at Naruto. "What thing?" asked Hiruzen, having an idea of what he meant. "A giant fox, the hatred I felt, the village, what was all that?" she asked fearfully, looking at Naruto. She didn't think she could have such an amount of evil inside her body. He had been pestering her non-stop, day after day, to get her to see him, while she completely ignored him and only suddenly paid attention to him, and ended up hitting him. Hiruzen sighed and looked at the ceiling. "You're still too young to know who that fox is, but when you grow up I'll tell you," Hiruzen said, causing the girl to nod in understanding. And about the village, well, you could say he's just like you, said Hiruzen, making Anna look at him with doubt. Like me? I asked, unable to understand anything. His parents died the day he was born, and because of an incident that day, the villagers hate him, said Hiruzen, looking at Anna, who opened her eyes. Ever since he can remember, he has received hateful looks. No one has fed him, and he has even been kicked out of the orphanage because of that day, all because they don't understand him, said Hiruzen, watching Anna look at Naruto, who was just still asleep. Because he's smiling? Anna asked, not understanding that. Why is he still smiling? Hiruzen sighed as he inhaled the smoke from his pipe and stood up to start leaving. You should ask him yourself, he simply said, then left, leaving both children alone in the room. When Hiruzen left, the room was filled with silence as Anna watched Naruto sleep on her legs. She looked at him for a moment until she decided to slowly move her hand towards her hair, and fearfully, she began to caress it. Because he keeps smiling. 15 minutes later, Naruto was waking up as he began to rub his eyes. Ha, what a nap! He murmured as he began to lift his face and stretch. You finally woke up, said a voice that made Naruto react and open his eyes to look at Anna and her typical look. You finally woke up, Naruto said excitedly. And you still have the same emotionless look, Naruto said flatly. Perhaps he didn't know any other emotion. Because? Anna asked, looking at him. Why, what thing? Naruto asked, not understanding. Because you protected me, asked Anna, making him think. I don't know, I just did it, Naruto replied without understanding why he protected this brute. You called me stupid, Anna said, looking at him angrily. How the hell do you know what I think? Naruto asked, hoping she would answer, but as always she remained silent. Well, I think I should go, Naruto said, starting to stand up, but was stopped by Anna, who grabbed his arm. Wait, stay, he said as he bowed his head. Naruto looked at her and wondered what the hell she was thinking. After thinking about it for a while, he decided to sit next to Anna, who remained completely silent. A few minutes passed until Anna sighed, attracting Naruto's attention. He began while touching his chest. I'm scared, Anna said without looking at him. Fear? Naruto asked without understanding anything. Yes, that's why I didn't talk to you, Anna confessed, feeling sadness in Naruto. Oh, I see, Naruto muttered as he stood up. Wait. It's not from you, Anna said loudly, stopping his advance. It's about my power, he said, attracting the attention of the young blonde. What? Naruto asked, looking at her. He wasn't understanding. He said, wondering if it was a good idea. But I have the power to read everyone's hearts and thoughts, she said, looking at him. And that's why my parents abandoned me, because I could see everything they did and they finally got scared of my power, Anna confessed while closing her eyes in fear of what Naruto was going to say. I wait a moment until I feel a light knock on top of her head, causing her to wake up. Just for that, Naruto asked, making Anna open her eyes and look at him. Silly, I thought you were smart or something, Naruto said, trying to explain what he was thinking. Well, what I'm trying to say is that I don't care. I have nothing to hide, so if you want you can read all you want. Besides, since I arrived you haven't stopped reading my mind, right? I asked a little angrily. How can you tell me you're scared if you spend your time hitting me, ignoring me, and even that damn old woman makes me do domestic things for every joke I fail with you, said Naruto, totally frustrated. Although one day, I'll play a trick on you and you won't be able to avoid me, Naruto declared while smiling at Anna, who just looked at him with a few tears in her eyes. She finally launched herself at Naruto, who fell beside her as she cried into his chest. Hey, what's wrong? He asked, but received a light blow to the face from the crying girl. Leave me here, Anna said without looking at him. Naruto listened to her and ended up sighing. Now I understand why he's smiling, thought Anna as she stayed on his chest to cry. After a few minutes, Anna finally stopped crying, but stayed on his chest listening to his heartbeat. Hey, said Anna, starting to talk. What's wrong? Naruto asked, relieved that she was talking. Will you protect me? Anna asked, squeezing his chest. You're my friend, right? Naruto asked, making her look at him and nod. Then I will always protect you, Naruto replied with a smile, and for the first time since he'd met her, he could see a smile on Anna's face. End of flashback. From that day on, she remained by his side every day until he returned to the village, and every time he returned to visit her, she was close to him again. Although her attitude hadn't changed, she was now much more affectionate with him, affectionate in her own way. She accepted him in her own way and even broke off the engagement just because he was in love with someone else, while she shut down her emotions for him. What the hell am I doing? He thought as he watched Anna smile at him. It's true, what the hell are you doing? I asked, making him sigh. Are you still in love with me? Naruto asked, only to receive a small kiss from Anna to the surprise of everyone present. The kiss didn't last long, so when Anna finished kissing him, she looked at him again. Do you still doubt it? Anna asked, touching his cheek. As I've always told you, you're an idiot, he said, finishing by slapping him, making everyone grimace in pain. Now if you were wondering if the girl was in love with Naruto, that's for being a real idiot, he said, watching Naruto rub his cheek. I understand, damn, it hurts, Naruto said as he continued rubbing his cheek. You wanted me to punch you? Anna asked, only to see him quickly shake his head. That's good because, she said before punching him in the face, making him fall onto the couch. You deserve this for committing to others and ending up forgetting me, she said as she went to sit down, being stared at by everyone. While Naruto covered his eye looking at Anna, he now wondered which part was the affectionate one. Seriously, you love Naruto? Asked Tsunade, looking at Anna, who went back to drinking tea. Yes, but I do it my way, he replied, not caring much about what others thought. That's true, she's always hit me for doing anything, said Naruto, supporting the angry girl's words. That's because you really deserve those hits I give you, said Anna, watching him stick out his tongue, but she responded by throwing a kunai at him, grazing his cheek. Naruto looked back slightly, and then looked at his cheek. He left a blood mark. Anything else to say? Anna asked, but frowned at what he was thinking. You can't even shut up, right? He asked, taking out another kunai. He had called her a damn witch. Wait, don't talk, Naruto shouted, defending himself. You thought about it, Anna said, ready to throw the kunai at him. But, okay, stop, Tsunade interrupted, looking at both of them. She started it, they both said at the same time. I don't care who started it, you brats, Tsunade said, sighing at what was happening. Both boys finally stood still, one rubbing his face, and the other drinking a cup of tea. Hiya, finally, said Tsunade, sitting back down. And now, he said, looking at both of them. What are you going to do? I asked, stopping each one's actions. Apparently, and from what I understand, their engagement went back to how it was before, and that was at the time Naruto got engaged to Noelle, right? Tsunade asked, watching Anna nod. Exactly, the condition was that she marry someone from the village, not someone from outside the country, Anna replied. I see, Tsunade said, to look at Naruto, who rubbed his face again. And what do you say in defense? Tsunade asked the idiot. To be honest, she'll try anything to commit to me, and I'm telling you that in writing, Grandma, so no matter what I say, she'll keep trying until she gets what she wants. Shit, this hurts, Naruto said, feeling the pain like glue. Tsunade nodded. Apparently she did have some kind of feelings for Anna due to the smile this girl gave. Sometimes I hated that power. But leaving aside this detail, I now move on to the real problems. Or rather, the real problem. Nozzle, said Tsunade, attracting the attention of everyone, who turned their gaze to the captain, who was totally silent. What do you think about this? Tsunade asked, looking at him seriously. You should know that this girl, he told Anna. She's someone who won't give up easily by leaving Naruto, and if you need to know her status, let's just say she's a great priestess, said Tsunade. What is that? Nozzle asked. It's a person who guards the gates of the underworld and tries to keep evil spirits away from this world, in this case, demons, Anna replied, causing the magi to open their eyes. That's a... Marx asked. He didn't know such people could exist. Of course, and the way to prove it is through my power, he said, looking at everyone. Each priestess has a power that serves to protect us, for example Chien-chan, said Anna, watching Naruto sweat, and even more when Tsunade and Shizen looked at him. You met her, right? Anna asked, to see Naruto staring at the ceiling while whistling. Hiya, just like he told me, Anna commented, looking at Naruto, who turned to look at her. You know, Naruto asked fearfully. If you mean that he asked you for a child and you didn't understand, yes, I know, Anna replied, making Noelle look at Naruto, wanting to kill him. But before she could do anything, Anna interrupted her. Little princess, Chien-chan doesn't have any kind of hidden relationship with Naruto. Her situation is different from mine, so you shouldn't worry, said Anna, trying to calm Noelle down and making Naruto sigh in relief. Well, forgetting about that matter, Anna said, drawing attention back. As I said, each priestess has a power. Chien-chan has the ability to see the death of everyone else, while I have the ability to read the hearts and thoughts of others. Each priestess has a power to protect us, said Anna, without revealing her power, another power that comes from her main ability. So that, and I thought you were crazy, Naruto said, to earn a cup of tea that came to his head. You're a masochist, aren't you? Nozzle asked, looking at Naruto, who raised his middle finger while rubbing himself. Something else, idiot? Anna asked, ready with a plate in her hand. Anna-san, I would ask you not to break any more things, Mark said very carefully in front of the violent girl. It doesn't matter, Naruto can pay, Anna replied. What did you say? Damn it! Naruto shouted, completely enraged by what she said. You are my fiancé, and as my fiancé you must support me, said Anna, leaving the plate on the table. Damn hussy, now I remember what the other reason was why I broke off our engagement, and remind you that I still haven't decided whether or not to get engaged to you again, Naruto shouted, pointing at Anna, who looked at him, and the response he got was, I didn't hear you, can you repeat that? Said Anna, making Naruto angry. Now then! I shouted, jumping up to Anna to hit her, but, oh shit, not again! He yelled as he felt the rosary wrap around his body, and saw a big smile on Anna's face. What a daughter of! He ended up falling hard on the ground while Anna stood up and ended up sitting on his back, all while holding her rosary. You still haven't learned? Asked Anna, stroking Naruto's hair, who tried to bite her. Calm down, doggy, don't bite, said the girl, enjoying her situation. Anna! Let me go! Naruto shouted, not moving, trying to bite her. Until you calm down, Anna said with a smile. Meanwhile, everyone else watched as Anna literally tamed Naruto. I must admit it's a good method to control him, Tsunade commented, looking at Naruto, who was trying to get away from Anna. I learned this so it wouldn't bother me anymore, Anna replied, holding Naruto even tighter. Hiya! While Naruto ended up sighing, what was the point if he couldn't get out of this rosary? He would need Bell-chan! Naruto shouted, remembering his partner. But, you mean this little one? Anna asked, holding Bell with a rosary while the fairy cried. Sorry, Naruto-kun, Bell said sadly. Even you, Hiya! Naruto said, dropping his head to the ground. Well, I can't do anything else, so I'm going to sleep. Wake me up when this is all over, Naruto said as he began to close his eyes. The technique wasn't going to end for a while. While the others didn't know what to say, Naruto just fell asleep on the floor, so they went to see the person responsible for everything. My technique won't stop for another hour or until I decide, but I didn't think it would work on this creature, Anna said, looking at the fairy in her hand. How do you think it will work forever? Bell asked, challenging her. He already felt his power returning. Apparently not, Anna answered fearlessly, standing on top of Naruto and placing her on top of her partner's head, to the fairy's surprise. But until it's over, you won't be able to do anything, he said as he went back to the couch, leaving the fairy to sigh. Well, if there isn't much to do, I'll do the same as Naruto-kun, she said as she laid down on top of Naruto's head and made herself comfortable. I'm going to sleep, good night, said the fairy, beginning to sleep, and the room was filled with silence as the two tied-up men fell asleep in the middle of the room. Wake them up, Tsunade said to a very smiling Noelle. It will be a pleasure, said Noelle, taking out her wand and letting a large amount of water fall on top of both idiots' heads. Wah 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 wah! They both screamed, one because she felt like she was losing her breath and the other because she felt wet. Who the buck was it? Naruto and Bell shouted at the same time as they sat down. In Bell's case, he sat on the blonde's head. We need to finish talking, don't fall asleep, Noelle said, sitting back down. Naruto and Bell started growling, cursing everyone in the room. That little fairy has the same character as Naruto, and I thought it was more than enough to have just one Hiya, Tsunade commented, rubbing her temple. Another problem. Let's continue. I think I'll need a good bottle of sake after this meeting, said Tsunade, already wanting to leave here. Very well, said Anna, looking at Nozel. I already told you everything. My position is to be the priestess of the game country. Consider me as the princess priestess, said Anna, looking at him seriously. Nozel looked at her gaze, and it was no joke. Unlike them, they are in front of a true princess who can maintain some control over the gates of the underworld. What kind of people existed on the Naruto continent? After thinking about it for a while and the dangers that could come with rejecting this, I end up sighing. It will depend on them, Nozel replied, looking at Naruto, Noelle, and finally at Dorothy, who was still completely asleep. At least one less annoyance to deal with. Hearing this, everyone looked at those involved in all this. Well, you've heard her answer, now it's up to you, said Tsunade, to see Naruto sigh and Noelle get nervous. Dorothy didn't have a vote because she was completely asleep, but according to what they told her, she could hear almost any conversation, and if she hasn't spoken, then she has no problem. Naruto and Noelle stood still, and then Noelle looked at Naruto, who seemed very still and quiet. Naruto, Noelle began without receiving any kind of response. I can see you have feelings for her, I said to Anna, who didn't seem to say anything. And I think even if I say no, she'll try anything to stay with you, he said, already having made his decision. Sure, if you want you can break your engagement with me or even both. After all, I broke my engagement with Anna for another, and I'm surprised she still loves me. Naruto said, bowing his head. Hiya, sighed Noel, bending down to look at him. First of all, it was my decision to let the captain get engaged to you knowing about that law, although it seems you already suspected, right? Noel asked. I'm an idiot, but I've been suspicious since I got kicked out of here that day, and since that idiot Nozel didn't make a complaint even after the fight we had, there were only two options. That idiot was convinced by Dorothy, or it was something Grandma said to make him shut up, one of the two. Naruto replied to make everyone sigh. Seriously, when he's smart he can be. Thought Tsunade looking at Naruto. He was a genius in his own way. I see. Noel murmured a little sadly. She had to find out this way. I'm not going to ask why they hid it from me, but I feel like it's because of the wrinkled mummy, right? Naruto asked, watching Tsunade sigh. Danzo, he tried to summon the law when he became the Hokage candidate so that you would have strong descendants and increase the power of the village. This was even supported by the village elders. Tsunade said without hiding anything from him this time. Those old men don't learn, right? Naruto asked, ending with a sigh. I understand well. Those three are dangerous, and I must understand that they were not happy with my engagement to Noel or Dorothy, right? Naruto asked without stopping, looking at Tsunade, who sighed again. It seems you know them quite well, said Tsunade. I didn't know the mummy completely, but I did know the other two elders when I was a child, and I never liked them, nor did they like me well like the whole village. Naruto said seriously, making Tsunade nod. Well, I think you figured everything out for yourself, so there's not much to say other than the bone sacks want you to marry Anna, but you, that girl, and I all know that you won't be manipulated by anyone, so there's not much point in telling you the village's decisions. After all, you never listen, said Tsunade, making Naruto laugh slightly, who stopped a few seconds later and ended up sighing. So Noel, Naruto asked, looking at her. I think you've figured it out, but like I said, I was the one who let the captain get engaged to you. I didn't mean to hide anything from you, but, Noel said with doubt in her voice. Hiya, I understand, and I'm not going to be mad at either of you, but like I said, if you want to break up, there's no problem. After all, I've also hidden a lot. Naruto finished saying. The room fell silent again until Noel sighed. I already knew that something like this could happen by accepting the law of your continent, so if I accept it, then I'm also prepared for you to accept others. Even the captain was prepared, but she seems quite happy with just being with you, said Noel, looking at Dorothy, who was just still asleep. It was amazing that I could stay asleep through all of this. So in the end, it's your decision, Noel finished saying, standing up and leaving Naruto for a while in silence. Naruto had to think about it. Now he would not only have Noel and Dorothy, but also Anna, she being his original fiancée and with whom he broke up for another girl, a girl for whom he tried everything and finally ended up choosing someone else, or what it seemed. But that wasn't the case. Anna was back and she wasn't going to leave without having it. After thinking about it, I end up sighing and look at Anna, who at the same time snapped her fingers and released her rosaries, leaving the ninja and even happy fairy completely free. Anna, I don't know if I should tell you since you can read me, but if you're okay even in this state, Naruto asked, unable to say the right words. He wasn't used to this nonsense, while Anna sighed and stood up. Idiot, I understand you. I know you're not good at talking about things like this, but your heart is very honest and you always tried to show it. Besides, I have no right to complain if I can't express myself well like you after all, he said, showing the book he was still holding. We are equals, said Naruto's book that was on the ground and began to float in front of them. Even so you? He asked, but the only thing he received was a short kiss from Anna, who ended up smiling. I don't think I have anything else to say, do I? Anna asked with a slight smile. Hiya, I think nothing else, said Naruto, looking at Tsunade, who smiled at him. I'm just saying don't kill him, he said, looking at Anna, who nodded. I'll try, Anna replied, making everyone laugh, except for Nozel, who had stood up and was starting to head for the door. Since everything's settled, I'm leaving, he said as he opened the door, and woohoo! Shouted a few voices as the door opened, and they saw Karen, Moegi, and Udon fall on top of each other. Everyone looked at him, and those on the ground began to sweat. Hello? The three said, smiling nervously. Lady Tsunade, Nozel said, looking at her, touching his forehead. You see what I have to put up with? I asked without looking at them, even that redhead. I think everything is settled, right? Kakashi asked, entering as he passed by the three who were still on the ground. Yes, about my engagement to Naruto-kun, but Anna said, clapping her palms together, attracting everyone's attention. There's a second reason why I decided to go to the village, he said as smoke spread over his hands and he revealed a large scroll. And this is why, he said as he placed it on the table. What's up with this? Tsunade asked seriously, looking at the large scroll. This appeared in front of my house a few days before I decided to come here. But I didn't get there because I kept trying to open it until I finally figured out why I couldn't open it. Anna replied, taking Naruto's hand, to his surprise, and placing it on top of the scroll next to Anna's. The scroll was addressed to both of us, he said, watching the seal disappear and open. Just as I thought, that old man didn't die without leaving us something. Anna murmured a little sadly. Who are you talking about? Naruto asked so she would look at him. Jiraiya-sama, he answered, making all the ninjas present freeze. What? Said Tsunade without being able to say anything else. Yes, Jiraiya-sama left the scroll a few days before I finally learned of his death, he answered, looking at the scroll again. I haven't been able to open it since he arrived, but I assumed that he had not only left it for me, but that he had also left it for the one who was the closest thing to a son, he said sadly, opening the scroll and seeing strange writing and then looking at a Naruto who seemed frozen. As far as I can see, I can't reveal it unless we both lay our hands on the parchment at the same time, he said softly. If you want, we can. She stopped when she saw him put his hand on top of the parchment without saying anything. Anna understood what he was saying. It wasn't even necessary to read his mind to know what he was thinking, so she placed her own hand on the scroll and they both pumped chakra. Upon doing so, it immediately filled with smoke which, when it cleared, revealed a large scroll along with a box and a letter. Naruto looked at the things, but immediately went for the letter and opened it. Naruto, Tsunade asked worriedly. She didn't know Jiraiya had left something. It's his, Naruto replied, starting to read it. Anna, this is also addressed to you, he said, causing Anna to approach him to begin reading the letter. Hey you two brats, if you're reading this, that means my mission failed and I ended up dying at the hands of the Akatsuki leader. Also, if you're reading this, I'm guessing the emotionless girl went to the village to find you, and you were most likely able to defeat the Akatsuki leader. So all I can say is congratulations. Now I'm writing this letter because I want to leave you with a few things, but first a few words. To the emotionless girl, I know you're in love with the idiot who broke up with you and I'm more than sure you'll try to go after him. You won't leave him for anything, so I'm leaving you some of my seal scrolls. That will help you control it, if you know what I mean, along with a collar I created for you to help you control your special ability. For my imbecile disciple, I have left him my scroll with several just that I think could be useful to him, in addition to the techniques that rightfully belong to him. The techniques belong to your mother and I assure you that they will be difficult for you to learn, so you must be patient to master just one. The box contains other objects that belong to your mother and father, so you will be surprised by the objects you find. The following is for both of you. As you may know, I'm a millionaire, and since I haven't had any children or anything, and I barely used any of my own money, I think leaving it unused is a total waste. Therefore, to both of you, no matter how you end up, I'm leaving you half of my fortune. Use it for whatever you want, save it, spend it, donate it well, do whatever you want, you deserve it much more than I do. There are many other things I have left for you and due to time constraints, I cannot describe. Naruto, I know I've hidden many things from you your whole life, but you should know that I've only done it to protect you and most likely when you find out where I went, you won't forgive me. But all I can tell you is that everything I did was for you. Anna, I know you're still in love with Naruto since you were kids and he broke up with you because of Sakura. You have to understand that he's a very loving idiot who cares about other people, so I won't force you to do anything, but I ask you to take care of him. No matter how things end, take care of him. I know I can trust you. Naruto will always get into trouble just to protect others. That includes how he broke up with you so he wouldn't hurt you to follow Sakura. So I don't blame you if you never receive this scroll, although if you don't, you'd never read it. But what he did is undoubtedly a sign of love he feels for you. He's an idiot, I can assure you, but he's an idiot who's made much better decisions than I have. I couldn't stop my partner. I couldn't save my disciple or my teacher. I never managed to get the girl I like to notice me. They call me legendary, a war hero, but I don't see myself that way. I'm just a failure who hasn't achieved anything in his life, someone who was always looking for a reason to keep going. I had never found it before, until I found them both. Both of them have suffered greatly from the world we, these stingy old men, have created, and because of that, they have developed a great hatred for the world. A hatred that the world deserves. But you two have managed to escape from that terrible hatred that once consumed you. You have achieved what adults much older than you couldn't achieve. They are much stronger than us. They have already seen much of the world, much more than even an old man can have seen in his entire life. You've seen the bad side of the world, so now it's time to see the good side. Now they must both enjoy the light they have come to know through their own efforts. And I don't know if you considered it, but I always saw them as my grandchildren, a dumb and stupidest grandson I could have ever met, and a girl as violent and cold as ice, but both with a big heart. Do not cry for my death, because I have fulfilled my duty until the last moment, and at least, I believe that my death has not been in vain. Anna, take care of that idiot for me. Don't let him die for anything in the world, and don't make the mistake of giving up. I assure you might regret it. And if you manage to win that idiot's heart, keep him close to you. I assure you he'll always take care of you. Naruto, you're the biggest idiot I've ever met. But you're an idiot who doesn't know how to give up. Never abandon the path you have chosen. Keep going and become a Hokage who surpasses all. There will be times when you fall. There will be times when you cry. But never give up. Don't abandon Sasuke. Bring him and make him the greatest Hokage the world has ever seen. Become the man your parents and I both want to see. Well, I think that's all. I'm running out of time and I can't keep writing. You too, take care, because I'll be watching you from up here or down there. Well, wherever I am, I will always watch them. My story is over and now it's your turn to write yours. And I hope that when they write it, it will be a wonderful story just like the one about their teacher. But considering it's you, whatever story you write will be magnificent. Now, with nothing more to say, I say goodbye to you. Goodbye and take care, both of you. Jiraiya. And finally they finished reading the letter as they both started crying over the letter, and ended up falling to the floor. Old fool, they both muttered as Anna was hugged by Naruto, who held the letter in his own hand and tried and failed to cry while hiding his face in Anna's head. And Noel said, but was stopped by Kakashi, who shook his head and looked at Naruto. Everyone fell silent, even Konohamaru, who had woken up and had his head down while still sitting, and Dorothy, who opened her eyes slightly to look at them sadly. Bell just floated there without saying anything. But at that moment, Anna's grimoire and Naruto's third grimoire floated behind them and opened up so they could begin writing. A few seconds passed until they finally finished writing and fell to the floor, seen by everyone, until Julius moved and grabbed both grimoires to read them. Tears of the Fallen. He murmured loud enough for everyone to hear. A spell that gives energy to a second person for a few minutes, just once a day, gives them a second chance to keep moving. A spell that was created by, he said, looking at both young people sadly. The memory of the one they couldn't help, he concluded sadly. No one said anything as they watched both young people cry without caring about anything. And seeing this, Nozel decided to quietly leave the room, with the thought of both young people in his mind. Mother, am I doing the right thing? He wondered, looking at the ceiling as he went to his base. In this way, the room had fallen silent, with only the crying of two young people who had lost someone special to them. But unnoticed, a certain bird was flying outside Julius's office window, sadly watching the scene. Naruto, thought Nero as he flew back to the Black Bull's base. Flashback: several minutes before, Nero was looking down from the roof at the huge mess that was the base. Luck and Magna were fighting over a piece of cake that Luck ate without Magna's permission. The captain was in the bathroom. Vanessa was drunk. Ghosh was making a wooden sculpture of his sister, Gray being Gray. Gordon was making some dolls. Charmy was eating well, all normal for the status of this base. Asta hadn't woken up from the poisoning Noelle gave him when he tasted her food, and because of that he didn't have much to do. He didn't want to accompany Noelle to the castle to see this new fiancée for Naruto. Seriously, when he returned to his normal form, I would yell at him and hit him. While he was watching and thinking about all this, a small light came to him in front of him, to his surprise and curiosity. But at the moment he was about to touch it, this light approached his chest and entered. Nothing had happened, but moments later he felt a burning in his chest, causing him to quickly leave the base. He flew as far away from the base as he could go and landed in the grass, breathing heavily until he finally stopped and began to glow. If anyone had been there, they would have seen that the bird had changed shape until it was just a girl with black horns and a dress made of feathers. What the hell? The girl muttered, completely lying on the floor, breathing heavily, then raised her hands and looked at them. Again, he murmured, moving his hands and blocking out the sun that was bothering him. It's the same thing that happened that day. I murmur again, remembering the day I touched Naruto's third grimoire. But then, something next to him shone and he saw that it was his grimoire, which glowed brightly until it finally stopped, and Nero took it to see what had happened and open his eyes. 4 leaves that, he muttered, sitting down to stare at the grimoire. It was 4 leaves, his grimoire had changed to a 4-leaf grimoire, but because she knew she didn't have that much magical power, and because of that she had become an anti-bird. He didn't understand why he had changed his grimoire until he remembered that light and realized. Naruto, he muttered, standing up and starting to move, but stopped when he felt his body weaken and ended up falling. I see, he muttered as he changed into his bird form and his grimoire disappeared, then flew directly towards the castle. I had to see what was happening. End of flashback. It took several minutes to arrive, but he finally reached Julius's window and could see Naruto looking at a blonde girl, who turned out to be the fiancée Noelle was talking about. I listened to everything that was happening, including how they got engaged, until I saw Naruto and the girl cry. So he decided to leave the place. Even though I'm sad and in trouble, you helped me, Nero murmured, flying towards the base. I don't know what happened, but now I have more time to be in my human form and the grimoire, he murmured, looking at the sun. For now I won't think about what happened to my grimoire. I'm very happy with what's happening. Thank you, Naruto, he finished saying as he continued flying towards the base. Maybe now you can talk to him. Royal Palace. Night had come and Naruto, along with Bell, who was on his head, were on the roof of the castle looking at the moon with absolute calm while thinking. Today had been tough. First Rack, then the escort mission, Kika, Anna's engagement, and finally Jiraiya's letter. It was definitely a tough day. After they had calmed down from crying, Anna and he did not want to look through the things in the parchment, or in the box, being respected by everyone. Tsunade didn't want to talk much, so she decided to go to the village with Shizen, Kakashi, Iruka and the Konohamaru team because the latter two had finished their mission. But before they left, both Naruto and Anna asked Konohamaru to stay so they could talk to him. In his language, it was torturing him. Tsunade agreed to leave Konohamaru to his fear, but since he was staying, his companions said they would stay anyway, so finally, Tsunade decided to leave them so they wouldn't bother her anymore. Julius accepted without problems, although he feared for the young ninja who was trembling with fear of what would happen to him when he was near Naruto and Anna. Obviously, Tsunade told the three ninja children that they were under Julius's orders and that they should obey him or else they would be immediately returned to the village. Konohamaru tried to anger Tswanda, but all he got was a blow from the last. While Karen was told that her status as a guarded prisoner continued, she didn't say anything. What the hell was she going to say? If he made this woman angry, he was going to be in trouble. Furthermore, the Konohamaru group was told that they were to keep an eye on her, so the children had no problems. They had gotten along quite well during the 2 days they were together. Finally, Noelle and Dorothy returned to the base because they had to be at their posts. But this time, Naruto decided not to go with either of them. The girls understood why she wanted to do it, and in Dorothy's case, who went back to sleep, she just nodded slightly. But they didn't leave without first giving Naruto a little kiss, who didn't refuse. After all, they were still his fiancés. Anna wasn't upset. After all, she had to share Naruto. But it was not the case of Belle, who began to complain and wanted a kiss from Naruto, although the latter completely refused to the disappointment of the fairy. And so they all left, leaving only Team Konohamaru, Karen, Naruto, Belle and Anna along with Julius and Marx, who told them that there was no problem with them keeping the castle. The group thanked them, and then Naruto left in silence with Anna. No one stopped them. After all, they were a little shaken by their old teacher's letter. Julius told him he wouldn't ask for details of the mission until he was ready. Naruto thanked him for this, telling him they would talk tomorrow. Finally, Naruto, Belle, and Anna left the room while putting all the items they received from Jiraiya into the scroll. They had passed in silence until they found a servant, and he guided them to their rooms. Anna went to a different room to be alone for a while Naruto and Belle went to theirs. They had their food delivered to their rooms, so they didn't need to go out, which was good for Naruto and Belle. Hours passed until night finally arrived and Naruto decided to go to the roof, dressed in his pajamas consisting of shorts and a dark green t-shirt with Belle. She wasn't going to abandon him, but they hadn't spoken, they just remained in a rather comfortable silence. It had been 30 minutes in silence until Belle felt something and floated over to see Anna walking towards them with her arms crossed, wearing a simple white shirt, very wide that reached her knees, and the buttons on her collar were undone, leaving her neck exposed. "Aren't you cold?" Anna asked, approaching Naruto and Belle, who returned to Naruto's shoulder. "We're fine," they both said, making Anna laugh at their great synchronicity. "I see," Anna said as she sat next to Naruto and Belle, while Naruto noticed her and looked at her only to blush slightly at how she was dressed. "Are you embarrassed?" Anna asked with a small smile. "And no," Naruto replied, but failed completely due to his stuttering. Anna said as she continued to stare at the moon. They had remained silent for a few minutes until Anna got even closer to Naruto, who blushed a little more. "Hey, are you cold?" Naruto asked, trying not to think about how she was dressed. "Yes, a little," Anna replied, waiting for him to do something. She waited a while until she got fed up and decided to act on her own, so she took Naruto's arm, who was surprised, and put it behind his own neck to end up snuggling into his chest. "Idiot," Anna said as she curled up. "Sorry," Naruto said with a little embarrassment as he looked down. He saw her breasts. They were small, but enough to be seen because his shirt was open and also wide. How could I not see them? "Do you want to keep seeing them?" Anna asked, feeling her emotions. She blushed a little but didn't care. Obviously, Naruto didn't answer him and turned his gaze to the sky. "What do you want me to keep watching?" Belle asked curiously, making them both blush. "Nothing, Belle-chan," said Naruto, making her nod. "She's always with you?" Anna asked, looking slightly at the fairy. "I will be by Naruto-kun's side until the day he dies," Belle replied proudly. "I understand," Anna said, snuggling back in. "Then I think I should get used to doing this," Anna said, grabbing Naruto's face and kissing him upwards. Belle froze, as did the person involved, who for a moment didn't know what was happening until he closed his eyes and opened his mouth, giving way to Anna's tongue, who simply let herself be carried away by the moment. For a moment they kissed until they had to take another breath and separated, leaving a trail of saliva visible. "What are you doing?" Belle shouted, flying in front of Anna, who looked at her with her typical emotionless look. "Do you want to try it?" Anna asked, surprising the fairy, who quickly recovered, nodded, and turned to look at Naruto, who looked at her without humor. "I won't do it," Naruto said. Seriously, he never expected those words from Anna. "Naruto-kun, please!" Belle shouted with great sadness in his voice. "Let's go," said Anna, looking at him, making Naruto surprised, who didn't expect her to support Belle, who was happy with her words. "After all, he'll spend forever with you and consequently with us, so it wouldn't hurt to give him a kiss," Anna said, making the fairy argue. "See? Let's go," Belle said loudly as he waited for her kiss. Naruto looked at both of them until he ended up sighing and approached Belle, to which he only gave him a small kiss on his cheek. "That's all," Naruto said, retracting his head. "Well, considering that you didn't want to kiss me, I'll settle for this for now," said Belle, totally happy, returning to Naruto's shoulder completely red with emotion. "Hiya," Naruto sighed as he continued to hug Anna, who looked up at the sky again. "Are you okay with me being with others?" Naruto asked as he continued looking at the sky. "Will you take care of me?" Anna asked without looking at him. "Of course," Naruto said immediately. "And will you love me?" Anna asked, making Naruto blush. He didn't know whether to say it, but she had already hurt him so much, so he decided to be honest with her. "Always," I answered, to see Anna move and sit on top of her legs while she moved her arms so she was hugging her from the waist. "Then I don't care if you're with other girls, and I'll even support you if you decide to be with more girls," Anna said, raising her head and looking up at him. "But I won't forgive you if you do the same thing again, okay?" Anna said seriously, to see Naruto kiss her to her surprise. Although this kiss was short, it was enough to make her answer understood. "I won't abandon you again," said Naruto, hugging her waist tighter. "I hope so," Anna said, closing her eyes and snuggling into his embrace. They spent a moment in comfortable silence until Anna moved her hand and reached into her shirt pocket to pull something out. "Naruto," he called as the aforementioned looked down and saw Anna's outstretched hand next to the locket he had returned to her when they broke up. "We're back," said Anna, making Naruto understand, who grabbed the locket and returned it to his neck. "I haven't seen it in a while," Naruto commented, looking at the locket. "I saved it with hope for when we were together again," Anna replied, feeling Naruto's guilt. "Sorry," Naruto murmured to feel Anna closer to him. "It doesn't matter," Anna answered, looking at the moon. "Do you think he'll see us?" Anna asked, looking up at the sky. "The perverted sage, well, knowing him, he must be checking out women in hot springs," Naruto said, making both girls laugh. I just hope he doesn't see us when we do it," said Anna, blushing at Naruto and Belle, who understood her words. "Relax, we won't do it yet, plus we're missing a house and I don't think the beach house will work since we're living in the capital," said Anna, making Naruto grimace. "You already know?" I asked, seeing Anna nod. "You remember my ability, and I even know about those brothers who take care of your house," Anna said, looking up at him slightly upset. Naruto asked, and saw her shake her head. "No, I just hope they take care of him. Sooner or later we'll go to the beach, right?" Anna asked. "Of course," Naruto replied firmly. Do you want to see me in a bikini?" Anna asked, feeling Naruto's embarrassment increase. You know I'm your girlfriend now, so you can do whatever you want with me, right? I asked, looking up at him. Well, I'm not going to deny that I want to see you in a bikini. Naruto confessed with total shame. Sometimes he hated his ability to read minds. I see, said Anna, looking back at the moon. So, back to the original topic, we should buy a house. What do you think? Anna asked. You know how to choose it? Naruto asked doubtfully. I can see that it cost you, and if it weren't for those brothers you would have slept on the beach again, said Anna, making Naruto and Bell laugh, who remained silent. He liked Anna, well, partly because he got Naruto to kiss him on the cheek. It wasn't where he wanted, but considering he hadn't achieved anything, then he could consider it a great achievement. Don't worry, come with me and my new temporary servant, and we'll buy it, Anna said, causing them both to bow their heads. Temporary servant? Naruto asked with doubt, as did Bell. Konohamaru, Anna replied. Aha, they both said at the same time. But Naruto remembered something. How did you know about our relationship? Naruto asked curiously. He came to my house once and managed to throw flour on my head. I sent my beloved monsters after him, and from that day on he's been afraid of me, Anna replied. Now I understand the fear part, and I'm surprised how he managed to throw flour on your head, but I'm asking how he knew about our relationship, or in part, Naruto asked, making Anna sigh. I ended up telling him because he found your locket, and he was asking a lot of questions, Anna replied, telling him half the truth. Anna, Naruto asked. He knew it was half the truth. Well, I told him because around that time you broke up with me, Anna replied. Oh, yes, excuse me, said Naruto, apologizing again. I told you not to worry, Anna said, pinching him on the arm. Oh, I get it now, Naruto said, rubbing his arm lightly. But now I understand why that idiot knew about our relationship, Naruto commented, looking at the moon again. Does it bother you? Anna asked, to feel Naruto's hand on her head. Do what you want, he'll learn not to tell other people's secrets, Naruto said as he felt Anna approach his chest. That's great, said Anna, very happy to have that idiot in her hands. After saying these words, they fell into a comfortable silence for a few minutes. Anna felt the warmth of Naruto, who just hugged her, feeling her body. They spent a good while like this until Anna moved her hands towards Naruto's hands, who felt them and looked down. What do you think if we sleep together? Asked Anna, making Naruto blush. You, Naruto asked, only to receive a punch in the stomach from Anna's elbow. Of course we won't have Hex. Idiot, how could we have it in a place where we don't feel comfortable? Anna said a little angrily, but Naruto realized his words and blushed. What if we were alone? Naruto asked, making Anna stick to him. Then I wouldn't mind even if you made it for me in the kitchen, Anna said, quite red-faced, but she had to get used to it. Although, we should wait to get to that, we're just getting back, pervert, Anna said, looking up at him. I understand, but, Naruto said, returning to his unasked question from before. You slept with the captain, Anna said, making Naruto understand as well as curse himself for being such an idiot. I know you didn't, but I don't want to be left behind besides, he said with a smile. The only one missing for you to spend the night with is the little princess, said Anna, making Naruto laugh slightly. I know, but I won't do it unless she wants to, Naruto said to Anna's nod as she began to stand up, releasing herself from her boyfriend's hug and turning around to look at him. While Naruto looked at her, and could see the moon behind her making her figure shine, and because she was only wearing a shirt, he could see through her shirt clearly. She was wearing regular black panties and no bra. She's cute, Naruto thought, completely enthralled. Do you like what you see? Anna asked, waking Naruto from his thoughts, who didn't answer her question. Come on, let's go, said Anna, stretching out her hand to see Naruto take it and look down at her. You've changed a lot since that day, Naruto said, looking at her. You changed me, although I only show you this part, said Anna, approaching Naruto, who understood and carried her in the bridal position. You're finally getting it, idiot, Anna said, hugging him by the neck. I think, Naruto replied with a light laugh. Hey fairy, Anna called to the fairy that flew into her chest. Call me Belle, said Belle, sitting on Anna's chest. So Belle-chan, you weren't jealous of me? She asked curiously. She had been quite jealous of this little girl since she met her until she helped Naruto kiss her. A little, but you supported me so Naruto could kiss me, so if you support me again, I won't feel jealous of you again, Belle replied, not noticing the slight nervous twitch in his partner's eye. Deal, Anna replied, making the fairy happy and Naruto end up sighing. I don't want to know what you're thinking, Naruto said, giving in to them. Well, you'll never know, Anna said with a slight smile as she kissed him again. What do you think if we go to bed in your room? I asked, looking at him with a slight smile. Naruto looked at her, and then nodded. Hold on, Naruto said as Bell hid in Anna's shirt pocket. Ready, said Bell, making both boys laugh. Then let's go to sleep, he finished saying as he jumped off the roof, disappearing alongside Anna. I waited a long time, but I finally got to be with you, thought Anna, looking at Naruto's face. I would always be with him. I would never let it go again.
Let me know in the comments below if you guys want the next part. Also check out my other video that has been shown and left. Thank you for watching. If you enjoyed this video, please like and share this video. And have a fantastic day. Bye.